Chapter 1729 Violent Ape Baron Xenogenic Beast Soul, Violent Ape, Shape-Shifting Type. When Han Sen saw that it was a shape-shifting type beast soul, he was exuberantly happy. If the xenogenic beast souls were the same as those in the sanctuaries, that meant he would become the violent ape he had just slain. With Violent Ape's power and speed, his own lack of power and speed would no longer be an issue. In his room, Han Sen tried summoning the Violent Ape beast soul. When he did, the shadow of Violent Ape consumed Han Sen, and his muscles bulged swiftly. He grew silver fur all over, as he embodied the silver ape. Han Sen felt as if his body possessed a new strength. He was incredibly happy, and he was eager to test how strong he had now become. But there were no Geno trees around. He would have to go to the testing clinic for that, but it wasn't as if Han Sen could randomly transform in front of everyone. This was not a sanctuary, and he didn't think that the people of Kate had seen a shape-shifting beast soul before. They would probably think he was a xenogenic and kill him. Also, I'm not sure if I can use Geno armor after I transform. Han Sen wanted to try it out and see if he could, so he summoned his spell Geno armor. The results surprised Han Senator. After transforming, he could indeed make use of it. The armor seemed to change shape to match the user's body. It made him even stronger. Amidst Han Sen's happiness, he suddenly felt a pain in his head, though. He immediately felt tired. It looks like I am already exhausted. It seems that shape-shifting takes too much out of me, at this stage. Han Sen turned off the beast soul and put it back. He had only transformed for a few minutes, and if he was in battle, he didn't think he could use it for any longer than 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not too shabby. With this, and the rhino horn dagger, killing barons will be a trivial task. Han Sen thought that when his gene tally increased, his time with the beast soul would probably increase, too. The rhino dagger was good, especially its tip. It was very sharp and able to cut through Violent Ape's skin and flesh with ease. Without the dagger, Han Sen knew he might not have been able to kill it. But I don't know why I am unable to activate Super King Spirit mode. If I could, I'd be even stronger, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen fingered and fiddled with the dagger, appreciating its smoothness. It was now time for food. He went downstairs for dinner, and he found Lan Se and Qiao sitting at a table, waiting for him to join them. Come and drink. We should celebrate the success of our very first mission. Qiao lifted her cup in a toast. Cheers. Han Sen and Lan Se raised their cups up to join her. Celebrating with Qiao felt good. Let's talk about our reward, shall we? We can sell the body of the beast to the official laboratories. It should be worth at least 8,000. We can then pay Lan Se for the information she provided. Nah, you guys killed the xenogenic. You helped me out a lot. Now, the department no longer has to be troubled by this. Lan Se then paused and said, if you are willing to bring the whole body to the department, though, you can pick up a hearty bonus. Han Sen knew the security department did not have many nobles. It was normal for them to contract bounty hunters. That being said, the money they'd receive would be lower. I have plans for the body. We don't need the bonus. After dinner, Han Sen should cut it open to find the material within. Qiao did not want to sell the body. After food, they went to the warehouse that was supposed to be a garage. Violent Ape's body had been placed there. Han Sen pulled out the rhino horn dagger to cut the thing open. Han Sen was very used to this. He always dug into the bodies of dead creatures in the sanctuaries, so it was a smooth process. For Han Sen, this was normal, boring work. But when Qiao and Lan Se saw Han Sen's dagger cutting the ape's bones and skinning the hide with startling precision, they received a nasty chill. Han Sen suddenly seemed like a heartless butcher. Life was nothing to him. He could kill anything with his sword, within the mere blink of an eye. Seeing Han Sen's knife going between muscles, Qiao and Lan Se felt their hearts quiver and shake. What kind of man is he? Both of them thought. Because the mutation was different in each xenogeneic, Han Sen wasn't sure what to look for within Violent Ape's slop. He had to search thoroughly. Finally, Han Sen found that the ape had a muscle that was different from the rest. It was spindle-shaped, the size of 2 fists. It was red like a ruby, and as hard as a rock. It's a muscle material. Qiao frowned after seeing the material. That was because muscle materials were the cheapest. They were worth 20% less than any other part. Muscles were common, and weapons could not be made out of them, so no one wanted to pay as much for them. According to our agreement, the materials should be shared equally. I now plan to sell it, though, and share the money. Is that okay? Qiao asked. Han Sen said, if you are selling it, can I buy it? What do you need it for? Qiao looked at Han Sen curiously. Xenogeneic materials were rare, but she didn't think they could process or do anything with it. They'd need special noble powers to make anything of it. I would like to examine it, Han Sen said. He couldn't say he was going to eat it. If he did, Qiao would think he was nuts. Sure. Barren muscles are worth 100,000. If you give me 50,000, it's yours, Qiao hastily told him. I don't have money. Could you deduct it from my wages? Han Sen asked. Aside from the share of spoils, Han Sen still received a salary. It wasn't much, but it was still quite a lot compared to most. Okay, no problem, Qiao quickly agreed. Qiao wished to say something more, but the phone rang. It was Hardman on the line. Chapter 1730. I want to buy him back. Han Sen made a silent gesture to Lan Se. Qiao picked up the phone. Qiao answered the call at dinner because it was Hardman calling. Everyone knew what he'd be calling for. Qiao didn't want Han Sen to get any confusion or doubts, however, so she answered the phone right there in front of him. She didn't let Hardman know that Lan Se was there with them, too. President Qiao, can you talk? Hardman was worried about Han Sen possibly being there. He thought he had offended Han Sen, and that Han Sen wouldn't agree to any repurchase. So, he thought to get to him through Qiao. Yes, you may speak, Qiao answered. Hardman didn't beat around the bush. He directly told her, Qiao, I want Han Sen back. How about I double the money you gave me, in exchange for him? Manager Hard, I only have one person in my employ. Giving me money doesn't solve the issue of having that number reduced to 0. Qiao looked at Han Sen and smiled. Hardman gritted his teeth and decided to raise the price. Okay, triple. Manager Hard, this isn't a monetary issue. No matter how much money you give me, I will not be able to find anyone to replace Han Senator. My team needs to go on. Qiao's face didn't change, and she remained smiling. That meant she was telling Hardman that Han Sen was not for sale. It didn't matter how much money she was offered. Hardman looked glum, so he decided to play his final card. President Qiao, how about I quadruple the price you paid me? And I'll find you another baron to replace him, with abilities that can equal Han Sen's. On top of that, he'll be loaned out to you for 3 years. Qiao and Lan Se thought this was very strange. The offer was extremely good. Han Sen thought this was normal. He actually thought Hardman was being too cheap and still offering far too little. Qiao said, Manager Hard, you should know Han Sen has used a xenogeneic weapon. It does not belong to him, and if he leaves Wizard, he will have to return it. Knowing this, do you still wish to buy him? Yes. Hardman gritted his teeth. He really had to buy Han Sen to please the third master. If he didn't, things would go poorly. He had to buy him back through any means necessary, even if that meant dipping into his own pockets. I am so sorry. I can see your sincerity, but I cannot sell him, Qiao said firmly. Hardman looked ill, but he still went on with his plight. He said, Qiao, don't reject me just yet. At least sleep on the prospect. You said Han Sen relies on a xenogeneic weapon, and he can't fight xenogeneics otherwise. If something went wrong, he'd die. He is not a noble, and he won't level up to slay higher-tier xenogeneics. The Baron I can lend to you will be a different story entirely. Plus, with the money you'll be given, you could assemble a great team. Even if you keep him for now, do you really think Han Sen will stay with Wizard 2 years down the line, when the contract is up? Manager Hard, I am sorry. Han Sen is not for sale. Qiao spoke with seriousness. There is no need to answer me yet. Again, you should think about it. And if the price still isn't enough, there is plenty more we can discuss. Think about it first. Think about it. We can talk more another time. Hardman's heart was bleeding. After the call, Qiao turned to speak to Hans Sr. You heard what he has to say. What are your plans and thoughts? I would like to keep you, but if you do want to switch, I won't force you to stay where you do not wish to. Han Sen smiled and said, I don't have too much to offer Black Gold. Plus, I'm lazy. I can't be bothered moving. Qiao looked very happy when she heard that. She raised up her cup for a toast and said, Han Sen, I may not be able to promise you much right now, but the one promise I can make is that, while I live, I will strive to make Wizard the best it can be. Let us drink in the hopes of a brighter tomorrow. Lan Se raised up her cup as well. Cheers. The glasses chinked against each other, a symbol of the promise. Han Sen didn't want to go to Black Gold because of his relationship with Qiao. He did admire her, but he also thought staying in Wizard meant greater freedom. Black Gold was locked down with too many rules, and since Han Sen had a lot of private stuff he wished to dive into, he thought he would be better off where he was. Han Sen brought the ruby-looking mussel to his room for investigation. The thing looked far prettier than any hunk of beef. It was hard, but the fat and the meat looked as soft as snow. It made people want to cook it like a good steak. Merely thinking of this, Han Sen's mouth began to drool. When he tried to pull it apart, he couldn't. The rhino horn dagger would only leave light marks across it, and even if he could cut through it, he'd be unable to fry it. What is changing the mutated materials when I boil them? Surely there is more to the process than water in a pot. Something has to be affecting the materials. If I can figure out what that is, perhaps I can enjoy it like proper food. Han Sen was going to take a while to think it over this time instead of boiling it immediately. Over the next few days, there was little to do. Aside from practicing, he was researching how to eat xenogeneics. As he did, he discovered something of note. Han Sen did not find out what affected the xenogeneic genes, but he learned something quite interesting. He tried cooking the violent ape's meat in a fire. As he did, he noticed that the muscle's texture was changing, almost as if it was thawing out. The ruby texture melted into the fire, and the gemstone-like item began to transform into normal meat. It was the same as throwing the meat into water. The materials looked like they were frozen, but after a good boil, they began to look like fine cuts of meat. Han Sen knew this couldn't be a normal process for Planet Kate. If this was the way things always worked, the beings in this universe should have discovered the process before. There was no way he was the first to try cooking a xenogeneic's material. Han Sen still didn't know what was causing the changes, but he wasn't too worried about it. At least he could now enjoy it as meat and not as some lame soup. Han Sen found a frying pan and got some seasoning. He placed the thawed meat on the pan, and cut it into a few slices of a good steak. He threw the seasoning on and started to cook it. This is how people should live. Han Sen placed the cooked meat in his mouth and chewed. The juice and seasoning filled his mouth, and the tastiness almost made Han Sen moan. Chapter 1731 Lockdown. Qiao looked glum. Over the last few days, she had kept her ears to the ground and tried to find the location of more xenogeneics. But strangely, it was as if they had all vanished from existence. It was like she was deaf and blind, unable to learn anything. Qiao knew why, though. It was because she hadn't agreed to return Han. Senator Hardman was using his ties and relationships with others to prevent her from getting news of any more xenogenics. Compared to Black Gold Group, a tiny team like Qiao's was nothing. No one would favor Qiao and her team over a grand organization such as Black Gold Group. A hunting team that could not locate xenogenics was pointless. Hardman's tactic to get Qiao to relinquish Han Sen was definitely below the belt. But Qiao did not have the power to fight back against Black Gold. Hardman seemed to have enough money to block every single avenue. Still, Qiao wasn't going to crawl back to Hardman. If she went to him now, he would start mocking her. Qiao had to overcome the roadblocks herself. Are there too few xenogenics on planet Kate? Han Sen asked Qiao as they ate. Qiao thought for a moment before responding. There are two different sources of xenogenics. One is when beings evolve and mutate, or when those mutated beings reproduce. The other source comes from another place, called xenogenic space. What is the difference? Han Sen asked. Qiao explained, the two xenogenics you have encountered were the result of a mutation. They were barren class, but they could become stronger in the future. Dealing with those is the easiest. We can usually fight ordinary barren types. If it was a xenogenic coming from xenogenic space, however, it could be of any tier. They're dangerous. Are there any xenogenic spaces around West Gran? Han Sen knew it was rare to encounter xenogenics, and they were rarer than nobles. It was difficult to say if there was even one spawning once a day. There is one, but it is dangerous. Although it is a small xenogenic space, most of the creatures inside are barren class. Some are Viscount class, however. And they are too dangerous to risk going against. I'm trying to find new sources, hoping to find a single barren we can take out, Qiao said. If it isn't too much trouble to go out and take a look, let's go, Han Sen said. It's too dangerous. Qiao shook her head. Hardman has blocked your resources, right? Han Sen said quietly. With the way Qiao worked, it shouldn't have taken this many days to find another monster. Han Sen wasn't stupid, though, and so he could imagine what had happened. I will find a way. I am a manager, so it is my role to face this problem myself. You just need to keep in the best of shape. You will have a job coming your way soon enough, Qiao said stubbornly. Han Sen nodded and did not reply. Qiao didn't want him to take any risks, and Han Sen understood that. Besides, he had never seen the power of a Viscount at work before, so it might really be quite dangerous to go seek them out. What else can I do? After eating, Qiao went out, and Han Sen went on the internet in his room. Han Sen wanted more money-making opportunities. Qiao didn't need the ingredients, so Han Sen could buy the parts of the material she'd otherwise sell off. The only problem with that was that he needed money to do it. He needed a lot of it, too. But Han Sen didn't have money, and he had already spent all his wages on buying the muscle from the silver ape. If he wanted to purchase more xenogenic materials to absorb more xenogenic genes, he had to have more cash. Violent Ape gave him one barren gene. Even if he could kill more of the monsters, that meant he'd have to kill 100 barons to get 100 barren genes. There were many jobs available online, but not many would provide him the chance to earn big bucks. Han Sen wasn't very good when it came to financing, so he couldn't do financial stuff to make money. Han Sen scrawled the web for a while, but he was unable to find anything that'd give him a lot of cash. The phone suddenly rang, and Han Sen noticed it coming from a number he could not identify. He picked it up. Han Sen, where are you? I am coming to find you. Let's practice sword skills together. It was Mr. Tiger calling him, and he shouted down the line loud enough to deafen Han Sr., where are you? I'll come to you. Han Sen lived in Qiao's house, which was also Wizard's base. He didn't want to invite strangers there without Qiao's permission. "I'm at home. Come here, I'll wait for you." Mr. Tiger gave Han Sen his address and then closed the communicator. There was nothing for Han Sen to do right then, so he packed a few things and went to the address Mr. Tiger had provided him. Mr. Tiger's house was far larger than Qiao's, and its luxury was comparable to a 5-star hotel. It was gorgeous, but it didn't even feel like a home. "Han Sen. You are finally here. Come. Let's head to the training room." Mr. Tiger was wearing baggy pants and some flip-flops. He welcomed Han Sen wholeheartedly, and invited him in. Han Sen followed him to the indoor training room. There, he saw a variety of equipment. There was also a Geno tree there for testing. "You want to try that out?" Mr. Tiger offered when he saw Han Sen looking at the Geno tree. Mr. Tiger was quite curious to see what Han Sen's fitness was like. Sure. Han Sen wanted to know his own fitness, too. Han Sen walked in front of the Geno tree, then dropped a bit of his blood on its bark. The blood was absorbed, and all of a sudden, the tree started to grow. If a Kate had just received their Geno armor, they typically bloomed 20 flowers. That included the strength of their Geno armor. Mr. Tiger said he could produce 100, which was the average of a Baron noble. There was obviously a large difference between commoners and nobles. Normal people, with Geno armor, could not even hope to fight against a noble. Han Sen and Mr. Tiger were looking at the flowers that grew, and the noble was surprised to see how many flowers actually bloomed. 54 flowers. That is scary. You are the first I have seen to have so many flowers, despite having just generated their armor recently. Mr. Tiger looked at Han Sen with genuine shock. Han Sen hadn't evolved twice, though. He only had his spell Geno armor, and even he didn't expect that he had become twice as strong as the average Kate. Han Sen did not know how many flowers a Baron gene could increase. He would find out the next time he tested his strength. Chapter 1732 Boyfriend and Husband in the Alliance Universe, in the kindergarten on planet Roka. A little boy was writing, and there was a little girl with a hairstyle that resembled the horns of a goat. She moved her chair over to sit next to the little boy. She lay down on the table and looked up at him. The little boy was still writing, and didn't stop. "Little flower," the little girl said. "Yes." Little Flower stopped writing, raised his head, and looked at the little girl. The little girl smiled with her eyes squinted closed. She said, "Little Flower, you look so good. When you grow up, can you be my boyfriend?" "What is a boyfriend?" Little Flower asked. The little girl opened her eyes wide. "A boyfriend is the best man for me. I would always let a boyfriend eat good stuff first. I would let him play with toys first. If he was in trouble, I'd help him. I'd protect him. How does that sound, then? Would you like to be my boyfriend?" the little girl asked, taking Little Flower's hands. Little Flower thought for a moment, but then shook his head. "My mom said it is the man who should protect the girl. Otherwise, he is not a real man. I don't want to be your boyfriend. I want to be a man." The little girl rolled her eyes. She was still holding his hands, and she said, "Okay, be my husband then." Husbands protect their girls. They are the manliest of men. "Really?" Little Flower asked, with shock. "Of course." The little girl blinked and asked, "Little Flower, are you willing to be my husband to protect me?" "In that case, yes." Little Flower nodded and spoke with gravitas. "Great. You'll be my future husband." The little girl hugged Little Flower like mad and kissed his cheeks. "Little Flower, me too." A few more little girls came racing over to surround him. Above the kindergarten, the dimensions started to distort and twist. The leader of God's organization came out of it. There were no elites around him, and all alone, he watched Little Flower. "Officer, you shouldn't be here." The moment the officer showed up, Stay Up Late appeared as well. He was standing right next to him. "Knight, do you really have to go up against me?" the officer said icily. "I won't go against you, as long as you don't put a finger on the child I am tasked to watch," Stay Up Late said. "That means there is nothing we can do." The officer did not move, but the fire wings on his back looked like the wings of a phoenix. They covered the entire sky. The sky was bright, and when the wings spread, they scorched and turned the atmosphere red. Stay Up Late's face changed. He drew the Western King's sword and raised it up towards the officer. The officer flapped his wings and flew directly before Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late was calm, though, and he merely swung his sword. Boom! The air around the sword cracked as flames rained down across the buildings. Rock and concrete started to quake and fall all around. The kindergarten was in the middle of that chaos, and the whole building was violently shaking. The kids and the teachers started to scream. "Little Flower, run!" The little girl pulled Little Flower away, but after a few steps, there was a noise. The 7th floor of the building fell, burying the playground in rubble. The kids were crying even louder, out on the grass. When the teachers who were helping to evacuate the kids saw it collapse, they looked utterly hopeless. "Little Flower, run!" The little girl pushed him as Little Flower got to a place that was not covered in shadow. But she pushed too hard and landed on the grass. Seeing the building falling down, the kids cried even harder. The teachers tried to shield the kids, closing their eyes as they did. Little Flower was in a normal school, and the teachers and kids were from ordinary families. There was nothing they could do, but not even elites could protect them all from a disaster such as that. Boom! A white holy light suddenly erupted like a volcano. The building was hit and shattered by the holy light, which then blasted into the sky and on into space. The kids and the teachers stared at the holy light, and they forgot they were even crying. A little boy was hovering in the air with white, long hair. His eyes were shining like a holy sun. "Little Flower." The little girl on the floor looked at his back, speaking uncertainly. "As a husband, I will protect you all." Little Flower spoke with seriousness, as the volume of light increased. It covered the entire kindergarten, and nothing could penetrate that defense. Stay Up Late was fighting the officer. The officer, when he saw Little Flower in the air, gave the child a strange look. He couldn't believe the air of a human could be that strong. Not even the babies of crystallizers were that powerful. "I need to get him." The officer looked at the child with excitement. Suddenly, a sword light manifested in the sky. The sword was so overbearing, the officer threw a punch at it, but even he was knocked back 50 meters. "Officer, I can't believe that you dared to come here." The woman was clutching a copper sword. She looked like a sword fairy from some legend. "Gu Qingcheng. You just became a god, you can't talk to me like this," the officer said coldly. "It isn't just me here." Gu Qingcheng smiled. Many scary presences started to appear. Bao showed up first, flying right next to Little Flower. Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Han Yufei all arrived, then. A man with silver light approached, too. It was Xie Qin King. Somehow, he had managed to come to the alliance. They all started to surround the officer. Ji Yanran raced to Little Flower's side in her crystal armor. "Officer, just give it up. Even without Hansen here, you know you cannot challenge us." Stay Up Late sighed. "I may not be able to fight you, but I do have something you can't block." The officer had a weird smile, and he pointed his finger to the sky. Chapter 1733 Sanctuary's Gate. A strange power burst out from the officer. It became a blast in the air and then quickly disappeared. After 1 second, a vortex manifested in the sky. It was light, and the dimensions inside whirled and twisted. The sky was like a lake with a whirlpool. It was scary, and even elites like Gu Qingqing frowned. Stay Up Late's face changed, and he said, "No. He wants to open the sanctuary gate." "What does that mean?" "I thought it was always open." Han Yufei asked. Stay Up Late quickly explained, "The sanctuary is open. But that simply means that it isn't locked for beings that wish to exit it. Easy for creatures to leave this universe, as when they generate a Geno armor, they can summon and push a gate open. Even if they don't want to leave. But the door is still closed to creatures from the outside. The door currently only allows travel in one direction. Now that the officer is opening it, creatures on the other side can enter. When the crystallizers went out, that is why they were destroyed." Stay Up Late said all this, and then shouted, "Officer, what is it that you want? Do you want to repeat the tragedy that befell the crystallizers?" The officer looked calm, but his eyes glinted with excitement. He looked at the rumbling sky and said, "Knight, you do not understand. We cannot stay here. We have to exit. No matter what we do, it is imperative that I go out. You aren't just leaving. You are destroying the sanctuary. You do not have to open the door if you wish to go out." Stay Up Late shouted. "Why are you still talking to him? Just kill him already." Xie Qingqing jumped towards the officer with a silver light. The officer waved his fist and blasted Xie Qingqing away, though. The silver light shattered as his body fell to the ground and produced a deep crater. Xie Qingqing managed to get back up, but he was bleeding from the corners of his lips. "He is getting stronger." Gu Qingqing's face changed. He used his body to open the gate. "He is going to go over the maximum power threshold believed attainable," Stay Up Late said. "Didn't you say Geno armor can't level up? How is he increasing strength like this?" Gu Qingqing asked. "I don't know. His presence is a little strange." Stay Up Late shook his head, and he looked at the officer who was hovering in the sky. "We have to kill him to end this." Little Angel looked calm. She summoned her holy white armor and swung her angel sword. Golden Growler roared, and his golden armor shone. He was charging a roar blast at the officer. Gu Qingqing didn't dare slow down, and she immediately swung her blade. Ji Yanran's crystal shoes and Stay Up Late's Western King's sword were both headed for the same target. Many scary powers were going converging, but the officer remained motionless. Perhaps it was because he was leveling up, or there was another sinister motive entirely. Boom! All that horrendous power went against the officer, producing an explosion that was scarier than a supernova. Luckily, the impact was wholly in the sky. If it had gone against the ground, the entirety of planet Roka would have been destroyed. When the power died off, Stay Up Late was shocked. The officer had not been killed. He hadn't even been injured. But his body had experienced a number of weird changes. The Southern King fire wings were being eaten by the armor he wore. They were actually being eaten. The officer's black armor had a number of black cracks, like many mouths from hell that were gnawing and gobbling up the wings. The power they cast had been absorbed by the armor, and that was why nothing had come of their strikes. This is the presence of the other race. You, Stay Up Late's face changed. Yes. Ever since the disaster of the crystallizers, I have searched out the leftovers that destroyed them. After all this time, I have found a way to infuse it with me and make my Geno armor more powerful. There is a price to pay, however. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have bothered doing it. The officer was in the sky, looking calm and passionate. Why? Why do you have to do this? Does going out mean that much to you? You will destroy the world we live in, just so you can leave. Stay Up Late looked at him and said. Knight, you don't understand. You never will. It's because you're not here yet, the officer was being honest. Then tell me what it is that you are afraid of. Stay up late shouted. What am I afraid of? The officer looked to the sky, where the vortex whirled. There was some black stuff in there, and it was spreading, like a black hole. Inside the black hole, something scary was emerging. It sounded like some sordid, frightening beast. Officer, you really want the sanctuaries to have a repeat of the first disaster? Stay up late shouted. The officer laughed and said, the crystallizer disaster. That was nothing. If we don't get out, something 1,000,000 times worse will happen. After the officer said that, something roared. A dragon-like creature came out of the black hole. Everyone's face changed. Only the officer looked greedy. Come. You guys know what this world looks like. The officer ran to stay up late and touched his shoulder. The armor on his hand was like a mouth, biting into Stay Up Late's shoulder. It chomped into Stay Up Late's flesh and armor. Stay Up Late held back the pain and swung his Western King's sword at the villain. The officer grabbed it, though. He didn't break it, but cracks started to form across the blade. They were starting to spread. Stay Up Late wanted to pull his Western King's sword back, but it wouldn't budge. And when he gave a firm tug, it went katcha and broke. Half of it was swallowed by the officer's armor. Chapter 1734 Officer Mutation Little Angel and Golden Growler ran towards the officer. With one hand, though, he was able to latch onto Little Angel's sword. His other hand grabbed Golden Growler's face. His hand bit into the angelic sword, while Golden Growler was sent flying away with missing chunks of flesh. Gu Qingcheng and Stay Up Late attacked the officer, but nothing they tried worked. The officer's powers were too much, and they far exceeded what should have been possible inside the parameters of the sanctuary. The scary presence was something tangible, in itself. Boom! The black vortex in the sky became bigger. The dragon-like talons were emerging from the pit. The body of a monster began to emerge. It had red eyes and it was covered with scales. The creature was rank with the smell of blood, and only seeing half of the beast was scary enough. Roar! The beast loosed a murderous roar. It generated a shock wave across the galaxy, breaking meteors. The planet itself was damaged. We can't let that thing in. Although the sanctuary has its own protocol and system to kick that being out, it'll take a little time. And that monster will only require one hit to wipe out the entire alliance, Stay Up Late said. How do we stop it? Gu Qingcheng looked glum. She was wounded, but she was still standing. We have to kill him and close the gate. Stay Up Late gritted his teeth. Of course we will. Xia Qing King's silver light surrounded his fists. He discharged it against the officer, but the armor was able to swallow it. The attack didn't yield any damage at all. The crystal shoes brought Ji Yanran into the air, throwing a kick against the officer. The officer swung his hand and blocked the attack of the crystal shoes. The mouths on the armor were able to bite right into the crystal armor, ripping out a whole glistening chunk. The officer punched towards Ji Yanran's belly, but all of a sudden, there was a golden light. A small fist blocked the strike. It was Bauer, clad in her Geno armor. Pang! Both of their powers exploded against each other, sending everyone rolling away. The officer looked at Bauer in shock, as his armor was unable to consume or eat anything of hers. Bauer looked very angry, too. The godlight across her kept flaring as she punched the officer. The officer's own fists repeatedly dashed their way across Bauer's armor, and the constant shockwaves prohibited everyone else from getting close. It's too late. That thing is getting out. Gu Qingcheng saw that the monster in the sky was pulling free of the vortex. Pushing back the pain she was now suffering, she called out to the others. An energy current stormed through the galaxy. Trails of electricity were everywhere, affecting all the nearby planets. Pang! There was a loud noise, and Bauer's body fell, creating a big hole in the ground. Bauer was still in the shape of a baby, and she couldn't fight the officer. This time, the officer's body experienced a big, new change. An eye opened in the center of his forehead. Horns grew from his head as his body became wrapped in scales. He had spliced his own genes with genes from the outside. His body was evolving into another race. He was no longer a crystallizer. After getting rid of Bauer, though, he followed after her. He turned to look at Little Flower, and he moved so quickly, Stay Up Late could not react. Little Flower's light was still shining across the entire kindergarten, with his little body hovering in midair. He didn't fall back, though, and he tried using his holy light to stop the kidnapper. Pang! The officer broke through the holy light, ready to grab Little Flower. But a bloodlight suddenly appeared, and it stabbed the officer. Zero flew past him, grabbing Little Flower as she sped off. The bone dagger that she had used to stab the officer was swiftly consumed, though. And he hastily tried to turn and punch Zero. His fist was so strong and fast that it was far more than she was capable of evading, and she was struck in the back. She held on to Little Flower, though, as she came crashing into a building. It kicked up a storm of dust. The officer wanted to give chase, but Stay Up Late had caught up with him. Still, whether or not the officer could be stopped was another matter entirely. However, as the officer stood in front of the ruin, he stopped. He didn't go inside to take Little Flower. Gu Qingcheng looked towards the ruins and noticed a scary presence bleeding out from the rubble. A red light came bursting forth like water. Boom! The red light was like a volcano, and it laid waste to the ruins. Zero was holding Little Flower in the midst of the rubble. The red light was streaming from her back. The officer squinted his eyes as he looked at Zero. He suddenly dashed before her and unleashed a strike, targeting her head. But Zero merely stood where she was, with the red light shining on her back. It looked as if she might have been unable to move. The red light had almost reached her head, and still, she showed no reaction. Inside Mr. Tiger's training room, sword lights kept on flashing. Mr. Tiger was very depressed. His strength and speed should have been better than Han Sen's, but his sword could not even send a ripple through Han Sen's clothes. Reaching past Han Sen's sword was an impossibility, it seemed. You want to fight? Mr. Tiger looked annoyed and threw his sword on the ground. He thought he might have been going crazy. Han Sen placed his practice sword back on the shelf. After fighting with Mr. Tiger, he had learned some interesting things about the skills that the Kate had developed for combat. The combat skills of nobles like Mr. Tiger were not strong. Han Sen looked like a superstar master next to them. His only disadvantage was that his body was weaker, as things currently stood. It's almost time. I should get going. Han Sen packed up his stuff, ready to leave. Mr. Tiger jumped in front of Han Sen and said, I must say, brother, your sword skills are obscene, but I like them. Do you take students? I can be your student, so that you can teach me. Han Sen looked at Mr. Tiger in shock. The noble looked like a powerful and confident person, and Han Sen had never expected that he'd be so interested in Han Sen's combat sword skills. I'm not interested in being a teacher, but I sure like money. How much would you be willing to pay, if I were to teach you? Han Sen said. And it was true, he really did need money. If it's money that you need, then that is of no concern. Mr. Tiger was very happy. Chapter 1735 Xenogenic Breaking the Du Han Sen was on his way back to Chiao. Mr. Tiger offered to take him home, but Han Sen politely declined. Since Han Sen had nothing better to do, it was best that he exercised, anyway. When he went past an alley, Han Sen felt a searing burn develop on his back. It was like someone had thrown boiling water across him. Han Sen was shocked. He could endure the pain, but he could feel it growing and becoming hotter. A red light burst out of his back, and not even his clothes were able to dim the brightness. Han Sen could see there were quite a few people around, so he summoned his Geno armor to cover his body. The last thing he wanted was for people to see it. Unfortunately, the light was getting even brighter, and the Geno armor itself was starting to glow red. Han Sen looked around and quickly found a public bathroom he could dip into. After he rushed inside, his back released more and more red light. Eventually, his entire body was pulled back into the light. The red light was like fireworks, and then, there was nothing. The red light disappeared, taking Han Sen's body with it. Planet Roka, the officer, threw a punch at Zero's head, when all of a sudden, a hand came out of the red light behind her. It punched towards the officer's fist. Pang! Incredible power was unleashed in the collision of both forces. The officer's body was sent reeling back, out of the atmosphere and into space. He looked back at Zero's red light, and the fist that had emerged from it. A tall body came out, and when everyone saw who it was, they were so happy. They all exuberantly shouted, Han Sen. Han Sen had no clue what was going on, but he was able to guess, judging from what he had just done. What happened here? Han Sen looked at the xenogeneic beast in the sky. It wasn't from the sanctuary, he knew that much. It was too powerful for that. The officer used his powers to open the sanctuary gate. Stop him, or the creatures from the outside will enter. Stay up late, shouted. Dad! Little Flower jumped into Han Sen's chest from Zero. Han Sen saw everyone there was injured, and even Ji Yanran was holding Bauer, blood streaking the baby's face and mouth. They each looked wounded, and that made Han Sen a very angry man. Officer, I have no grudge with you, and yet you attack my family again. Do you think I'll let this slide again? Han Sen's power was frighteningly strong. The Geno armor's power exploded away from him. Inside the sanctuary, there was no other power to suppress him. The Geno armor's power was difficult to rightly fathom. Blame Han Jinji, the officer said, before teleporting in front of Han Sen and punching him. Han Sen felt a strength that was greater than a crystallizer's come into him. His foe had the presence of a xenogeneic from Kate Planet. Han Sen frowned. But Han Sen's fist did not stop. It hit the officer's fist again. He punched the officer and sent him back into space. Then, he followed up and chased after him. Impossible. How could you achieve such power? The sanctuary should be kicking you out for this. Why? The officer's mouth gaped in disbelief. He had spliced as many mutant genes as he could to earn that power, and he was going to leave soon. But Han Sen was more powerful than him, and above that, he could stay in the sanctuary. He had surpassed the system and was above the rules. Han Sen wasn't interested in talking with him, though, so he just threw another punch. The xenogeneic was entering the sanctuary, and Han Sen didn't think it was just a baron. If it entered fully, it could most certainly deal damage to the entire alliance. Dad! Hit him! Little Flower was clinging to Han Sen's neck, and he looked very angry. This was the first time Han Sen had seen Little Flower so angry, and it prompted him to increase the volume of power he was delivering. Pang! The officer's eyes watched Han Sen's fist come for him. He wanted to punch it back, but he couldn't. The fist landed on his jaw, and he was sent flying. Before he went too far, though, Han Sen appeared above him. His legs were like an axe, and heaven only knew how many of the officer's bones snapped under the impact. Swing. Fist. Punch. Uppercut. Kick. Knee. Elbow. Han Sen became a killing machine, with his repeated attacks on the officer. The officer could block a few punches at first, but more of his bones soon broke. And as they did, his defenses crumbled. He started to bleed, and his armor started to break. Han Sen. Quickly kill him or it will be too late. Stay up late shouted, as he looked up at the black vortex. Half of the xenogeneic beast was already in, and it looked ready to slip through the black hole any second now. Of course, Han Sen wanted to get rid of it. Unfortunately, although the officer's body was broken, he was not destroyed. He was still alive. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I have the xenogeneic power. You can't kill me. The officer took another punch, blood spraying from his body. He laughed, saying, when it arrives, you'll all be dead. Give me little flower, for only I will be able to save his life. No one can take my son away. Han Sen grunted. The shape of a half-transparent black dagger manifested in his hand. He thrust it into the villain, cutting open his flesh and armor. The dagger sliced open the officer's chest. It didn't kill him, though, and his body was able to recover easily. This is pointless. You can't kill me. Give me little flower and I will save him. The officer was angry, but he didn't care much for the wound. Han Sen looked at him coldly. And as he repeatedly stabbed the officer's body, he asked, why do you want him so much? Because he can be the real, Arg. Before the officer finished, he screamed. There it is. Han Sen looked murderous. He used the rhino horn dagger, shoving it into the officer's brain. Catcha! Something was broken by the dagger's attack, and the officer's face froze. Blood oozed from his head, rolling down to his lips. No way. I can't die, me, Arg. The officer's head cracked wide open. In between the brain juices, a black crystal had been smashed in two. Han Sen raised his head and his face changed. The officer died and the black hole shrank. But the xenogeneic had already come in, and that was terrifying. Chapter 1736 Super Spank. Everyone was in shock. The xenogeneic officer was incredibly hard to deal with already, but now they had a real monster from the outside to contend with. It wasn't a low-tier xenogeneic like the ones Han Sen had already dealt with before either. The sanctuary door led to the big silent system. It was where the high-level xenogeneics resided. There were high-tier xenogeneics there, very much like the Dukes. If they entered, there'd be a grand disaster, just like what had occurred to the crystallizers. Han Sen knew those creatures were somewhat restricted when they were in the sanctuary, and their strength would be limited by the parameters of the place. They'd end up like Old Cat and get flushed away. Old Cat was a 9-life cat, and it had authority in the sanctuary. There was no need for his power to be suppressed in the sanctuary, but the xenogeneics coming in would. But the problem was, a xenogeneic could probably get off a few attacks before it was kicked out of the sanctuary. If the xenogeneic was too strong, even those few attacks would be enough to level the entire alliance. The moment the xenogeneic came out, it opened its mouth in a roar. But no sound came out, instead, a scary power gathered in its mouth. It was ready to fire. A black light was getting stronger around the creature. The power created a vortex, generating storms in a multitude of systems. It's over. Han Sen's face changed. That xenogeneic was not a baron or viscount. It was probably a marquis, or even a duke. Regardless, Han Sen knew he could not fight an enemy such as that. Skills were useless in front of such raw power. That was something that could destroy anything without question. Stay Up Late's face looked glum. Everyone thought the monster was way too scary, too, and that it looked indestructible. F***ck. I have to try. Han Sen knew he could not fight it, but he couldn't just sit around and wait for a wretched end, either. He suddenly turned into a 3-meter-tall silver ape. The inscriptions across his Geno armor all shone. A sword of power entered his right hand. Han Sen used his strongest attack on the monster in the sky. He used his super spank power. Xia Qing King, Gu Qingcheng, and Stay Up Late all used their own strongest attacks, too. They all attacked it together. All those frightening powers smacked against the beast's mouth. Han Sen didn't expect that they would be able to kill it, but destroying the power inside the being's mouth might be able to deal some decent damage. And releasing that much power might trigger the sanctuary to force the creature out. This was the only way, and if they couldn't make it work, they were all dead. No one could take that power and survive. The overbearing sword lights and the high-tier holy lights and the shocking sword air all converged on the monster's mouth. They didn't do anything to the black light, though. It's over. Han Sen's heart trembled, and he broke into a cold sweat. The others felt hopeless, too. Just like the crystallizers, humanity was now facing an extinction event. The monster's mouth opened wider, and the black light whirled faster. The monster lowered its head, ready to spit it all out. Han Sen held on to Litflower, as his brain repeatedly thought, nothing can stop this. Suddenly, though, a hand emerged from the shrinking black hole behind the monster. The hand grabbed the xenogenic beast. The hand did not look big, but the scary-looking beast shuddered when the hand landed on it. And then, all its blood and flesh started to fly apart. It formed a blood river, as the beast blew into pieces under the grasp of that one small hand. Everyone was in shock, and extremely happy. They were delighted that the beast's attack had been thwarted. They were shocked, wondering who the hand might have belonged to. The fact that it had just broken the monster so simply was terrifying. If the hand's master was hostile to the sanctuary, they were afraid humans would be wiped out completely. But the sanctuary gate then shut, and the black hole was only small enough to show the hand. The body couldn't come in. Everyone looked at the hand, and then, a voice followed it out. I did not expect to find someone like this in the sanctuary. Not bad. Han Sen wondered what that might have meant. He saw the hand move, as an invisible power started to suck Little Flower in its direction. Little Flower. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't care about anything else at that moment, and with his ape body, he jumped at Little Flower. He wanted to stop Little Flower being pulled away by the hand. But the power was way too strong to deny. It pulled Han Sen into the hand, too. The hand did not look big, but when they landed on it, they felt as small as ants on the center of its palm. Before anyone did anything, the hand grabbed them both and pulled back through the black hole. The black hole disappeared then, too. Ji Yanran almost fainted. Luo Lan and Han Yufei were extremely worried, but there was nothing they could do. The sanctuary gate was shut, and they could not go out even if it hadn't closed. They couldn't hope to go up against a single finger of that hand. Han Sen and Little Flower won't be killed so simply. Xia Qing King looked at the sky. I never expected something so strong could be found here. I too need to get out. Everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Gu Qingcheng approached Zero, though, and said, Zero, how did you summon Han Sen here? Can you do it again? Zero shook her head. It activated itself, and I can't control it. I don't know how to do it again. Gu Qingcheng did not respond. She merely lifted her sword pure and slashed towards Zero's head. What are you doing? Everyone was shocked. 1737 Sky Palace Throne. Han Sen held Little Flower, and as he did, he felt the power extinguish. He fell to the ground and almost broke his bones. After getting his vision back, Han Sen saw a broken palace around him. It was made of jade and metal, and it looked as if he had ended up in heaven. It was all broken. And there was a fissure that was as wide as a valley across the palace. What had occurred there, Han Sen had no idea. Han Sen was standing on a gold plaque. There were strange symbols inscribed across it, ones he could not discern. Not far from Han Sen stood a man with green clothing. He was smiling at Little Flower, who was in Han Sen's arms. It was like the man was inspecting an ancient antique. Little Flower looked scared, though. Han Sen held his child tight, and he stood up off the floor. Han Sen said, "Thank you for killing the xenogenic beast. But why have you brought us here?" The man did not even look at Han Senator, he only looked at Little Flower. "I require one more student. This kid looks decent. Let me take him. If you want to accept my son as a student, at least tell me what you are and tell me where we are." Han Sen did not want Little Flower to have a master, but the man was obviously quite scary. So, he went along with it. If the man wanted to take Little Flower away by force, no matter what strength Han Sen could muster, it wouldn't be enough to stop him. As this occurred, the man's vision turned away from Little Flower. He now looked at Han Sr. "I am the king of Sky Palace. You have such an amazing kid. If he follows me, he can become so powerful. You cannot imagine it." Han Sen had never heard of Sky Palace before, but seeing the man, it must have been a very powerful faction. "I am glad that someone powerful like you wants to take my son as a student, but he is still young. And I hope you can approve of me coming with him," Han Sen said. The man shook his head. "You are too weak. You cannot go to Sky Palace. I don't expect myself to become a student. I can be a janitor or something," Han Sen said. "You are too weak to enter the palace, so stop talking." The man sounded annoyed, and he reached out to grab Little Flower. Han Sen felt an incredible strength come and try to snatch Little Flower, but he held on to his son and got pulled, too. The man looked as if he did not care about family one tiny bit. He grabbed Little Flower and tried to take him away from Han Sr. "Dad." Little Flower was in shock. He tried using his holy light, but it couldn't overcome the power. He was still being pulled away. Han Sen roared. He walked forward and tried to punch the man's hand. Boom! When Han Sen's fist hit the man's palm, he could not hurt the palm, and his arm snapped immediately. "You are his father, so I will forgive you for this disrespect. I'd turn you into dust, if you were anyone else." The man grunted and pulled Little Flower again. Han Sen's legs released a power. He took half a step back and got pulled away. Boom! The red light behind Han Sen was shining, turning into a red vortex. Before the man could grab Little Flower again, the vortex consumed Han Sen and the child. They just suddenly vanished. D***it. He is a descendant of the nine-life cat bloodline. The man's face changed, as he gritted his teeth. In the Alliance universe, Gu Qingcheng was swinging her weapon at Zero's head. As the blade touched her skin, everyone stared at her speechlessly. The red light behind Zero shone like a flower. And Gu Qingcheng's sword was brought to a halt. It only touched Zero's neck, and it didn't really cut it as the light gleamed from Zero's back. Two bodies fell out. It was Han Sen and Little Flower. Ji Yanran and Luo Lan were so happy, they cried. They raced over to them. The dangerous fight had passed. Everyone was injured, so they all went home to heal. Han Sen was worried that the Sky Palace guy might show up in the sanctuary again, but luckily, it didn't happen. It was quiet over the next few days. Now that Han Sen knew how the sanctuary operated, not even elites like that could destroy it in his absence. Han Sen was also quite glad he was back in the Alliance, but he was still worried. The nine-life cat tattoo was far too weird. Han Sen could travel between his tattoo and Zero's tattoo. That wasn't what he worried about the most, though. He was mostly worried that if Old Cat had that power, the cat could also summon Han Senator. It had happened to him once before, and he had no doubt it would happen again. So, Han Sen wanted to learn more about the nine-life cat tattoo. He and Zero were unable to control its power, but it was obvious that something triggered the activation of those tattoos. Its unpredictability annoyed Han. Senator Han Sen couldn't figure it out, though. Not long after, the Luo family contacted Luo Lan. Luo Haitang was hoping Luo Lan could bring Han Sen, Han Yen, and Little Flower to see him. Although Luo Haitang couldn't explain what it was all about, Luo Lan was able to guess why. They had a family meeting, and ultimately they decided to go and see the Luo family. Han Sen did not object. If Luo Haitang was telling the truth, he did not have much time left. The man had raised Han Sen's mother, and even if Luo Lan did not explicitly say she wanted to see him, it was clear that she did. Aside from the Han family, they also brought Bauer along. Is he really? Luo Lan couldn't help but ask Han Sen about Luo Haitang. Han Sen shook his head. That's what he told me. I don't know if it's true. Luo Lan's face looked sad. People like him. I don't think he'd lie about this. I hope he is okay. Han Sen sighed. When they reached the Luo family's planet, Luo Li welcomed them in. But even Luo Li looked terrible. Sister, you are back. He has waited for you for a long time, Luo Li said sadly. How is he? Luo Li asked, feeling ill. Follow me. He's waiting. Luo Li did not answer. She simply brought them to a garden. When Luo Lan saw Luo Haitang, she couldn't control a sudden urge to sob. Chapter 1738 Shura Qi. When Han Sen saw Luo Haitang, he was shocked. The Luo Haitang he saw now was completely different. The man was so slim that he was practically skin and bones. His eyes were sunk deep in their sockets, and his hair was white. He looked like a dying old man, and not the fabled godslayer Luo that Han Sen had known. It was hard to imagine Luo Haitang's body had become like this over the course of a few years. Don't cry for me. I just wanted to see your smile and anger. Luo Haitang touched Luo Lan's hair. I'm too stubborn. I'm sorry. Luo Lan refused to raise her head. She did not want him to see her cry. If you weren't stubborn, you wouldn't be my granddaughter. Luo Haitang looked so happy, brushing Luo Lan's hair. Luo Lan smiled and cried. She touched Han Yufei and Han Sen, and introduced Luo Haitang. It is nice to see you here. Luo Haitang accepted their bows and returned to smiling at Luo Lan. If you are willing to, you can stay with us. This is not the Luo family, but ours can be your home, Luo Lan said as she held Luo Haitang. Luo Haitang smiled. You guys can have dinner with me. It's been a while, and I asked people to make your favorite leaf with rice. Sure. Luo Lan wanted to cry, unable to believe he could remember small things like that. The meal was fairly normal, like an ordinary family dinner. There wasn't much talk, just average conversations like ordinary families have. At the end of the dinner, Luo Haitang asked Luo Li to take them to their rooms. Before they left, though, Luo Haitang said to Han Sen, there is no more of the Luo family. You can do whatever you wish with the falsified Sky Sutra. If you really want, you can give it to Jade Shura. Han Sen looked back at Luo Haitang in shock. The skinny face was wearing a smile, but it had turned red, and the eyes in it were bright. When Han Sen saw this, his heart felt bad. Luo Haitang's life force was so strong in that moment, and it was obvious he was going to die. He didn't think they'd ever meet again after that. Han Sen stopped and looked at Luo Haitang's life force. He didn't really care about matters concerning the Luo family, but Luo Lan and Luo Haitang had a connection. And Han Sen did not want to see his mother upset. Luo Haitang's body was messy. It was a human body, but he had Shura Qi. When a human practiced the powers of the Shura, it was something of a miracle for them to last this long. Luo Haitang wasn't like Zero. She had Shura blood and could use Shura change. Luo Haitang's body would be damaged if he used Shura change. It was something few could imagine. Han Sen knew that every time the man used it, the pain would be excruciating. Luo Lan told them to leave, but Han Sen turned back. He stood in front of Luo Haitang and placed his hand on the old man's chest. "What are you doing?" Luo Li was shocked. She started to run over to him, but Han Yufei stopped her. Han Yufei said coldly, "If Han Sen wanted to kill him, there'd be nothing you could do to stop him." Luo Li stopped struggling. It wasn't a nice thing to be told, but it was pretty much the truth. Without Godslayer Luo, the family was likely to fall, too. Luo Li knew Luo Haitang was dying. And at this point, Han Sen was much stronger than Luo Haitang had been in his prime. "It's fine." Luo Haitang nodded to Luo Li, and then said to Han Sen, "Little Han, you don't need to bother with this. I know what is happening." Han Sen didn't say anything, but he used his Dongxian aura to cover Luo Haitang. Then, he used Yin Yang Blast to punch it in. Luo Haitang's problem was the fact that his Shura Qi could not combine with his body. The longer he practiced, the stronger the Shura Qi became, and the more the old man was injured. This was more than bodily decay. His very life force was being injured. It was like he said, his body had been irreversibly damaged. Han Sen knew a few healing skills, but they weren't very strong. Even the Silver Fox could not hope to heal Luo Haitang now. Han Sen did not need to heal his body, though. Han Sen just had to get rid of the Shura Qi inside him. Without the Shura Qi around, he'd be easier to heal. And this wouldn't happen again. Luo Haitang had practiced Shura Qi for many years. It had combined with his flesh and integrated into every cell. It did not matter how strong you were, it would be difficult to remove Shura Qi without harming the body. But to Han Sen, this wasn't an impossible task. That was because his Dongxian aura could observe the sequential structure of Luo Haitang's body. He could break the chain of the Shura Qi. Han Sen just had to find the correct sequence chains and break them. Then, he could remove the Shura Qi without hurting Luo Haitang. But that also meant all those years of practice would be gone, and Luo Haitang would not be as strong as he once was. Han Sen put a small amount of the Dongxian power into Luo Haitang's body. Then he broke the Shura Qi, one by one. Every time he broke a Shura Qi, Luo Haitang felt better. Luo Lan and Luo Li were delighted. Han Sen could only break a little each time, otherwise he'd harm Luo Haitang's body. Because of this, progress was slow, and it took him a number of hours to reach the halfway point. Han Sen admired the fact that Luo Haitang had practiced the Shura Qi, though. He had obviously put in a lot of effort. It was shocking that he had managed to endure all that pain in its practice. Luo Lan and Han Yufei were waiting patiently, while Ji Yanran brought Bauer and Little Flower to rest. Bauer was not tired, though. She watched Han Sen with wide eyes. But Little Flower was young, and so Ji Yanran put him to bed. After Ji Yanran laid him down, she returned to watch Han Sen and Luo Haitang. While Little Flower was sleeping, he felt an itch on his face. It was so itchy, it made him sneeze. And when he did, he opened his eyes. There, he saw a red beast that looked like both a cat and a fox. It was smiling at him. Chapter 1739. Little Flower climbed up and looked at the beast at the end of his bed. He was curious. The beast stood up and walked around him, observing, all the while smiling. The beast was Old Cat. When the sanctuary gate was open, he had managed to sneak back in. Everyone was focusing on the xenogenic monster and officer. No one had seen the cat sneak inside. "You are Little Flower." Old Cat walked around some more before sitting down in front of Little Flower. He looked at the child and smiled. Little Flower nodded, and with curiosity, he asked, "Are you a cat?" Old Cat had a cold sweat, his mouth twitched, but he still said, "Little Flower, would you like to play a game?" "No." Little Flower shook his head. "Why not? It'll be fun." Old Cat looked depressed. "Mom told me not to bully animals." Little Flower spoke with seriousness. Old Cat almost choked. He rolled his eyes and pulled out an item before him. He said, "Little Flower, if you win this game, I will give this to you." Little Flower looked at it carefully. It was a beautiful gemstone like a fist. A lovely-looking smoke or mist enshrouded it. Seeing Little Flower show no interest, Old Cat said, "How about this, then? If you simply play with me, I'll give this to you." But Little Flower shook his head. "Mom said I shouldn't accept gifts from strangers." Old Cat wanted to grind his teeth, but he quickly scrambled to say, "Then we should play the game. If you win, it's yours." Little Flower looked at the gemstone, and then looked at Old Cat. He blinked and said, "If I win, can I not have the gemstone? Can I have a doll instead?" "What doll?" Old Cat did not know what Little Flower was talking about. Little Flower looked at Old Cat and asked, "Aren't you an owl doll?" "You are the doll. You're all dolls." Old Cat was angered by the question, and he resisted the urge to punch Little Flower. He forced himself to present a smile and said, "Okay, but only if you win." "Great. Let's play the game, then." Little Flower clapped. Old Cat, hearing that Little Flower finally wanted to play, sighed. He touched his body and pulled out a box. "Are you a Doraemon?" Little Flower asked Old Cat, his eyes wide. Old Cat ignored the question and simply opened the box. There was a book inside it. Old Cat brought the book out and flipped it open to the first page. There was a picture on it, of a human body in a strange position. There were a lot of green and red dots. It was a complicated image. "Little Flower, here is the game. You have to copy my posture. If you can, you win." Old Cat squinted and smiled. "Okay." Little Flower nodded. "Watch carefully, then," Old Cat said, then assumed a strange position, in accordance to the book. The animation inside the book looked weird, and the fact that it was being done by a cat made it even stranger. Little Flower looked at Old Cat and imitated him. For Little Flower, it wasn't difficult, as he had a very bendy body. "Try and breathe like me," Old Cat said. He kept the position, but started breathing with a strange rhythm. Little Flower followed, and it was no big deal. Old Cat looked quite happy, so he flipped to the second page and said, "You did that? Wow! Let's try the next." Old Cat followed the instructions in the book, and animated himself in the positions demonstrated. Little Flower thought it was funny, but he followed and found it to be fun, putting himself in various positions. Old Cat started to feel happy, but as more and more animations were done, he eventually became shocked. He was frozen with the surprise. Little Flower was able to follow perfectly, all with the greatest of ease. No way. Is he super lucky, or can he really just learn all of this? Old Cat felt so shaky, he had trouble flipping the pages of the book with his claws. As he did more animations, Little Flower followed suit without flaw. The movements and rhythms were precise, and he had no trouble doing as instructed. Old Cat was happy, but he also had a thought. If Little Flower learns everything, I'm going to lose. Old Cat didn't actually plan on losing, though. He wanted Little Flower to try out a few animations so he could see if the child was talented, that's all. But it was no longer about a test of talent. As Old Cat flipped through the book, he knew that Little Flower was going to become something amazing in time. There were only 3 pages left, and nothing had challenged Little Flower yet. It didn't seem as if it was difficult at all for the child to learn the positions. Oh no! It is no wonder the monster in Sky Palace wants him. This is very weird. Old Cat clenched his jaws and finished off the final 3 animations. Little Flower had trouble doing them, but only a small amount. He was still able to complete them. Cat doll, you lose. Little Flower looked right at Old Cat. He wasn't stupid, and he knew Old Cat had been following the book, and now there were no fresh pages left to do. Old Cat was a little mad, but shock was the reigning emotion. Little Flower did not know what the book was about, but Old Cat did. It demonstrated breathing techniques, and very few people could actually copy its teachings. There is one more animation. If you can do this, then I lose. Old Cat laughed. After Old Cat spoke, he assumed a position. It was not from the book, but it didn't look difficult and Little Flower thought he would perform it with ease. But when Old Cat assumed the posture, he spat out some air that became a purple swordlight in front of him. If you can learn that, then and only then will I admit defeat. I won't be just your doll. I'd accept you as my grandpa. Old Cat was very cocky about this. Although Little Flower knew the movements thus far, they were all things he could copy. Learning something like what Old Cat had just done could take years. You couldn't just generate a sword on a whim. But the next second, Old Cat was shocked. Little Flower opened his mouth, and a sword light appeared in front of him. Chapter 1740 The Gourd Matures. Han Sen spent a whole day breaking the Shura Qi in Luo Haitang. He might have saved Luo Haitang's life, but the power of Godslayer Luo was dead. Luo Haitang responded well, though. He could not make use of the falsified Sky Sutra without the power of Shura change, so he gave it to Han Sen and bid that he do whatever he wished with it. Although Han Sen did not really care about the falsified Sky Sutra, it was a trouble for Han Yen. So, he planned to visit the Shura and sort it out. Plus, Han Sen still wished to figure out the relationship between the Shura and Azura. He stayed with the Luo family for a few days, but before he returned, Bauer said she wanted to return to the sanctuary. Han Sen asked her why, and she said that it was because the gourd had matured and she now wished to see it. Han Sen did not know if he could go back, though. He tried stepping into a teleporter, and it worked. They arrived in a spirit hall in the fourth god's sanctuary, but it was still random and he did not know where he had ended up. When he walked out of the teleporter, 2 angry monsters approached. Han Sen merely waved his hand, making them fly away and get pinned against nearby walls. The inhabitants of the entire shelter were shaken after seeing that, and they did not dare attack. Han Sen grabbed a hold of a creature that spoke the human language, and after finding out where he was, he and Bauer made off in the direction that would take them to the underworld. Han Sen didn't kill the creatures there, though. It would be pointless for him to do so, and it would be best if he saved them for others. Bauer told him the gourd had matured. He didn't know how she knew, but he was confident that she was correct. There was no reason to doubt, and Han Sen himself wanted to see what was inside the gourd. Han Sen kept flying in the direction of the underworld, worried that the Dark Spirit Elder might have already done something to the gourd. Han Sen spread his own life force around, so others would know he had come and creatures and spirits wouldn't bother him. They traveled to the underworld. He went straight to Mask Shelter to see Ling Mayer, but she was no longer there. The snake wasn't there either. He asked the creatures where they were, and he was told that they had gone to Dark Spirit Shelter. Han Sen traveled to Dark Spirit Shelter with no difficulty or doubt. Dark Spirit Elder looked rather bored in the vine garden. The gourd there was shining like some glowing orb, with enough luminosity to light the entire shelter. It was like a glowing fountain of life. The creatures of the underworld were growing quickly, and many genoplants mutated in the warmth of its glow. Dark Spirit received the most benefits, and this was a good thing. Dark Spirit definitely had a bright future, but Dark Spirit Elder could not pick the gourd or block the life force. A few days later, news had spread. Many elites came, and they were elders, too. Dark Spirit Elder did not wish to share the treasure he had held onto for years, and while there were so many enemies, he could not pick the gourd and move it. It was likely Dark Spirit could end up destroyed. After that, Dark Spirit Elder established a few rules. He allowed others to come into the shelter and try to grab the fruit. If they could remove it from the vine, then it was theirs to keep. If they failed, they'd have to leave and never bother them again. All the other elders had the same problem as Dark Spirit Elder. None were able to pick it up. Dark Spirit Elder was happy that it was over, but Beast Elder and Feather Elder were hoping to claim the shelter itself. Beast, Feather, are you this shameless? We made a deal. Since you were unable to claim it, you should have left. Now you wish to conquer my shelter. Care you nothing for the 100-tribe contract. Dark Spirit tried to contain his anger. Feather Elder smiled and said, we will uphold the contract. We don't want to take the shelter from you, we just want to share it. If you don't want to live with us, then you can always move. Obscene, said Ling Mayer, who was near the elder. Feather looked cold. He fired an arrow towards Ling Mayer, coldly saying, I was talking to your elder. You do not have a rank worthy of speaking with me. Dark Spirit Elder was shocked by the sudden transgression. He smacked the arrow away and protected Ling Mayer, angrily shouting, Feather. Do not do that. So? Let me make this clear today. Dark Spirit folks, get lost. Otherwise, ready yourself to become fertilizer for the treasure. Beast Elder didn't even try to feign politeness. He stared at the Dark Spirit members with an evil look, as if he was hungry and wanted to eat them. Dark Spirit was very angry, but seeing the elder class enemies, they did not dare say anything back. All they could do was stare with moody faces. Dark Spirit Elder looked glum. He had to give up the shelter he had lived in for so long, and the treasure with it. It was something very few could ever accept. But if he didn't leave, the whole of the Dark Spirit tribe would be destroyed. Dark Spirit Elder gritted his teeth, looked at Ling Mayer and the grandkids, and said, let's leave. Elder, all the Dark Spirits looked shocked. Don't say a word. Let's leave. Dark Spirit Elder was gritting his teeth so hard that he thought they were going to crack. If he was alone, he'd have fought. But he had to leave to secure the safety of his people. That's right. It's nice to see you so understanding. Feather Elder mocked them. Dark Spirit Elder ignored their mocking, though, and called for the evacuation. Before he left, he took one last look at the gourd on the vine, and he felt terrible. He couldn't find a word to describe what he was feeling. The Dark Spirit submitted to the humiliation and left. Not even Dark Spirit Elder knew what they could do. Ever since the 100-tribe war, they hadn't had to leave the underworld. And there were so many people, they did not know where they could go. As they walked away, something suddenly came toward them with speed. The life force felt very scary, and even Dark Spirit Elder was frightened by its approach. 1741 Mutant Treasure, $. Ling Mayer was delighted to see Han Senator. She already knew Han Sen was his true identity, but that mattered little at this point. Mayer, Elder, why are you here? Han Sen asked in confusion. Dark Spirit Elder heard Ling Mayer and remembered Han Senator with a strange expression. He said, it is hard to tell. Ling Mayer explained with anger, and when Han Sen heard what had happened, he turned to the elder. He told him, Elder and Mayer, you should head on over to Mask Shelter first. When I get rid of them, you'll easily be able to go back and reclaim Dark Spirit Shelter. We can go and deal with the bad guys alongside you. Ling Mayer waved her fist. It's fine. You guys should go on ahead to Mask Shelter and wait, Han Sen said. He couldn't really take the gourd if Ling Mayer was there. After convincing them to leave, he brought Bauer to Dark Spirit Shelter with them. It was good news, learning the gourd was still there. Elder, can we believe that man? One of the dark spirits asked Dark Spirit Elder. He is unpredictable. Whatever the case may be, meeting him is not something you can sit back and ignore, Dark Spirit Elder said with seriousness as he looked at them. But he abided by Han Sen's request, and he commanded his people to seek refuge in mask shelter. He himself, however, went on to Dark Spirit shelter alone. Han Sen was thinking about how he might get the gourd. He did not want to hurt Ling Meier through its theft, so this event had saved him some trouble. Regardless, the elite elders occupying the shelter were practically nothing to Han Sen now. Bauer was looking at the shelter with much excitement. A huge life force was radiating from it, making the underworld creatures stronger. Han Sen could not see the gourd, but he knew this was not something common in the fourth god's sanctuary. The elders and others were all staring at the gourd. While they might have taken the shelter, they still couldn't take the gourd. The gourd was like a golden crystal, only a little bit bigger than a man's hand. But it was an incredibly sturdy thing. Not even an elder-class elite could damage its vines. Feather, you know a lot. Do you know what this is? Beast Elder asked Feather Elder. Feather Elder said, I don't know, but it is definitely not something from the fourth god's sanctuary, it must have come from someplace high above. Dark Spirit had this thing for years. Now it is ours, but we cannot take it. I don't feel safe. Is there really no way to bring it down? Beast Elder said. As they discussed the matter, someone else suddenly appeared. The man was wearing armor, so you could not see his face. There was a little girl perched upon his shoulder, and they stood in front of the gourd, looking at it. The elders were so angry over the intrusion, they were ready to quickly destroy the pair. But before they moved, coins fell down from the sky like rainfall. All the creatures around were hit by at least one of them, especially Beast and Feather. They were unable to dodge the coins, which planted themselves firmly upon the elders' heads. Boom! All at the same time, the creatures fell to the ground. Even the elders did. They were all lying on the floor, unable to get up, no matter how much they tried. Han Sen didn't spare time looking at them, however. He remained occupied with gazing upon the gourd. Dark Spirit Elder was in shock as he watched them from a distance. He knew Han Sen was strong, but he could never have guessed he was that strong. Beast Elder and Feather Elder were mighty foes. Out of all the other elders there were none stronger than those two. But Han Sen did not even have to look or move to suppress them all. It was an incredible display. Are you Mr. Dollar? Beast Elder shouted, with actual fear. We didn't know you were here. Please forgive us. The other elders heard him, and reacted the same. From now on, you cannot enter the underworld. If you do, your tribes will be destroyed. Han Sen spoke to them, but did not even spare them a glance. Beast Elder suddenly felt the pressure vanish. And then, he and the rest all got up. They made a promise to never come back, ever again. Taking their men with them, they all left. For humans, creatures were a resource that could not respawn. So, Han Sen didn't want to kill them for no reason. He thought it was best to allow other people to do it and earn something. When everyone was gone, Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to enshroud the entire shelter. Then, he let go of Bauer, who was wriggling with the desire to run to the gourd. Bauer was exuberantly happy, and she leaped for the vine. She hugged the golden gourd. When Bauer touched the gourd, it fell from its place and landed on her chest. This item really is related to Bauer. Han Sen was in shock. He heard Ling Meier and the elders saying they could not remove the gourd, no matter what they tried. Now, Bauer had brought it down with just a touch. It definitely had a connection to her. It cannot be Bauer's sibling, surely. It'd be crazy to have a second Bauer running around, Han Sen thought to himself, while staring at the gourd. Suddenly, the golden gourd Bauer was hugging began to shine. It did so with the luminosity of a firework. Mist came out of it, like the cascade of a fountain. The life force that appeared was like a dragon, descending out from the fog. Music could also be heard. Han Sen looked at the gourd with shock. The power from the gourd was something that really impressed him. Amidst all these strange scenes, however, something began to rise. When Han Sen looked, he became even more shocked. A drop of blood emerged from the gourd. It looked like a tear. It looked like it had been forged from a golden crystal, and there was a weird light inside it. When the gold blood rose, the strange scenes began to fade. The gourd in Baoer's hand became pale. It became little more than dust. Then, the wind scattered it all away. The golden blood was like life. It landed on Baoer's forehead and sank down into her. It left a gold dot in the middle of her forehead. 1742 Evolving again, Baoer's small body was in the air. The gold dot on her forehead began to spread, dyeing the entirety of her little body gold. She looked like a small sun. The golden light had so much energy, Han Sen bathed in its glow. He felt as if he was back inside his mother, swimming in the life force. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he cast the Blood Pulse Sutra, absorbing as much of Baoer's life force as he could. The Blood Pulse Sutra required more energy than any of Han Sen's other skills. It was different from the Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes. It was not destructive, but it had the strongest life force. The Blood Pulse Sutra was pushed to the max amidst this energy. His blood started to boil, as if his life was suddenly ignited. His blood became a fire, rushing through the construct of his body. Han Sen was very happy. With the help of that life force, his Blood Pulse Sutra was going to break through. His blood, bones, and cells were refined by this fire blood. A red substance was released. This red substance covered Han Sen's entire body, and it kept twisting and turning, until it formed into a red battle armor. Han Sen had already generated his spell Geno Armor, so he knew to run his Blood Pulse Sutra and help generate the armor. Han Sen's success in generating the red Geno Armor made him feel as if he had a layer of bones. It was a part of his body, like the spell Geno Armor, and he could control it. Han Sen was getting used to the new armor, but it suddenly changed again from armor mode. A second evolution. Han Sen was so happy, so he kept on running his Blood Pulse Sutra while he waited for the change. Now Han Sen could see what Geno armament he would receive as a noble. The Geno armor melted into Han Sen, becoming his blood. Just as Han Sen thought it would become a Geno weapon, it went inside him. Xenogenic. Han Sen's face changed. Things seemed to be turning out a way he had not expected. There were two directions that things could go in a person's second evolution. One was to generate a Geno weapon, and the other was for him to end up mutating and becoming a Xenogenic himself. Han Sen was currently undergoing his second evolution. That was his situation right now. The Geno armor was combining with his body to prompt a mutation. Han Sen did not want to be a Xenogenic, as it couldn't be reversed. It was comparable to the human body, which could not become younger. So, he had no choice but to watch it happen. Am I going to become one of those monsters? Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine. Han Sen had seen two Xenogenics before. They weren't just creatures, they were killing machines. Han Sen did not know if they were all like that, but whatever the case might have been, he didn't want to end up like one. The red liquid from the Geno armor blended into Han Sen, going into his blood vessels and becoming one with his blood. Han Sen's blood began to boil, and inside the red liquid, it exploded. Han Sen's blood was detonating inside the vessels, causing him severe pain. It was like he was becoming powder. Blood was everywhere, and so Han Sen felt the pain everywhere, too. The mutation was more painful than getting kicked in the balls or delivering a baby. Han Sen couldn't help but scream. The vessels had endured too many changes, and it made the smaller vessels twist and writhe like snakes. Han Sen's blood vessels were sticking out, like snakes curled around his bones. His body was red, making him look like a muscle monster. The blood mutation continued, and his other body parts were soon affected. Although they didn't change as dramatically as his blood, his fitness was given a jump. Han Sen was glad he was still awake right now, though, and he didn't feel an urge to kill. He hadn't lost control of who he was, but being awake meant the pain was more excruciating. Perhaps it was the mutation. But Han Sen's 9-life cat tattoo suddenly lit up, emitting a red light. As the mutation went on, the red on the tattoo went into the blood, combining with the mutation. Han Sen did not know if that was good or bad, but his blood's mutation was now crazier and more painful than ever. Roar! Han Sen opened his mouth and screamed, then fainted with the pain. But after passing out, the pain roused him to wakefulness again. Then the sheer pain knocked him out and woke him again in a cycle. Han Sen felt as if his brain and bones were exploding, but his body wasn't actually being destroyed. Han Sen, despite having a strong will and wanting to live, wished his body would just blow up and be done with it. God knew how long it took for the pain to finally subside. He was like mud, lying on the floor now. He felt numb and powerless. Han Sen did not know when the pain left him. But after a while, his will rejoined his body and formed a reaction. Han Sen could only barely see Bauer in front of him, looking very worried. She stroked his cheek and hair, telling him something. "Dad! Dad!" Han Sen tried to open his eyes to stay awake. He heard a voice, which was very familiar. It was Bauer. Bauer, Han Sen wanted to speak, but his throat hurt, as if he had swallowed a grinder. He sounded rougher than an 80-year-old smoker. As time passed, Han Sen's body recovered. He eventually regained some proper wakefulness. His body was covered with countless lesions, as if someone had cut him 1,000 times. But it was strange. He wasn't bleeding. There was not a drop of blood, and when you looked into the exposed wounds, you could see fat like jade. Han Sen looked inside his body and was shocked. Chapter 1743 Mutant Blood. Han Sen observed his blood and vessels. He wasn't even sure if it could still be called blood, though, because the red liquid had become crystal like a ruby. His heart and vessels had stopped working. They didn't want to stop, but they too had become like rubies. They wouldn't animate. If Han Sen had an electrocardiogram, the inside of his body would look like a ruby spiderweb. It was as pretty as it was creepy. Although his heart, vessels, and blood had stopped moving, the lack of motion didn't seem to be causing Han Sen pain. He actually felt as if his body was improving. His blood was healing fast, and his wounds were visibly fading. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. Han Sen didn't feel any pain now, and in fact, he felt very energized. He felt as if he could annihilate an entire galaxy with a single punch. Did I become a xenogeniac? Han Sen clenched his fist. The energy coursing through him felt good, but he didn't fancy the prospect of killing anyone. Han Sen felt a strange power fill him up. He wanted to spend some time examining the feeling, but Bauer jumped up to him and disrupted his concentration. Han Sen held her. She didn't seem to have changed much. Aside from the gold dot on her forehead, there was nothing about her that was visibly different. Han Sen felt a difference in her weight, though. "Bauer, are you fatter?" She felt heavier. Bauer had been with him for a long time, so Han Sen could immediately tell that there was a difference in her body weight. Han Sen put her down and noticed she had grown taller by about 2 centimeters. It wasn't much, but she was taller. "Are you finally growing up?" Han Sen was delighted. Although Bauer was already a powerful companion, it was still good for her to develop. Han Sen would be happy with the prospect of her growing up. "I can grow." Bauer looked at her body and seemed confused. She didn't seem to understand. Han Sen looked at the vines, next. He noticed that the underworld's holy vine was dead, with no more energy. And the gourd was gone, too. But that aside, the underworld itself hadn't changed. Han Sen picked up Bauer and turned to leave. He also told Dark Spirit Elder he could go back and return to his rightful shelter. I'm sorry, but I broke the holy vine. Take these as compensation for the damage. Han Sen offered a few life geno essences to Dark Spirit Elder. The elder didn't accept them, though. He smiled. It's best that it is gone. After this, I now understand that the item was deadly. If it was still there, I wouldn't dare allow Dark Spirit to remain beside it. Han Sen knew the man was speaking the truth. As long as that treasure remained there, Dark Spirit's shelter would never have been safe. And Han Sen couldn't always be there to protect them. Without the gourd and holy vine, this was the best resolution. Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance from Dark Spirit's shelter. He went home to check on his body. He wanted to know what benefits solid blood might have. Before Han Sen could closely examine his blood, though, he noticed that the 9-life cat tattoo had vanished. Was the 9-life cat absorbed by my blood? Han Sen checked his own blood, and couldn't help but be impressed by its beauty. Han Sen tried running Blood Pulse Sutra, and when he did, his solid blood began to melt. It moved like a living creature as it started to float around Han Sen's body. Han Sen was getting stronger and stronger, and the crystallized blood melted more and more quickly. Han Sen felt safer, knowing his blood was not doing any damage to his body. Then Han Sen turned his attention to investigating a weird power that was rising around him. It didn't quite seem to belong to him, but the more his blood cycled, the closer he felt to this strange power. The power, whatever it was, seemed both far away from him and right beside him at the same time. Han Sen could only feel it when he ran the Blood Pulse Sutra to activate his new blood. When Han Sen's blood became liquid, it was almost like a new sense was waking up. He could feel the power if he wanted to, he didn't know what it was. He didn't want to take any unnecessary risks playing around with it until he learned more. Han Sen was still with the Luo family, so he planned on visiting the Shura. And so, he left. His mom decided to stay with Luo Haitang for a while. Ji Yanran and Han Yen stayed, too. And so did Little Flower. Han Sen wanted to give him a hug before he left, so he went out into the garden. Before he reached his son, though, his face changed. He teleported toward Little Flower. Little Flower was sitting on a swing, and a red beast crouched on his shoulder. It looked like a fox, but it wasn't a fox. It looked like a cat, but it wasn't a cat. It was Old Cat of the 9-life cat. Old Cat, what are you doing here? Han Sen looked at him darkly. Old Cat had come to see Little Flower, and that did not make him feel good. Old Cat smiled. Do not worry, friend. We are good friends, and I won't hurt you. I just want to borrow your son for a few years, and then return him once he has grown up. Han Sen did not say a word, and he just ran towards them. Before he arrived, there was a red flash. They both disappeared. It looked as if they had been consumed. Old Cat, you shoal. I won't let you go. Han Sen was so angry, but they were both already gone. Ji Yanran almost passed out. Han Sen held her and said, don't worry, if he really wanted to harm Little Flower, he wouldn't have waited until now. He didn't take him away secretly, and he wanted to let us know he wouldn't harm him. Will Little Flower be okay? Ji Yanran's eyes looked wet. She was worried because she was a mother. Yeah. Don't worry. I will find Little Flower. Han Sen continued, shouting angrily, Old Cat, you shoal. I won't let you go. When Han Sen said that he would find them, he was not joking. And that was because he had found a way to leave the sanctuary. Chapter 1744 Power to travel freely. When Old Cat vanished into the red light, Han Sen felt a surge of familiar power. It was the same as the power that rose when he used the new abilities of his blood. Now Han Sen knew that the strange power he had detected was the path to leave the sanctuary. Han Sen did not know if it was because he practiced Blood Pulse Sutra or if it was because he had absorbed the 9-life cat tattoo, but it now looked as if he could leave the sanctuary. Han Sen did not have time to deal with the Shura right now. They weren't a problem for the time being, and with Little Angel, Golden Growler, Gu Qingcheng, and Xie Qing King, they could handle the Shura while he was gone. Han Sen was worried about Little Flower. He didn't think Old Cat would kill him, but he didn't know anything for certain. He didn't feel safe, knowing he couldn't keep an eye on the boy. Han Sen packed and said goodbye to Ji Yanran. He found a safe place where he could try to use the strange power to follow Old Cat. After he ran the Blood Pulse Sutra, his blood started to melt. He could feel the power whirl in the air. He didn't want to take any risks, so Han Sen waited for all of his blood to melt before doing anything. Before he moved, though, a power landed on him. Han Sen felt as if he was inside a teleporter. Things in his vision swiftly changed, but the scene that appeared before him was familiar. It was a bathroom he had ducked into just before Zero pulled him back to the Alliance. The toilet was the same, but he could see one more thing that was different. There was a person standing before him. It was a Kate woman. Her pants were around her ankles, and her snow-white butt and cat tail were showing. The woman pulled her pants up and looked in the mirror. She froze when she saw another person there, and then she took a breath to scream. Han Sen jumped over and covered her mouth, saying, "Don't scream. It's me, Han Sr." The woman wasn't some random person, it was the police officer Lan Se. Xiao had a mess on her hands after Han Sen left. Wizard depended entirely on Han Sen now, so it drove her nuts to learn that he had disappeared. She would have thought Han Sen was some trick or ploy of Black Gold Group, but the fact that he hadn't yet shown up at Black Gold Group was the only thing that stopped her and Lan Se from believing that they had been looking for Han Sen for a while, and Lan Se had yet to give up. She had found out someone similar to Han Sen had gone into this bathroom and disappeared. That was why Lan Se was here, hoping to follow up a lead. When she wasn't able to find anything at first, she decided to have a wee. Before she could pull up her pants, though, a man appeared right behind her. She saw that it was Han Sen, but she still couldn't help but scream. Now that Han Sen was holding her mouth, she couldn't speak. But after a bit, she calmed down and gently pulled his hand away. "If I let you go, will you stop screaming? I didn't mean to appear here. I didn't think it was occupied, so," Han Sen said, letting his hands go. Lan Se looked at Han Sen and then kneed him in the balls. Han Sen would have been able to evade the strike, but if he did, Lan Se wouldn't have had a way to release her anger. So, he decided not to dodge and just let himself get hit. But after Han Sen evolved, his body had become stronger. The hit didn't affect him, so he pretended to fall into pain by spinning away. Lan Sen buttoned her pants, rolled her eyes, and said, "Stop pretending. Where were you?" You know, Qiao was worried, thinking something might have happened to you. "Something did happen, and I had to go and sort it out. I am sorry. I will head back now." Han Sen walked outside. Lan Se grabbed his arm and rolled her eyes again. "I will take you with me. In case you disappear again." Han Sen did not resist. He sat inside Lan Se_'s car and went home with her. "That power took me out of the sanctuary, but why here? Where did Old Cat go with Little Flower?" Han Sen thought worriedly. Han Sen did not know where Old Cat had gone to, and he couldn't think of any reason that the cat would come here. Lan Se brought Han Sen back to Qiao. He couldn't explain where he had gone to, so he had to make up some nonsense for a cover story. There was nothing they could do about Han Sen's lie, though. But at least he was back now, and that brought them some relief. It was already nighttime, so Qiao let Han Sen rest. She had learned something regarding a xenogeniac, and she planned on hunting it down tomorrow with Han Sen now back with them. Han Sen went back to his room and used the Blood Pulse Sutra. He thought he could feel the power, and he wanted to see if he could return to the sanctuary on a whim. He remembered Old Cat had been unable to, otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped there. He was still teleported away, though. As Han Sen's blood melted, the power in the air became stronger. It was just how things were in the sanctuary. Han Sen summoned the power in the air, and before long, he found himself back in the sanctuary, where he had been. It works. That means I can travel between the outside and the sanctuary whenever. Han Sen was glad about this. But it wouldn't help Han Sen find Little Flower. He didn't know where his son was. Han Sen couldn't find Little Flower in the sanctuaries, so he used his powers to teleport back to the outside. As the red light surrounded him, though, Bauer appeared out of nowhere and jumped towards Han. Senator Han Sen couldn't stop the teleportation process, and the power pulled him back out of the alliance. Han Sen appeared in Qiao's room with a baby in his arms. He checked Bauer out, and she wasn't injured or anything. This power can bring others, too. That's very good, Han Sen thought, considering how he might use the powers in the future. Humans wanted to leave the big silence system, but they had found it impossible. With Han Sen's new ability, the risk no longer existed. Chapter 1745 Holy Place. A copper furnace that was 100 meters tall connected to the palace in the clouds. It was obvious that the enormous place used to be quite glorious. But that place was now in ruin. It was empty and quiet, even the sky had abandoned it, leaving the palace dark and forlorn. The darkness veiled that once wonderful place, giving it no tomorrow. Around that broken palace, 4 candles were burning. They gave off a little bit of light, but only in that one small place. In the darkness, an old red cat was using his teeth to carry a lamp that flickered crudely. They were walking through the darkness, towards the light. A little boy was lying on top of the creature, fast asleep. He was drooling. When the old cat reached the palace, a demon-looking beast descended from the sky and landed heavily. Its eyes were like black holes as it spoke angrily to Old Cat. "Nine life, you dare return. It looks like you know you will have to pay with your life. I will kill you now, then." After that, the beast opened its mouth. It looked like the entire world was going to be swallowed up. "His life doesn't belong to you, though. You can't erase his sins by killing him. I will put him into a loop, so that he will hurt forever. That will erase his sins." A red beast spoke, stepping out from the darkness. "You are wrong. His life doesn't belong to anyone. I will split him into 1,000 smaller lives, and then kill one each day. Killing him a different way, each and every day, will surely make him suffer." A demonic voice boomed from the top of the palace. There was a strange bird with cruel eyes atop it. "Where's the fun in that? If this was me, I'd kill him slowly. I would torture him every day, but not grant him the release of death. That is how I can erase my hatred." A seductive-looking woman walked out of the palace. She looked at Old Cat with hatred. She looked so cold. "Why are you guys planning on killing me? We are best friends." Old Cat looked as if he had been wronged. Roar! The 4 beasts roared in unison. It was as if they were going to tear the very darkness. "How dare you say we are your friends? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have suffered so much pain. The holy place would not be in such a state. I would like to kill you and drink your blood." The 4 beasts surrounded Old Cat, cursing him bitterly. "Friends! Don't be like this. I have actually come here to save you. Old Cat faced the scary creatures while he spoke, a smile still on his lips. Save us how? The woman looked at him with disdain. Him. Old Cat would not let the others speak, and immediately, he put Little Flower down. The four monsters looked at the sleeping Little Flower. What is this? Some food you want to share? It doesn't even look filling, and you expect that it'd make us want to forgive you, a giant beast coldly said. If you eat him, the holy place will never again have daylight. Old Cat stopped smiling, and with a serious look, went on to say, he will become a holy child. He will make the holy place have daylight once again. He will make the world feel true fear. Him. Are you joking? You were in the sanctuary for many years. Did being there break your brain? The woman spoke to him with a look of disdain. Nine Life, do you think you can fool us with your fancy words? The mean-looking bird said, its voice hard. The other two beasts roared, filled with the desire to eat Old Cat. Are you guys stupid? Look closely and see the difference. Old Cat was not afraid, and he pointed to Little Flower. The four of them looked at Little Flower again. The bird opened its wings and flew right before the boy. Its mean-looking eyes looked ready to jump out and touch Little Flower. They were shining with light. How? Impossible. How? The weird bird could not spit out a complete sentence. The seductive woman saw something, as well. Her eyes looked to be full of shock, and she said, what did you do to him? How can he possess the holy god's power? Idiot! Old Cat shot back. As if this was my doing. He learned it. This is impossible. Someone has been able to learn the holy god's skills. The red beast stared at the sleeping Little Flower, looking surprised. Now that you guys see it, you can see that it is not impossible. This cannot be a trick. If you guys can raise him, it shouldn't be hard to recover this place, right? Old Cat said. The four demon-looking creatures then forgot about what they had said earlier. No longer did they want to kill Old Cat. The four of them came to surround Little Flower and guard him closely. They looked over Little Flower like he was a sacred treasure. Horny woman, try him. Make sure this isn't another trick of the Nine Life, the strange bird said to the woman. Yeah, we have to be sure, the other two beasts agreed. The woman nodded and lifted her finger. She walked towards Little Flower, emitting a pink light. Pang! Before her finger touched Little Flower, a sword light came out from the boy and extinguished the pink light. It's real. Before the woman could even say it, the other three beasts were incredibly excited. The woman moved her hand, and then, the little boy's body floated over to her. The woman held Little Flower like it was the most precious thing in the world. Her hands were trembling. The Holy Child is back. We have hope once more. The roars echoed ceaselessly through the night. It was hard to tell if it was excitement or sadness. Chapter 1746 Holy Heaven, is that your daughter? In Qiao's house, Qiao and Lan Se looked at Han Sen and Bauer, who was sitting on the sofa, in shock. Yeah, I went out to bring her here, Han Sen said. No way. You don't look similar at all. Lan Se shook her head. Why don't we look similar? See? We look like father and daughter. Han Sen shoved his face next to Bauer's, and she shoved her head against his. They smiled in tandem. Your daughter looks much better than you, though, Lan Se said immediately. Han Sen suddenly started to sweat, and he was robbed of words. He wasn't ugly, he was just manly. He probably wasn't as pretty as Bauer. It's okay that she is here, but you can't let her presence interfere with work. Let the auntie look after her while we're off on missions, Qiao said, standing up. Han Sen wouldn't want to leave Bauer at home, though. He was worried she might tear the house down in his absence. How can you be a father? You let a kid this young travel with you. Is that really your daughter? Qiao frowned. Han Sen gave a wry smile, and he said, honestly, I don't want to take Bauer on an adventure with me, but I don't feel safe leaving her at home. I will bring her along, but don't worry, it'll be fine. Qiao and Lan Se did not agree with Han Sen's desire, but if Han Sen insisted on bringing her, they had no choice but to allow it. Lan Se needed to work now, and she wasn't a part of Wizard. There was only Qiao and Han Sen left. Counting Bauer, their entire team was 3 people. We're not taking this there, are we? Han Sen saw Qiao pulling a cover off of a motorcycle. Seeing it depressed him. Qiao tossed Han Sen a helmet and got on it, saying, you know my car got destroyed on our last mission. And the xenogenic body only sold for 7,000. After paying our expenses, I only had enough to buy this second-hand motorcycle. If you want money, work harder and kill more xenogenics. Han Sen gave the helmet to Bauer and hopped on. Qiao gunned the motor and sped off. Although it was second-hand, it was in great condition. They are still haunting us. After riding for half a day, and upon almost reaching their destination, they saw a group of cars and aircraft. The black gold group symbol was blazed visibly upon them. Qiao cursed them quietly. Qiao didn't stop moving, though. She drove up to a convoy of cars, and there was no way to proceed. So, they had to stop. Hardman, Lena, and Guris approached. Hardman smiled. He waved at Qiao. He then ignored her and turned to speak to Han Sr., Han Sen, long time no see. If you have the time, we should sit down for a drink sometime. Manager Hard, aren't you a bit desperate, trying this in front of me? Qiao mocked him. That's only because I'm desperate for smart people. So, Han Sen, do you have the time? How about we go someplace quiet and talk? Hardman didn't sound angry, and he spoke jovially. Hardman was getting desperate, too. The third master would soon be back. If he couldn't get his rehiring done, embarrassment would be the least of his troubles. I am sorry, Manager Hard. We need to kill a xenogeniac right now. We do not have the time for this, Han Sen said coldly. Manager Hard, did you hear that? Excuse us, Qiao said. Hardman did not move his men. He just shook his head and said, if you are going to the Black River for a xenogeniac, there is no need for you to go. Why? Did you buy the river? Why can't other teams go there for the hunt? Qiao frowned. Hardman waved his hand and said, Black Gold Group isn't that rich. Truthfully, we cannot go, either. What does that mean? Qiao sounded surprised. Hardman signaled for Lena to explain. She said, the people from Holy Heaven are there. When Qiao heard the words Holy Heaven, her face changed. She looked to be in disbelief, and she said, Holy Heaven. What are they doing here? You're telling me that they care about some small-time xenogeniac? Yes, Guris answered. They are at the Black River and are camped there. We can't even get close enough to take a peek. Han Sen, you are here. You said you would teach me sword skills, but I wasn't able to find you. Mr. Tiger approached from the front lines. He kept walking, telling Han Sen as he went, are you here to kill a xenogeniac? You're in bad luck. I don't know why, but Holy Heaven's people are here for the xenogeniac. I'm not sure why they'd want it, but they've sent 2 people out for it. Hearing Mr. Tiger say all this, Qiao realized that they weren't lying. Holy Heaven had indeed come to Black River. What is Holy Heaven? Another big group. Han Sen was confused. He had never heard of a big company such as that before. I wish it was another company. At least we could compete, that way. Qiao lowered her voice and said, Holy Heaven means feathers. They are a superior race. They are born nobles. All of them have had their second evolution. They are so powerful, and they even took down a xenogenic space for a camp. The camp was called Holy Heaven, so that is why they are commonly referred to as such. Planet Kate is tiny compared to Holy Heaven. We have no choice but to listen to their commands. If you don't, then you'll die without even knowing how. Gurus slumped his shoulders. Han Sen frowned. He had seen a feather before, but it was retarded. Even so, it was very scary. They weren't like normal people. A few people were discussing matters when some movement came from ahead in the convoy. They saw a man and woman who looked like angels flying their way. The man was handsome, and the woman was pretty. They were 2 meters tall, with gold armor. The woman had a bow, whereas the man wielded a lance. They looked like angelic warriors. Do feathers have genders? Han Sen was curious, as the feather he'd seen hadn't possessed a gender. Feathers are unique, and they aren't assigned a gender when born. When they become adults, though, they do. Qiao gave a silent gesture at the 2 feathers flying towards them. Chapter 1747 Black River Xenogenic, You. And you. Come with me. The 2 feathers approached Han Sen and a few others. They didn't descend. The male feather just pointed at a few people from above. Hardman, Gurus, Mr. Tiger, and Han Sen had been selected. Hardman's face changed. He smiled and said, "What can we do to help you both? Black Gold Group will do its best to assist you." "Cut the crap. Just come," the male feather said coldly. He looked annoyed. "Sir, do we need more people?" Hardman did not dare fight back, so he smiled and spoke. Pang! The male feather swung his gold lance and sliced an armored truck in half, as if it was nothing more than tofu. He said quietly, "I don't like repeating myself." Hardman's face turned a little green. He held his tongue and instead just said something to Lena, before walking forward with Gurus and Mr. Tiger. Han Sen said to Qiao, "You go on home. I'll be back." After that, he followed after Mr. Tiger. Seeing the simple display of the feather's power, he knew he'd have to go with them. But Han Sen wasn't too worried about the situation. He had the power to travel back to the sanctuary. If things got hairy, he could zap back instantly. Of course, he didn't want to risk making an enemy out of the feathers either. They were really powerful, and Han Sen was way too weak to fight them in their prime. Han Sen didn't want to hide in the sanctuary either. Little Flower was gone, and Han Sen knew that if he wanted to get his son back, he'd have to make himself stronger. The feathers ignored their followers as they flew on ahead. Han Sen and the other 3 followed. "We should have brought a car." The 4 of them were sweating profusely, and the feathers had no intention of slowing down or taking a break to wait for them. It was Mr. Tiger complaining. It was worse for Hardman, though. He wasn't a noble, and he wasn't the sort to participate in battles. Out of the 4 of them, he had the worst body. His lips were turning white, but he didn't dare to stop. He kept on running in pursuit. They ran a dozen miles until they reached a black river. There, the feathers stopped and landed on a rock on the riverbank. "Gentlemen, we will try to help by giving this everything we've got." Hardman was gasping, but he still managed to smile. "You 4 jump in the river here and swim downstream," the feather said coldly. He sure looked arrogant. After saying that, the faces of the 4 changed. Now they could guess why the feathers had brought them here. It was because the xenogenic was hiding in the river, refusing to reveal itself. Feathers were bad when it came to water fights, too. They were going to use the weaker races as bait to draw the monster out. The 4 of them were internally cursing the 2 feathers, but they didn't show it. Hardman quickly said, respectfully, "If you wish to draw out the xenogenic, we have many lesser soldiers for the task. If we call on more, we can definitely draw it out." Get in the water. The male feather looked at Hardman expressionlessly and raised his golden lance. The lance was pointing right at Hardman. If Hardman said one more word, he was definitely going to be killed. He'd be bait dead or alive. Hardman gritted his teeth. He looked at Gurus and Mr. Tiger, then inched his way towards the river. Gurus and Mr. Tiger smiled wryly, and then they too followed. In their hearts, they hated the feathers a great deal. I said get in the water. Didn't you hear me? The male feather saw that Han Sen wasn't moving, and he looked at him coldly. Let him go. He is just a kid, the female feather said. The male feather heard her, but he still raised his lance and looked at Han Sen, saying, do not make me repeat myself again. Han Sen did not move, and he simply looked at the male feather that was perched upon the rock. Han Sen could survive an attack from the feather, but if he went down the river, he wouldn't know when the Xenogeniac would reveal itself, and neither would he learn its level. He had no idea what to expect. If the Xenogeniac attacked underwater and caught Han Sen at unawares, he couldn't use his space travel technique. And then, staying alive would be impossible. So, he didn't want to risk that. The male feather looked murderous. He was waving his gold lance around. Han Sen's hand clutched the rhino horn dagger. He would rather fight the feather than put his life in danger the other way. As the male feather lifted his lance, a splash came from the river, followed by a scream. The two feathers and Han Sen looked over, and they saw that something was moving at the center of the river. It was heading towards Hardman and the other two. The other two had been gripped by tentacles and were being dragged forward. Only Mr. Tiger's Geno weapon could deal damage to the tentacle. He couldn't cut through it, but he had managed to wound the tentacle and send it reeling back. So far, Mr. Tiger was still free. Hardman and Gurus screamed as they were dragged further down the river. They could not fight back, and their Geno armors were too weak to resist the tentacles. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning zapped through the sky. It broke the atmosphere before piercing through the tentacles. The feather flew over to the beast and hit the river with his lance. The water of the river pulled away from the lance, creating a 12-meter-deep trench. An octopus-looking monster was revealed. Half of its body was in the water, and its 10-meter-long tentacles were tangling up Hardman and Gurus. The feather's lance was now striking the creature's head. The monster tried swinging at the lance and feather, but a gold arrow flew through the air and pinned down the tentacle. Because of the archer's assist, the male feather was still free to act. Dong! A blue-looking crystal tentacle appeared. It blocked the feather's gold lance, and the power made the feather fall back a few meters in the air. Chapter 1748 teach you how to be the lesser race. As the blue crystal tentacle reached for the male feather, a golden light shone down. It was a gold arrow, perforating the crystal tentacle. This golden arrow was different from the others. A strange power carried it down with the force of a drill head. It drilled right into the tentacle, until half of its shaft was driven in. When the tentacle was frozen after the attack, the male feather reached for the creature's head. He drew his golden lance and shoved it right in. The feather then pulled back on his lance, and he picked up the entire beast with it. The beast eventually fell back down into Lee Black River, creating a crater. The monster was still alive, struggling for life, but it was heavily damaged. The two feathers were able to finish it off quickly. Hardman and Gurus were done for, though. The tentacles had already tightened around the two Kate men, breaking their armor and bones. Their bodies were disfigured and torn. Han Sen frowned, even though he was used to witnessing death. Mr. Tiger was saved, fortunately. He came out of the river, looking back at their dead bodies. His expression seemed saddened. The female feather flew over to the dead Xenogeniac, pulled out a knife, and cut off the blue crystal tentacle. The male feather came right before Han Sen, instead. He asked coldly, I told you to get in the water. Did you not hear me? Han Sen looked at him but didn't speak. Mr. Tiger swiftly came over, though, saying, "Sir, he wasn't disobeying your order. It is all because the baby is here. He is afraid of bringing her harm." "Right," the male feather said darkly. He pulled out his lance and pointed it at Bauer, who was perched on Han Sen's shoulder, and growled, "Let me teach you how to be the lesser race that you are. You will never hesitate again." Han Sen was so angry. He turned around and used his rhino horn dagger to knock the lance away. Dong! The dagger and the lance sparked in their collision, and the two wielders stumbled back. The male feather's face changed. Mr. Tiger and the female feather looked at the pair in shock. Han Sen had Geno armor. He was regarded as no more than a commoner. He wasn't even a noble, so it was strange that he had enough strength to knock back a feather. "We don't have a grudge against you, so why are you doing this?" Han Sen calmly asked, as he clutched the rhino horn dagger. The male feather hummed in growing anger. "Just because you have some modicum of power, it doesn't mean you can disobey a feather. And if I don't kill you right now, how can I assert rule and superiority?" After that, the male feather swung his golden lance and tried to strike Han Sen down. He was using all his power in a bid to kill the upstart pest. Han Sen remained calm. After the last hit, he could guess what was coming. Han Sen didn't have a Geno weapon, but after his blood leveled up to become xenogeneic, he had the right amount of strength to challenge the feather. His body's power was no worse than the feather's. Seeing the lance descending toward his chest, Han Sen merely stepped to the side to dodge the strike. Then he stepped right near the male feather, raised his dagger, and pressed it against the feather's neck. The male feather was in shock. He could not believe he had given Han Sen the opportunity to get so close. He'd be unable to block the dagger now. Han Sen's move was way too good. It was beyond his wildest expectations. The feather felt as if he had suddenly gone up against someone who wasn't an ordinary human. He seemed superior to all else in his race. A gold arrow suddenly flew towards Han Sen, aimed at his temple. The female feather wanted to get him away and save her companion. The dagger in Han Sen's hand did not move, though. All he did was swing his head back and forth to catch the arrow with his teeth. Then, he used the dagger to slit the feather's throat. Han Sen's crystal blood melted within his vessels, filling him like lava. The vessels twisted and contorted like snakes. The additional power was enough to drive the dagger deeper through the neck, completely decapitating the feather. The sheer force of the blow sent the head up into the sky. Mr. Tiger and the female feather looked on in absolute shock. No one could believe that a commoner, with only Geno armor, could manage to kill a feather baron. Especially since two feathers had been present. He was 2F** king fast. Mr. Tiger opened his mouth. He thought he was dreaming. "How dare you kill a feather?" the female feather screamed, then fired another arrow at Han Senator. All those golden arrows were nothing more than raindrops to him, though. Han Sen was still biting the first arrow, and electricity surged through his eyes. He dodged each and every arrow, nearing her with his dagger raised. He looked at her with murder. Han Sen had already slain one, so it was not as if he could leave a witness. If the other feathers knew what had happened, he wouldn't be able to stay where he was or in any nearby system, for that matter. The female feather was confident in her arrows, but despite the storm of attacks she released, they couldn't strike Han Sen once. Han Sen's body was as fast as a snake. The female feather was unable to predict where he would move next, and she missed each and every shot. Seeing Han Sen only 10 meters away from her, the female feather flapped her wings with the desire to escape from him. Han Sen lifted his dagger and flew up with her, though. She was the only thing in his eyes, right now. D***MN. The female feather flapped her wings and flew, all the while firing her arrows. Baron class power was not enough to fly when there was gravity, so Baron feathers needed their wings to fly through the air. When the feather saw Han Sen trying to fly after her, she thought he must have had a death wish. And when the rain of arrows came down towards Han Sen, he suddenly began acting like a strange bird. He flew strangely, pulling himself up through the air. He dodged each and every arrow until he was right before the female feather. The female feather was enraged. She pulled out her long sword in an attempt to block his dagger, and when the weapons collided, the female feather felt a huge force come against her. It blasted the long sword out of her hands. The dagger didn't stop, though, and it went right for her neck. The arm that was holding the dagger turned red. The vessels inside looked like crystals as the blood inside boiled, pumping power into the dagger. Dong! The dagger slashed across the female feather's throat. A gold light came out from the neck to block the raging hit. Han Sen frowned. A feather necklace suddenly appeared on the feather's neck. It was hanging low against her chest, shining with a golden light. It was that gold feather pendant that had blocked Han Sen's strike. 1749 Killing feather. The female feather used her golden feather pendant to protect herself. She kept trying to attack Han Sen, unleashing sword lights continuously, her attacks forming a net over Han Senator. Both Mr. Tiger and the female feather were Baron class, but her skills far exceeded those of Mr. Tiger. It seemed like the Geno universe had better skills, but ordinary people just didn't get to see them. But these kinds of skills were nothing to Han Senator. When Han Sen used Phoenix techniques, he had greater mobility than birds. Han Sen was fighting the female feather in the air. The feather, who should have excelled at aerial combat, was actually performing worse than he was. The rhino horn dagger kept striking the female feather, but it wasn't enough to break the defenses created by the golden necklace. Han Sen didn't know what they were, but the light they shone was incredibly hard. It was like a shield that could not be sundered. The female feather tried to strike even harder, but she couldn't land a hit on Han Senator. She wanted to fall back a greater distance so she could fire arrows, but Han Sen kept the distance between the two. No. Han Sen looked as cold as ice in his determination to break the defense of the feather necklace. His body was boiling like lava, and he was unleashing so much power. His body was monstrous, and his speed constantly accelerated as he swung his dagger fiercely. If one strike doesn't work, then 10 strikes will. If 10 strikes don't work, then 100 strikes will. Han Sen's blood was boiling, and he swung his dagger even faster. In the beginning, there was a cold light coming from his dagger. In the end, the light became a beam of luminescence. The lights were like chains, striking the feather necklace. The sound of impacts became an unbroken roar. The female feather was spooked. She flapped her wings, wanting to fly away from Han Senator, but Han Sen flew better than she did. She couldn't escape, and she looked glum. Catcha! As Han Sen kept attacking, the feather necklace started to develop small cracks. The golden shield started to weaken. Han Sen's eyes went cold. The vessels in his arms were incredibly strong, and the dagger was driven against the golden shield again. The necklace crumbled with a loud shattering noise, and the gold shield broke like reinforced glass. The golden light turned to dust, and the pendant fell. The female feather was in shock. The dagger in Han Sen's hand was like lightning now, and it flashed right through her neck. The female feather flapped her wings. She moved with the desire to evade the strike, but the attack connected as intended. It cut halfway through her neck. Mr. Tiger froze. Han Sen was just a normal creature with Geno armor. And yet, he had just managed to take down 2 feather barons. The sight blew his mind, and now he looked at Han Sen as if he was seeing a monster. Han Sen was still holding his dagger as he looked into the eyes of the feather. The neck that had been cut open suddenly healed, as if no damage had ever been inflicted. Feathers xenogenic. Han Sen frowned. Feathers evolved quickly. They were a superior race that was born noble, but they could still evolve in two different ways. They would either gain a geno-armament, or they would become xenogeneic. The female feather was like the feather that Han Sen had managed to kill in the sanctuary. It was a xenogeneic feather, and only they could possess xenogeneic genes. Still, seeing the female xenogeneic feather, Han Sen did realize something. Not all the xenogeneics were driven by a simple urge to kill. The female feather's eyes glowed red. Her white wings turned gold, as bones extended and sprouted from her wings. She turned from being an angel, into a gold-winged witch. She screamed and flew towards Han Senator. Perhaps it was because of the xenogeneic power, but her strength and speed increased. Han Sen didn't dodge, though. His blood was pumping with rage, and he raised the dagger and aligned it with the female feather's head. The female feather's hand grabbed the dagger as she descended, though, and it couldn't even cut through her palm. The female feather grabbed Han Sen by his other arm. Her golden nails pierced through his geno armor. She stretched her gold bone wings to wrap around Han Senator. The golden bones protruded sharply from the wings, and if they closed around him completely, it'd be like a mouth of fangs closing on him. He'd be skewered. Han Sen's hands were grabbed by the female feather, and it seemed too late for him to dodge. His whole body was indeed wrapped up by the wings. Oh, no. Mr. Tiger knew this was bad. But the next second, he heard a catch-a-noise sound. It was followed by a scream. The female feather fell backwards, screaming. Her face had been cut in half, with her golden wings entirely broken. Han Sen was in the air, with geno armor that was full of holes. But there was no blood seeping from the gaps. His white skin through the holes, and there did not seem to be any wounds. Han Sen's body flew like a phoenix, going right towards the female feather. After the female feather used a xenogeneic gene, her eyes turned red with the desire to kill. It looked as if she had lost her own will and rationality. The head that had been cut open was already recovering, and her broken bones were regenerating swiftly. The creature screamed as it came back for Han Senator, but Han Sen wasn't going to give her any chance this time. Han Sen used his dagger to cut her body repeatedly. The vessels under the geno armor were boiling, unleashing an unbelievable amount of power. Catcha! Han Sen reached out a hand and grabbed the female feather by her head. He chopped off her gold wings, one by one. The feather tried to bite into Han Sen's arms, but Han Sen just moved them even more violently. With his dagger, Han Sen lopped her head clean off. The body, minus its head, still came for Han Sen, though. And the bodiless head opened its mouth, still trying to bite into his arm. Han Sen's blood was surging like a volcano. It carried enough power for him to dismember the female completely, and finally kill her. Xenogeneic Baron hunted, xenogeneic gene found. Gold feather which xenogeneic beast's soul obtained. Han Sen heard the announcement play. 1750 Xena Han Sen found a golden bone inside her corpse. It was 10 centimeters long. When Han Sen removed it, the body started to return to its original state. The gold wings became white again, and the claw-like bones of her wings and arms also withdrew. She was still sprawled out, though. She was dead. Han Sen, you are in trouble. You killed them. The feathers will surely come for you, Mr. Tiger said. Who said I killed them? Han Sen said coldly, looking at Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger froze, and Han Sen went on to say, we assisted 2 feathers in killing the xenogeneic. An unknown race came from the sky to kill those 2 feathers and steal the xenogeneic materials. You, Hardman, and I went to lure the xenogeneic out. We were in the water, and so 2 of us managed to escape the attack. Mr. Tiger thought about what he had said. And after a while of silence, he eventually had to ask, do you really think that story is going to work? Can you kill 2 feathers? Han Sen asked Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger shook his head. No. I am too weak. If you are unable to kill them, then it is fairly simple to assume that a commoner with Geno armor couldn't either, Han Sen said quietly. Mr. Tiger understood now, and Han Sen was right, it wouldn't seem possible that they could have killed the two feathers. No one would assume Han Sen had the power to kill a noble feather and a xenogenic feather the way he had. Mr. Tiger was still trying to wrap his head around the spectacle he had just witnessed. Let's go to the river and swim a little to make it believable. Then, we can report what happened to the feathers. Can Black Gold Group contact the Feather Society? Han Sen grabbed the blue crystal tentacle and then jumped into the Black River. Mr. Tiger hesitated for a moment, but he still jumped in after him. Following Han Sen into the river meant that he was agreeing to the scheme. But if Mr. Tiger didn't jump in after Han Sen, then he would become Han Sen's enemy. Mr. Tiger was fairly sure Han Sen would be happy enough to kill him just to ensure there were no witnesses who could contradict Han Sen's story. That's what crossed his mind. And so, he followed after Han. Senator Han Sen was not afraid Mr. Tiger was a snitch, though. And if Mr. Tiger told someone what had really happened, Han Sen would just return to the sanctuary. If Han Sen had returned as the only person alive, others might have grown suspicious, too. They were more likely to believe the cooked-up tale if two people managed to return, telling the same story. After going downstream, Han Sen uncovered a neat nook where he could store the tentacle. He then went back with Mr. Tiger. They called for Black Gold Group to protect the scene, while Mr. Tiger got in touch with the high-level officers. They took the incident very seriously, and they made sure to report what had occurred to the feathers. Qiao had not left yet. She had been waiting for Han Sen to come back, and when he did return, relief washed over her. After everyone left, Han Sen returned to the scene. He dug out the blue crystal tentacle he had hidden, and he used the powers of space travel to send the tentacle and the bone to the sanctuary. The feathers wouldn't be able to find it there, no matter what they did. After Han Sen went back to Qiao's house, he found an opportunity to examine his new beast soul. Baron Xenogenic Beast Soul, Gold Feather Witch, Bao type, Han Sen summoned it to play with it in his room. It was a beautiful feather bow that looked like a pair of spread golden wings. Unfortunately, there were no arrows. It was pointless to have just the bow, so Han Sen put it away for the moment. The next day, Black Gold Group told Han Sen to come to their headquarters. The feathers were in Grand City meeting with Black Gold Group, so Han Sen had to come to the meeting. Inside a room that looked like it was meant for interrogation, Han Sen saw a feather. It was a woman. And she looked remarkably similar to the one had just killed. Han Sen had trouble distinguishing the members of a race if they weren't human. But this feather's life force gave Han Sen a grand chill. The power she had was not at all like the feathers he had killed. "Miss, why have you called me here?" Han Sen asked politely. "Tell me what happened, and don't skip any details," the feather said coldly, staring at Han Senator because Han Sen was wearing his Geno armor. She didn't suspect he was responsible for what had happened. She'd never imagined a commoner in Geno armor could threaten two barren feathers. One of them was a xenogenic, as well. Han Sen had already discussed what their statements should be with Mr. Tiger, so he was going to repeat that. The feather could not see any discrepancy between the two accounts, and neither did she think Han Sen or Mr. Tiger could have killed the feathers if they tried. So, they were off the hook with her. "Don't leave Grand City for some time. If I have any more questions to ask, I'll be needing to see you. Also, call me if you uncover anything else. If it's useful, I will reward you." The feather waved her hand, signaling it was okay for Han Sen to leave. Han Sen had seen too much. Occurrences like this were definitely not going to make him nervous. He left Black Gold Group in a chill mood. "Lone Wolf, what do you think?" The feather frowned after Han Sen left. A man with a wolf head walked into the room, politely saying, "Miss Xena, West Gran is a small place. The strongest faction is Black Gold Group, and they only have 2 barons. I have seen them, and they are far too weak. They could not have been the ones that killed the 2 feather barons. One of the feathers was a Xenogeniac, too. Xena did not speak, and just nodded for him to continue. Long Wolf went on to say, and as for that human, well, that would be impossible. He is just a creature with Geno armor. Do you think their deaths are related to the item? Are you saying someone else was drawn here by the same information, and ended up encountering our people? Xena asked quietly. If that's true, then the item must be here. We will have to hurry. Lone Wolf looked excited. It's just a myth, remember. We don't know if the story is actually true. We don't know its location, so we can't find it, Xena said. If it is here, things will become strange once it is born. We can wait here, we will just have to be fast if we are to be rewarded, Lone Wolf said. Xena nodded, and with a murderous look, she said, continue your Black River investigation. We need to locate this murderer. We cannot allow our people to die in vain. 1751 Strange scene. After being called for the first questioning, Han Sen was left alone by the feathers. Mr. Tiger had been so scared. He didn't dare meet up with Han Sen again, in fear that the feathers would suspect collusion. He wasn't going to snitch on Han Sen, as he was still very fond of him. It was just a sensitive matter, and one that he couldn't do anything about. He was not allowed to leave Grand City, so any news concerning Xenogeniacs in the area was pointless. There were no Xenogeniacs in the city, only existed beyond its borders. Han Sen spent his time practicing the Dongxian Sutra, hoping to generate its Geno armor. Due to Jade Skin not having any further progression available, Han Sen could not practice it. If he wanted it to continue, he'd have to forge something first, but he didn't have the time to do that. Han Sen also searched for information regarding the 9-life cat on the internet. All he could learn was based on myth, and there was no mention about whether or not such a race existed. And where they originally lived, he was not told. If Han Sen wanted to locate the 9-life cat, he didn't know where to start, so Han Sen chose to focus on leveling up first. Han Sen could deal with barons, no sweat. He was quite a high level in the Western Grand City, but when compared to the universe at large, he was still rather weak. Han Sen knew he most certainly could not deal with the feather called Xena. It was time for food, and Qiao was looking particularly tired that day. She didn't say a word. She couldn't hunt Xenogeniacs, and it was taking its toll. As she ate, the doorbell rang. The auntie opened the door, and Lan Se came strolling in. Qiao, be careful. Do not go outside, Lan Se quickly said to Qiao, coming right in. What's going on? Qiao raised her head to look at Lan Se, and she asked in confusion. Han Sen and Bauer looked at Lan Se, unsure what was happening. A great many outsiders have come to Grand City. They don't look like they're of a normal race, so something must be going on, Lan Se said. It sounds to me as if something big is going to happen soon. I am curious why 2 small feathers would visit this backwater city. They tried to steal our Xenogeniac and got killed for it. It's all too weird. What is going on these days? Qiao quietly said. No matter what it is, it's definitely not something we can take part in. My supervisor ordered us not to provoke them. If something happened, I'm afraid our entire department won't be able to stop it, so it's best to stay home, Lan Se said. Qiao was looking more and more disheartened, and she said, Han Sen can't leave town now, anyway. We can't do anything. After Lan Se left, Han Sen retreated into thought. He didn't know what had happened to prompt a visit from so many outsiders either. It is a shame I don't have my usual intel. I have no clue about what is going on. Maybe there is something I can get out of it, though, Han Sen thought to himself, wondering if he could grab an outsider and ask. But thinking of that female feather Xena, Han Sen quickly discarded the idea. If she knew he was up to something, it wouldn't bode well. 2 days later, when Lan Se returned again, she looked terrible. She warned Xiao and Han Sen not to go out if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Xiao asked about what was happening, and Lan Se told them of a strange scene unfolding in Grand City. Many people were dying. In an abandoned mine on the west side, a big hole had opened. It seemed bottomless. At night, however, there was the sound of a crying woman. And from that hole, a light would shine. Many people were drawn there to take a look, but those who visited the place at night never returned. No bodies had been recovered either. It was only safe to go there during the daytime, when there was no curious light and no crying woman. The security department sent a drone down into the hole, and for the first few 100 meters, there was only stone to see. But if the drone went deeper than 1,000 meters, it would also disappear and be lost to recovery. The supervisor had given orders to evacuate the place. The officers were warning residents to stay far away from the place. The outsiders in the city had shown great interest in that place. They all showed up there now, mainly. Very infrequently were they seen scouring the city. 2 days later, more strange things were reported to have happened. The buildings near the hole suddenly collapsed, and all the scrap metal in the rubble was dragged into the hole. 2 days after again, even stranger things occurred. The cars around, the billboards, and everything else made of metal was drawn into that hole. The western end of Grand City, even portions that were rather far from the hole, were affected by this. Pots and pans, knives and forks, whatever metal items there were drawn to the hole. It was like they were being pulled away by a magnet. The suction wasn't very strong, but it caused panic in the city. Han Sen was curious about the black hole, but he couldn't figure out how he might go and see it. In the world full of darkness, Little Flower was sitting on a bronze throne. There was a table before him, laden with fruit. Holy child, try this. It takes 30,000 years to grow, and another 30,000 years to mature. And it also takes 30,000 to prepare the fruit. It tastes extra sweet. A red beast was trying to feed Little Flower fruit. Little Flower looked at the red fruit and seemed depressed. He said, "Jade King, I cannot eat. Can you help me? You have to eat. You are growing up, so it is fine to eat a lot. And there is also an empty fruit that has been growing for the past billion years for you. There is also the dragon saliva fruit." An evil-looking woman peeled the fruit, setting it down next to Little Flower. She smiled. "Ah, Auntie. I cannot eat anymore." Little Flower burped, and looked to be in pain as he rubbed his belly. "If you cannot eat, then exercise. Eat again once you have digested what you've currently got. Old Vulture, it is your turn to teach him," Auntie May spoke to a bird. "Holy child, let us begin." Old Vulture flapped his wings and brought Little Flower to a plaza. He placed him down on the floor. Then, his black feathers turned into a dark rain of arrows, firing at the child. Little Flower held his belly as he dodged the strikes. He looked very depressed. 1752 Third Master Western Grand City's elites were all drawn to that bottomless hole. Even Xenogeniacs were lured there. Han Sen and Mr. Tiger were starting to feel some relief. Mr. Tiger had called Han Sen, and although he did not dare say much, they chatted about run-of-the-mill subjects. Mr. Tiger did mention that their cover story had not been exposed, though. Han Sen had nothing to do for the time being, and when there was no one around at night, he often found himself returning to the sanctuary. There he had melted down the blue crystal tentacle and cooked it. The tentacle was a few 100 kilograms heavy. If Han Sen was to eat it alone, it'd take forever. So, he called over his family to help him eat it. After Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Xie Qing King ate it, they all had weird reactions to it. Their genes were slowly starting to evolve. Han Yufei had a slice and almost generated Geno armor. Fortunately, he was able to suppress it. Otherwise, he'd have been forced out of the sanctuary. It looks like this is great for people who don't have Geno armor. It seems like I will have to get more if I want little angel to grow. In time, I'd like to bring them all to Planet Kate, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen could take Han Yufei to Planet Kate to generate his Geno armor, and save him from the risk of the big silent system. But when Han Sen mentioned this, Han Yufei said that he hadn't spent enough time with Luo Lan. Because of this, he did not want to generate his Geno armor yet. He only wanted to spend time with her, and he cared little about gaining power now. Han Sen ate some of the tentacle, but his xenogenic gene tally did not increase. He'd have to eat a whole lot of the stuff, just to gain a small amount. So, Han Sen decided that if he did ever get massive ingredients like this again, he'd bring them back for his companions to eat. If they grew up and became nobles with him, that'd be pretty great. Han Sen saved some of the tentacle for Little Silver, who was still in the fourth god sanctuary. After he ate some of it, he almost went to the Alliance. This is pretty good. I wonder how I can get some more. Han Sen wondered. Han Sen made a bone soup out of the gold bone. He earned 1 Baron gene after drinking it. During the day, Han Sen was on Planet Kate with little to do except practice. While he was browsing the news one day, though, his phone rang. Mr. Tiger. Han Sen was surprised. Mr. Tiger had been very cautious since that day, so Han Sen guessed that something important must have happened for the man to contact him so soon. Han Sen. Yeah, the third master would like to see you. Do you have the time to pay a visit? Mr. Tiger's tone was complicated to discern. Third master. What third master? Han Sen was confused. The Black Gold Group's chairman's third son. Everyone just refers to him as third master. He wants to extend an invitation for you to join Black Gold Group. Mr. Tiger then took a long pause. After, he said, I think this is a good thing. Third master must be willing to pay you a lot, as he seems to think that you are of great importance. I know you don't really care about the money, but with Black Gold Group backing you, I think things will be easier for you. Mr. Tiger tried to convince Han Sen to join because he knew of Third Master's temper. He wouldn't relent until Han Sen joined the company. But Mr. Tiger also knew that Han Sen was not someone to take lightly. He had just witnessed Han Sen slay the feathers, after all. If Third Master pissed him off, who knew what sort of Armageddon he'd bring? So, Mr. Tiger was quite nervous just asking him. Han Sen could guess what Mr. Tiger was really thinking. He smiled and told him, I am happy in Wizard. I don't plan to switch groups. Please tell Third Master that I am not against making new friends, though. Okay, I will go and tell him that. Mr. Tiger gave him a wry smile. He didn't think that would be enough to please Third Master. Mr. Tiger was now nervously making his way to meet with Third Master. Awkwardly, he told him what Han Sen had said. Third Master wasn't made mad. He smiled slightly and said, if he doesn't want to join, I will not force him. It is good to make friends, and I will meet him on the morrow. That was not the response that Mr. Tiger had expected, and he half expected that the other shoe would soon drop. Still, it was a good sign that Third Master did not lose his composure. Han Sen also explained the matter to Qiao. She did not need to worry about Han Sen potentially leaving her. The next day, a very luxurious vehicle parked itself in front of Qiao's house. Han Sen got in and found a man sitting inside waiting for him. Third Master was a pure Kate, with black cat ears and a black cat tail. Aside from that, though, he looked like a human. He was dressed in a black suit, and he looked quite fancy. Make yourself comfortable, there is no need for you to be so formal. If we're going to be friends, you should treat me as one. Third Master laughed. Mr. Tiger, who was driving, was rather shocked by Third Master's attitude. Third Master didn't behave like this with any noble. Thank you very much. Han Sen settled into one of the comfortable seats. Third Master poured Han Sen some wine. Han Sen had a sip and thought it tasted rather lovely. If we are friends, then I'll cut the crap, too. I am here hoping you can be my teacher, Third Master said. Black Gold Group has a great deal of elites and barons. I only have Geno armor, so surely, you must be joking, Han Sen said. Third Master looked upset and said, Han Sen, I am treating you like a friend. Please do not talk to me like that. I can tell the power you hold. If you can teach me, I am willing to do whatever you please. What would you like to learn? Han Sen asked quietly. Everything. I want to learn everything from you. Third Master was looking directly into Han Sen's eyes. I need to work with Wizard, though. I do not have much free time, Han Sen said. That's fine. Just tell me when you have time, and I will work around your schedule. It would be best if you could join us, though. If you did that, you wouldn't have to do anything, and you'd be showered with money, Third Master said. I have no intention of leaving Wizard, but I do have some time. I will set things up later. Han Sen looked out the window, frowned, and asked, Where are we going? The bottomless hole in the western side of the city. Third Master laughed. The feathers said I cannot leave the city. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. This still counts as part of the city. You aren't leaving, and even if you did leave, Xena couldn't do anything with me here. Third Master looked confident in that. 1753 Bottomless Hole. The car drove to the western side of the city and came to a stop. They parked the heavy car on the road. The vehicle started to shake, as if some phantom power was pulling it forward. Third Master and Han Sen got out of the car, and then Mr. Tiger told them, This is as far as we can go. If we keep going, the few tons of steel in the car will be sucked into the pit. Let's go. We need to see the black hole before night falls. Third Master opened his arms in a welcoming gesture and started to lead Han Sen towards the hole. Aside from Han Sen and Mr. Tiger, there were another 2 Kates accompanying Third Master. Judging from the life forces they possessed, they had to be nobles. They were barons, but they were definitely stronger than Mr. Tiger. Han Sen did not mind their presence. Han Sen thought that Third Master was probably the strongest of the lot, actually. He was most certainly stronger than the 2 nobles that were accompanying them. Han Sen saw many shadows hidden in the bushes on their way. Many creatures were occupying the area. This was the first time Han Sen had come to see the bottomless hole, and the mine they ventured into had collapsed a lot. There was a big circle in the earth, with a radius of 1,000 meters. They all skirted the hole, and when Han Sen looked down, he noticed it grew narrower and darker the deeper it went. It looked as if it led into an abyss, and none could fathom what lay in the furthest reaches of the pit. Third Master looked down into the hole, frowned, obviously thinking about something. Third Master, said a voice behind them. It was Xena's, and she had brought a man with her, one that possessed the head of a wolf. He looked at Han Sen for a second. Miss Xena, I did not expect to see you here. Are you interested in this hole, as well? Third Master squinted his eyes as he looked at her. Xena looked back expressionlessly, saying, I am. And I didn't expect to see you here either. Have you discovered anything? Third Master shook his head. We have sent people out to investigate, but we lost contact with them. Those that ventured here at night did not come back, and we are unsure why that is. Xena emotionlessly said, That is a shame. After that, she ignored Third Master and began walking around the hole. Lone Wolf followed her closely as they investigated the curious enigma. Han Sen could guess the sort of relationship Third Master and Xena possessed. Third master was a pure Kate, so he should have been lower in the social hierarchy than Xena. Hearing their conversation, though, it seemed that third master genuinely respected her. She also respected third master, and she didn't treat him as rudely as she did other Kate people. "Dad, something is down there." As Hansen was thinking, Bauer suddenly spoke to him from up on his shoulder. Bauer leaned out to look down into the hole and blinked. After that, third master was shocked. Even Xena and Lone Wolf were surprised. They all looked down, and all they could see was pitch-black nothingness. Hansen patted Bauer on the head and smiled at her. He told her, "There are monsters down there. Don't look, lest they come up and eat you." Third master thought Bauer was just a child, and he didn't think a child could see any further than they were able to. Thus, he didn't pay much mind to what she said. After Hansen covered up her outburst, he put his mind to thinking about what exactly she had seen down there. He knew Bauer was not a normal child. She wouldn't be mistaken over something like this. He needed to stay away from everyone, find a safe place where they could be alone, and ask Bauer what she had seen. Third master wasn't quite keen on leaving yet. They all stayed there until dusk before packing it in and leaving. They didn't go back into the city, though. They got to the car, and it was then that third master smiled at Hansen and said, "We saw the hole, now let's stay here and wait until we can hear the alleged crying sounds." Hansen shrugged his shoulders and gave Bauer a snack. It was nighttime now, and it was very quiet. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. There was a wind blowing, and the rustling of the tree leaves sounded like gentle applause. When night had fully settled in, a crying noise emanated from the hole. It really did sound like a woman wailing, but when you listened really carefully, it began to sound like something else entirely. It was very strange. Third master and Hansen stepped out of the car. They looked towards the hole and saw a purple mist coming out of the mountain. It looked as if there was a glowing orb beneath it. It was all so very blurry, though, and it didn't look real. As the crying sounds continued, the purple mist rose. When it rose high enough, it disappeared. Hansen looked at the purple mist. The purple mist looked as if it was drawing the shape of a lotus. Wafts of mist even drifted down like petals falling. "This is weird. I don't know what's under there, but whatever it isn't normal," Hansen thought to himself. Third master looked at the mist, but he didn't dare draw nearer to investigate the hole. When it was almost dawn, the crying and the mist disappeared. It was then that he delivered everyone back to Grand City. "My lady, it looks like the legends are all true. The item is here. Before the old man comes, we can grab the item." In the forest close to the hole, Lone Wolf spoke to Xena excitedly. "The item is here, but we don't know too much regarding the situation surrounding it. Perhaps something scary is now guarding it. Maybe you and I won't be enough to handle this." Xena frowned. Lone Wolf said quietly, "Why don't we let these guys find out for us? They are useless, and they won't be able to retrieve the item, even if they find it." "Good. But we need to hurry. We need to get it before the old man arrives," Xena said. "I will spread the word. These greedy people will not squander an opportunity such as this." Lone Wolf laughed. 1754 Dongxian armor. Since the day they returned from the west, no one came looking for Han Senator, not even Mr. Tiger or Third Master had come by. And Third Mr. no longer asked Han Sen for the training he had previously requested. Han Sen asked what it was that Bauer had seen in the bottomless pit, and she said she saw an eye. What sort of eye was unclear. Han Sen felt a chill hearing that, though. The type of eye didn't really matter, as its presence meant something was living down there. He didn't go out for the next few days, and he spent all his time practicing the Dongxian Sutra. After many hard sessions of practice, he suddenly felt some movement. When he practiced Dongxian Sutra again, Some power seeped out of his Dongxian aura and made his bones feel good. His cells began to change, and a mystic substance started to come out. Han Sen had experienced this twice, and he had grown accustomed to it. He cast his Dongxian Sutra to witness the changes that were occurring within the substance. It was semi-transparent, and sort of like jade. It covered Han Sen's entire body, shrouding him in a white set of armor. It was quite different from his spell Geno armor. This white-looking Geno armor looked as if it had been forged from jade. There were no images or engravings on its surface, though. It really did look like a solid, ordinary jade. It looked great. Han Sen looked closely, and the white Geno armor melted. It started to change again. Evolving twice. Oh, no. It won't go xenogenic again, will it? Han Sen's heart leaped in his chest. He prepared himself to suffer the duress of a xenogenic transformation. The xenogenic armor genes blended into his body. After twisting and turning around inside Han Sen for a while, it turned black. It turned into a black Geno armor and stopped moving. Han Sen was shocked. He had never heard of something like this happening before. Why would the second evolution only prompt a change in color? Han Sen, Super King Spirit, Evolvable, Geno Body, Spell, Evolvable, Mutant Blood, Baron, Dongxian, Baron, Level, Baron Lifespan, 600 Geno Body Evolution Requirements, 100 Geno Points. After seeing this information, Han Sen realized the Dongxian Geno armor had finished its second evolution process, but the Geno weapon was still an armor set. That was why it looked similar, but it was indeed Baron class. So, the Dongxian armor was a Geno weapon and not a Geno armor. Han Sen put it on and used his Dongxian Sutra. He felt some strange power fill him up and increase his base stats. It was nothing like Geno armor. The strangest thing was that when Han Sen wore it, he felt a life force enter his armor. It provided him a massive boon of power. It felt as if it was never going to end. I don't know what the potential strength of this set of armor can be, but the endless energy is most certainly a very good thing. I can keep fighting, without the worry of exhausting myself. Han Sen was delighted with what he had obtained, and he wanted to find someone else to fight, so he could test out the extent of his new gear. But unfortunately, Han Sen could not find anyone. He decided to call Mr. Tiger, but no one answered. So, there was the chance that he was either not around or he was simply busy. At lunchtime, Qiao sighed and said, "If Wizard was in the state that it used to be, we could have gone to the hole. And if we were lucky, we might have earned a lot of money and become rich." "What is up with the bottomless hole?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. Qiao shook her head. "I have heard there are some universal Geno fruits down there. If we managed to obtain one, we would be able to sell it for a high price. If you ate it, your Geno armor would also evolve for a second time, allowing you to become a noble. Does something like that even exist?" Han Sen paused for a moment, and then went on to say, "Even if it is real, it is none of our business. Everyone who has ventured there has died, and the same fate would most likely befall us if we went there. People didn't know that, but now they do. The universal Geno fruit down there is a magnet fruit. It absorbs metal items. If you don't have any metal on you, you should be safe going down." Qiao thought things over for a moment, and then went on to say, "As long as you don't use metal items, there is no danger going down the pit for at least a mile. Many people from Gran have visited there now, and the other feathers all seem to go there." Where did this news come from? Han Sen did not feel right, hearing this. "I don't know. But it is all over the city. Everyone who is a little stronger than the norm is currently making their way there. They want to see if they can get themselves a magnet fruit." Qiao looked depressed. It's best not to have it. Han Sen was experienced, and he knew someone had to be pushing this false information. He knew things couldn't have been that simple. But with that being said, it did make Han Sen all the more interested. It did sound as if someone wanted lots of other people to try their luck in retrieving the fruit, because they knew they could not fetch it for themselves. So, it might have been a good chance. Han Sen had nothing better to do right now. He found an excuse to leave the house and take Bauer with him for a trip to the hole. For safety, Han Sen made sure he was only going there during the day. When he arrived, many people were there. The place was as busy as a market. They were all ordinary Kate folk or visitors from other races. No one looked weak, though. Han Sen. I knew you would come. Before Han Sen could do anything, Mr. Tiger appeared. He pulled Han Sen towards the nearby woods. Mr. Tiger, what's going on? Han Sen asked. Mr. Tiger said, you have heard the tale regarding the magnet fruit, have you not? Han Sen nodded. So, Mr. Tiger said, many brave Kate, and outsiders, have ventured down the shaft. But before they see the fruit, they end up dying. Third Master knows something about all this, and he told me that it was not the time to venture down just yet. I recommend you don't go down either. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he asked, did Xena and the man with a wolf head go down? Chapter 1755 Magnet Fruit, the wolf head man went down. Xena is out and about somewhere, but I'm not sure where she went, Mr. Tiger said. Han Sen went quiet for a moment. In that case, I'll head on down, too. Mr. Tiger wished to stop him, but Han Sen wasn't going to listen. All he could tell Han Sen was that if something seemed to be going awry, he should turn back immediately. Han Sen thanked him and then went to the edge of the shaft. Han Sen saw many ropes attached. They were all well made and strong. They weren't made of metal, but they were certainly quite sturdy. One Kate saw Han Sen nearing the hole, and so he swiftly came over to try and sell Han Sen a rope. If Han Sen was willing to pay, of course. Although Han Sen could fly, he didn't want to show off that ability. So, he gave the merchant some money and used his rope to descend. Many people were climbing down at the same time, as well. Han Sen quietly asked Bauer, Bauer, do you see anything? No. The eye is gone. Bauer looked down and shook her head. Okay, then. But if you do see something strange, would you mind telling me? Han Sen asked. Okay, Dad. Bauer nodded. Han Sen continued his descent. Bauer was on his back, continuously looking down, but there was nothing beneath them. Han Sen looked down and noticed it was too dark for him to discern anything. It was a dark world down there, and all light seemed to get smothered down in the pit. It didn't take Han Sen long to climb a full kilometer down the rope. After that, though, the space beneath him didn't seem as dark. It was dim, but he could see something. The center of the hole still looked black, but there were stairs tracing the wall, like a spiral staircase. The stairs circled down into the darkness, and how deep they went, Han Sen had no idea. On the staircase, Han Sen saw many Kate and others of different races. Aside from the stairs, there were many nooks and holes, though. It seemed like there were other people moving down the walls using those small clefts in the rock. Many people want to get down here. Han Sen frowned. He looked around and noticed there wasn't a single soul from Black Gold Group. Mr. Tiger had said that Third Master wasn't allowing anyone to venture down. Han Sen patted Bauer and decided to descend the staircase. Because many people were unable to get down, he put on his spell armor. Even so, Bauer was very noticeable. Aside from Han Sen, no one else would dare bring a child into such a treacherous place. Brother, you are brave. You are bringing a kid here, said a Kate behind Han Sen, mocking him. Han Sen didn't say a word in return, though. He just kept on walking. After a few miles of descent, the stairs broke off. There was nothing further, just the empty black expanse. It was like the entrance to hell. Han Sen looked around and saw no one else was continuing the descent. The Kate and the others were digging a hole, and not long after, they were all gone. The Kate who had been laughing at Han Sen was at the edge of the staircase. He looked down into the hole and said, "This is the end. People try rappelling down from here, but none have returned to tell what they have seen. The holes around here, though. They can take us down further. Still, you shouldn't have brought a child here. While a universal geno fruit is good, simply being alive is more important." The Kate noticed that Han Sen was continuing to ignore him. So, he just walked to the cave's entrance while shaking his head. There were many paths to take down in that cave. Ultimately, though, one of those paths was a way down. No one knew if it could take them all the way to the bottom. When it came to choosing a path, Han Sen selected one from which many Kate were coming and going. Although it appeared that many individuals were just randomly trying paths, hoping to luck into the right path. "I found a way out," someone shouted, which led everyone in his direction. Han Sen frowned at the call, but he followed the crowd of people. He went into a grotto, and at the end, there was a 10-meter-tall stone door. Many of the searchers were there. They were all talking amongst each other and trying to push it open. No matter what they tried, though, the door did not budge. Han Sen did not look at the stone door, however. Instead, he observed the people. There was a man wearing a cloak who did not look suspicious. But Han Sen's eyes were so good, he was able to tell it was the man with a wolf's head. And his face was hidden. "He really is here," Han Sen thought to himself. The wolf-head man suddenly looked back at him, and they locked gazes. His senses are very sharp. Han Sen was shocked. He looked away, but he knew the man with a wolf's head had already seen him. Lone Wolf saw Han Sen and frowned. But he cared little for his presence, and eventually looked away again. There was another person of a different race there, and he stood at a height of about 3 meters. He also had 4 arms, and he paced around in front of the door. He was holding a hammer, and eventually he swung it at the door. The hammer carried a black light. It was definitely a Geno armament, and the monster man hit the door a few times. Eventually, the rocks around the door began to fall. It was quite scary to witness. Seeing this was working, the monster beat the door even harder. The barrel-sized hammer kept on pounding into the door. And after a dozen more strikes, the door began to crack. Pang! After another dozen hits, the door finally broke down and revealed the chamber behind it. It was a half-natural cave with a metal vine inside. It was glowing. There was a metal flower budding on the stalk. Something that looked like a lotus seemed to be shining inside it. "This is the magnet fruit," someone shouted, as everyone started running for the vine. Suddenly, everyone was fighting between each other to get their hands on it. Chapter 1756. Falling into the black hole. Han Sen felt as if something was wrong. He stayed outside the door and just watched. The noble that used the hammer to break the door swiftly went towards the metal vine. He grabbed the lotus and the flower. Han Sen didn't think it would actually be that easy to snatch, but the lotus and the flower were easily pulled down. The giant didn't even have to use much strength. The 4-armed noble looked delighted with what he had retrieved, and he quickly tried to put the flower and the lotus items into his mouth. But before he was able to do so, the flash of a sword light came toward him. A Kate noble attacked, prompting him to fight back the aggressor with his hammer. A mess soon unfolded in the cave, as dozens of nobles began to fight amongst themselves. Many just watched, biding their time for the chance to grab something good. Han Sen saw the wolf-head man still near the center of the crowd. He didn't try to take the flower or the lotus, however. Things weren't that simple, and he knew it. There was no confirmation that the flower and the lotus were magnet fruits, after all. As Han Sen surveyed the scene, he soon heard the sound of thunder. He couldn't hear it clearly because of the fight, but it was certainly no human noise. We're underground. Where could the thunder be coming from? Han Sen frowned, and he did his best to listen. The thunder was definitely coming from someplace in the cave. The cave behind the door was only half natural. It connected to the bottomless hole, and the thunder sounds were coming from there. Dozens of nobles were knee-deep in battle, and even those that were staying out of the fray were still distracted by the lotus and flower. They were trying to keep a close eye on the items. Therefore, no one else noticed the sounds of thunder. Soon after, however, the thunder got louder. It sounded like explosions in the sky, and everyone began to pay heed. As the others started to wonder where the noise was coming from, though, it stopped. Everyone was shocked, and even the nobles who were still fighting had to quit. Suddenly, a force of suction began to pull on everyone, as if someone had just switched on a vacuum. The nobles inside the door, and the commoners outside, were all sucked away. They began rolling in the direction of the hole. Han Sen was in shock, and he couldn't stop himself from being dragged in that direction either. He grabbed at the rock floor, but he was still being pulled away, leaving scratch marks behind in the stone. Everyone started to scream, and almost everyone was sucked down into the gaping pit. The suction made their descent extremely quick. Han Sen was in the dark, but even so, he was incredibly calm. He held on to Bauer as he looked around. The sky was visible high above, but he did not know how deep the hole was. He was still falling. Down below, Han Sen could make out the presence of a purple light. It looked similar to the purple mist he had seen during the nighttime. There was smoke around it. Everyone was falling. Some were crying their eyes out, while others merely watched like Han Sen was. But none of them could stop their rapid freefall. They were falling into the darkness. And then, the sky became like a needle. The purple lights down below became clearer. Han Sen noticed that in the darkness down there, the purple light was coming from a purple lotus. The purple lotus was massive. They all felt like ants before the massive flower. The purple lotus opened, and the lotus cup was full. It was like purple jade, and the seed looked like an amethyst in the middle. The lights and the very dimension itself were twisted by the lotus. You could see the distortions from far away. As Han Sen was drawn toward the lotus flower, he noticed a lot of metal items on its surface. There were trucks, steel pipes, beams, and even helicopters and other sorts of aircraft. There were also road signs, steel pots, steel pans, even steel cutlery. They had all been dragged down to land on the purple lotus. Han Sen also saw the bodies of creatures, with most of them belonging to the Kate people. There were also individuals from different races Han Sen could not identify. All of them were sprawled out across the lotus. The scariest thing was that the metal and the bodies atop the flower were starting to melt. It was like they were being instantly decomposed. Pang! All the creatures landed on the purple lotus. Some hit the petals, and some fell on the cup itself. But no matter where they landed, it was like falling onto a luxurious mattress. Their bodies did not hurt after the fall either. Soon after, even if they weren't hurt, they were still magnetized to the lotus. Han Sen tried his best to move, but he could not shift his leg away from the lotus. The four-armed noble swung his hammer, trying to break the petal that bound him in place. Unfortunately, after one strike, the hammer itself got stuck, and the man was unable to bring it back. Everyone there were like bugs caught in a spider web. Not a single person could move, not even the nobles. Han Sen did not try struggling, though, for he knew such an endeavor would be pointless. He just started to think about how he might be able to escape. Han Sen did find out that Bauer was unaffected by the suction, however. She lay down on Han Sen's shoulder, nice and snug. The suction didn't pull him at all. Bauer curiously examined the environment, interested in the lotus flower and the lotus seeds. Magnet fruit, this is the real magnet fruit. As Han Sen was thinking about why Bao was able to move freely, someone started shouting nearby. One noble was standing on his feet, holding the lotus seed in his hands. It looked as if he hadn't been affected by the Han Sen looked around, noticing other people that weren't affected either. Most of them were nobles, but there were a few commoners in their midst. Strange. Why aren't they affected? Han Sen looked around and put away his Geno armor. He stopped using his Geno with Han Sen's body now feeling supremely light. The suction from the flower was all gone. Han Sen had been freed. 1757 Ghost Eye Bios, so the purple lotus's suction only applies to Geno armor and Geno armaments. It doesn't seem to affect the body. Han Sen shook out his arms and looked around. Many other people had discovered this secret, too. And after giving up their Geno armors, they were all free. After they were freed, people began to dig at the lotus seeds residing below their feet. Unfortunately, they were unable to make use of their Geno powers. Using their raw strength did not even allow for them to move a petal, and thus, rendered the seeds unobtainable. Some couldn't help but try to resummon their Geno armor, and when they did, they were immediately grounded and made immobile. So, they had to quickly take it off again. The nobles couldn't do anything either. Even with the treasure directly in front of them, they lacked the strength to dig it up. They were in a rush. Han Sen tried searching for the wolf-head man, but he was unable to find him. It seemed as if he had not been pulled down to where they were. Han Sen looked at the pieces of metal and the dead bodies around him, and he was immediately stricken with a bad feeling. The lotus only had the suction powers, so it didn't seem too harmful. But how had the metal corroded and bodies decomposed like so? Dad? The eye is back. Bauer spoke into Han Sen's ear. Han Sen looked to where Bauer's finger was pointing, but he saw nothing. Bauer was pointing towards the lotus, so if there was something behind it, he could not tell. Han Sen jumped atop a petal that was near him. He looked down, over the edge, and his face changed. Down, far below the lotus, a green eye was approaching. The eye wasn't as big as the lotus, but it was still as big as a house. The eye was shining green, and the sight of it was chilling. It was like a demon from hell. Han Sen, holding Bauer, quickly chose to fall back. As he went, he tried to activate his mutant blood. He also initiated a connection with his space-traveling powers, so he could return to the sanctuary whenever he so desired. The others were still digging for the lotus seed, oblivious to the eye that was nearing them. Soon after, a giant eyeball was hovering high above the lotus, surveying the helpless creatures in its sight. When the nobles and commoners finally noticed the presence of the eye, they all stopped digging. Ghost Eye looked at them for 2 seconds, and after that, the eye shone with the color green. It was like a spotlight, shining down on the lotus. Most of the beings down there were still digging out the lotus seeds, and they were caught in the beam of light. The light covered them, making them look like they had green skin. Arg! A scream erupted from the ranks, after one commoner, who was blinded by the light, suddenly noticed the huge blisters developing on his skin. They came and broke quickly, with the pus melting the flesh like water. The juices squirted all over the lotus. He wasn't the only one either. A second later, the bodies of many creatures developed such blisters and began melting. It even happened to the nobles, though the process began more slowly. Some people wished to dodge the light, and they resummoned their Geno armor to fight back. The people who summoned their Geno armors were sucked down onto the lotus, though. Even their Geno armors began to corrode and rot. Now Han Sen knew what had happened to the creatures that came down before them. Ghost Eye's light was shining down on the lotus. Without Geno armors or armaments, and not even nobles could avoid what was happening. But if they were to use their Geno armaments and Geno armors, they'd be sucked down and fixed in place. The situation had gotten really bad. Han Sen used his mutant blood powers and moved quickly across the flower, dodging each searing beam of light. Ghost Eye's powers were not indestructible, just stronger than the nobles. It was possible that the creature was a Viscount-class fiend, but it could have been just a strong baron. Regardless, the creature was a supreme being in that place. Its strength was of a level that did not allow for the nobles to fight back. Han Sen wondered if he should return to the sanctuary or deal with Ghost Eye, then and there. And as he did, he heard movement from above. Before Han Sen could raise his head to take a look, a white arrow descended from the sky, striking the hovering eye. Ghost Eye obviously felt it, as it immediately turned its shining stare up toward the white light. When the green light met the white light, it was like water thrown upon charcoal. There was a lot of smoke, and the white light eventually shot forward and pierced the eye. Ghost Eye screamed. It turned around, wanting to retreat, but not long after, it was as if the eye was melting. The crystals were dripping and smoking. Boom! In the end, Ghost Eye could not return to the darkness. It landed atop the lotus, struggling and squirming. Han Sen saw a white bone arrow in its eye. The arrow was shining with holy light. It was made of bone, but it was not evil at all. It really did look holy. I cannot believe that a Viscount Ghost Eye was guarding the magnet fruit. It was lucky you brought the Archangel bone arrow. If you hadn't, we couldn't have killed it. It was Viscount class, but when standing next to the magnet fruit, not even a count could have done anything, Long Wolf said, watching Ghost Eye melt away. It took the beast quite some time to deal with the cannon fodder. Without them, even with Archangel bone arrow, it is unlikely we could have killed him. Xena smiled, coming down to land on the lotus. She looked at the creature and then saw Han Senator. She looked at him strangely. This kid is lucky. He didn't get shined on by Ghost Eye. What would you like to do with him? Lone Wolf asked, nodding toward Han Sr. Get rid of him. No one can take the magnet fruit that is rightfully ours. If those old men come and fight for it, we can deny accusations, Xena said. Yes, my lady. Lone Wolf smiled, his evil fangs showing. His eyes looked red as he approached Han. Senator Han Sen frowned and jumped towards Ghost Eye. Ghost Eye's body was melting, but it wasn't completely dead, so Xena hadn't yet taken back the bone arrow. Han Sen was running for it. Lone Wolf saw where Han Sen was running to, and his face looked like a cat's that was hungrily stalking a mouse. His eyes turned red and his fur became straight, like a hedgehog. Boom! Lone Wolf jumped towards Han Sen, extending all four paws. The claws looked ready to sink into Han Sen's neck. 1758 Archangel Bone Arrow. Lone Wolf was a Baron Xenogeniac, and he was in the top tier of his class. Lone Wolf thought little of Han Sen, who he believed to be an ordinary person with only Geno armor. Geno armor that he was prohibited from wearing, too. After Lone Wolf used his Xenogeniac genes, he was incredibly swift. He leaped right in front of Han Sen with the plan of ripping through his neck. But suddenly, Han Sen tripped over a dead body and evaded the attack through pure luck. Lone Wolf thought little of it since it was obviously a coincidence, though. A commoner who only possessed Geno armor could not do anything against him, after all. Lone Wolf jumped over to Han Sen with even greater speed, but the human rolled and dodged. It looked like a dangerous move, but it had meant Lone Wolf had exerted effort into 2 strikes and gained nothing. Han Sen was able to deal with Lone Wolf easily. He could fight him face to face if he wanted to, but Xena was still close by. She was the one he was worried about. But Han Sen had to get the Archangel Bone Arrow before she did. If he didn't, he'd probably end up skewered with it just like Ghost Eye. Lone Wolf had struck twice and not hit Han Senator. He was growing a little suspicious, but he thought it to be too far-fetched. You could see worry creeping into Xena's eyes. So, she flapped her wings and tried slashing her hands in a downward arc like a meteor. Han Sen knew Xena was growing worried, too, and he knew he could no longer pretend to be daft and lucky. So, he fully activated his mutant blood before leaping over to Ghost Eye. The crystallized mutant blood melted, bubbling and boiling in his veins to pump Han Sen with greater speed. He ditched Lone Wolf and focused solely on reaching Ghost Eye's now dead body. But Han Sen underestimated Xena. The moment before Han Sen leaped over there, Xena appeared in front of him. Her strike towards him split the air with an audible crack. It was too fast, and Han Sen was too late in dodging. Without a doubt, Xena was not as lowly as a baron. She had to be a viscount. Her speed and strength could not be compared to Han Sen's xenogenic mode. Han Sen gritted his teeth and jumped into the air, still determined to reach Ghost Eye. He wanted to use his back to block Xena's strike. Xena hummed in satisfaction and continued with her strike, hurling it towards Han Sen's back. Even though Han Sen was a baron, his mutated part was his back. And she was confident she could cut him in half, with the entry point being his back. The difference between Viscount and Baron was very large. You could not just block such an attack. Pang! Xena hit Han Sen's back, but the impact only made him cough out a little blood. Xena's face twisted in surprise. When her hand hit Han Sen's back, it was like she had come up against a spring. And she was unable to slice him in two like she planned. Han Sen had spilled a lot of blood, but the added force gave him the necessary momentum to reach the eyeball. He grabbed the bone arrow and pulled it out of the eye. Before he could steady himself, he coughed up more blood. Although Han Sen used Yin Yang Blast to absorb Xena's strength, she had been too strong to get away scot-free. The force had almost broken his back. But he still managed to get the Archangel Bone Arrow, and that meant he had not suffered the hit in vain. You killed those feathers at the Black River? Xena felt compelled to ask as she stared at Han Sen icily. Lone Wolf madly cried out, "It must have been him. I cannot believe he is a xenogeniac and has managed to hide the fact. I thought he was merely an ordinary person possessing Geno armor. We have to slay him. This man is evil." After that, Lone Wolf jumped to Han Senator. He extended savage claws, priming them to plunge deep into Han Sen's heart. But Han Sen was holding the Archangel Bone Arrow. The vessels throughout his body were bursting, making his body feel like wind. The moment he went past Lone Wolf, the bone arrow shot through the felon's left ear and emerged from the right, sticking motionlessly through Lone Wolf's head. Han Sen went to the right side of Lone Wolf and pulled out the bone arrow. Lone Wolf's body had the momentum to travel a few more meters. It trailed blood as it went. Pink juice dripped out from his ears. And when he came to a stop on the ground, he twitched and convulsed. "I cannot believe Western Grand City was home to an elite such as you." Xena looked at Han Sen, but she refrained from showing any emotion. Lone Wolf's death didn't have any effect, it seemed. It was like her dog or cat had simply died, and that was that. Han Sen did not respond. He merely clutched the Archangel Bone Arrow tightly, staring down Xena. He wasn't going to flee to the sanctuary yet. He wanted to test the mettle of a Viscount first. Xena, seeing Han Sen not say a word, said quietly, "You are strong and tricky, but you have made one mistake." "Are you saying it was a mistake to make you an enemy?" Han Sen asked. Xena laughed and said, "Well, that is a mistake. But that's not what I am referring to. You shouldn't have taken the Archangel Bone Arrow." Han Sen's face changed, and he tried to throw it away. The bone arrow suddenly shone with a holy light, and then it pierced through his chest. The moment it shot through him, Han Sen felt as if he was pinned on the ground. He couldn't move, and he could no longer control his energy. Xena looked down at the Han Sen, who was now unable to move. The Archangel Bone Arrow was made from a king-class xenogeniac's bones. It is one of Holy Heaven's most precious treasures. It has its own mind, and commoners cannot simply use it on a whim. Even I, as a Viscount, have only learned how to make use often % of its power. You, a member of a different race, trying to control it? Well, that means you have a death wish. Han Sen ran his blood pulse sutra, then. And he boiled his blood. He couldn't move and so he couldn't teleport. Seeing Xena approach, Han Sen tried his hardest to break through the arrow's power and initiate a teleport. Han Sen's cells were releasing energy like a volcano. The power inside him was like a vat of burning gas, igniting his whole body. Holy light flared into existence, and then, Han Sen's eyes turned white. His black, short hair, became long, white hair. Han Sen's whole body was shrouded in a holy light, burning brightly. 1759 Super Body Evolution. The Archangel Bone Arrow's power had drilled into Han Sen, pinning him in place. He could not move, nor even make his body levitate. As he was being suppressed by this power, Han Sen activated a talent he had. His cells came alive, unleashing an unimaginable force. Every cell was lit up by a holy light, covering Han Sen in fire. It was like he was being reborn. Han Sen felt a familiar power course through his body, as a sense of control started to return. After he left the sanctuary, he had been unable to make use of his Super King Spirit body. His Super King Spirit mode had now been triggered by the Archangel Bone Arrow, though. The moment he entered Super King Spirit mode, the Bone Arrow's effects disappeared. In the Geno universe, Super King Spirit's indestructibility was still there in full force. It was not gone because of the Bone Arrow. The Archangel Bone Arrow did not work against Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode, but the Bone Arrow's strength was still there. It was like a sword inside Han Sen's body, trying to crack all his bones. With Han Sen's physical strength, he could not withstand the Bone Arrow. Xena could only use 10 to 20% of the Bone Arrow's power. Perhaps not even that much. But the King-class xenogenic material was something no barren body could block. Han Sen grabbed the Bone Arrow from the front and tried to lift it out of his chest. It felt as if it was stuck inside his own bones, though. He almost ended up breaking his own bones as he pulled at the arrow. Xena looked at Han Sen, blazing with fire, and she laughed callously. Your powers are strong, stronger than I realized. You are a rare sort. But before the Bone Arrow, even barons are injured. I could not use all the arrow's strength, but even so, a baron like you will die. And the more you struggle, the more power you draw from the arrow. The more pain you will incur. Han Sen just ignored her. His holy light beamed brighter, incinerating the things around him. He was like a rod of red-hot steel, going transparent. Xena frowned. Her wings became gold, webbed with a bony skeleton. She herself was growing stronger. Xena was a xenogeniac, too. And she was a Viscount, to top it off. After transforming, her power was like a tide. Since you are dying, anyway, the least I can do is make it pass quickly. Xena raised her arms and pointed them at Han Senator. Her fingertips were illuminated by a golden light. The point of light was very thin and sharp, like a diamond needle. Looking at the light, it felt like space itself could be shredded. Boom! The cold light was like a laser. It fired towards Han Sen's forehead. When the light was about to shoot through Han Sen's head, he let out a roar. The holy light was like a wildly fanned fire. It was like a volcano, and Han Sen's flesh was being refined. It was rising alongside the holy light. Han Sen's body burned like glass, making him glow and become half-transparent. Xena's golden light pierced through Han Sen's forehead. It then came out through the other side of his head. It touched down on a lotus petal and broke through it. Xena did not immediately relax after seeing that happen, though. She looked grim, instead. She could only stare at Han Senator. A Viscount xenogeniac strike had pierced through Han Sen's head, but it had not dealt him any damage. The half-transparent body was like a lake. The attack's trajectory may have led through Han Sen's head, but it left no mark of damage. The Archangel bone arrow in Han Sen's chest lost its grip. The power disappeared from it, and it started to slide out of him. Han Sen grabbed the bone arrow and pulled it out. Then, the bone arrow was in Han Sen's hand. It had been touched by a holy light and it was glowing again. It was stronger than when it had been used to kill Ghost Eye and shoot through Han Sen's chest. Xena was shocked, and she could not believe what she was seeing. The bone arrow was activated, and the power was stronger than what she possessed. Xena's mouth hung open. That bone belonged to the feathers, and without feather blood, you should have been hurt by merely touching the item. Han Sen was an outsider, and yet he had managed to successfully activate the bone arrow's power. And the power was more than she was able to use. On top of that, the bone arrow's powers were still rising, and the energy of the holy light was making the entire environment tremble. Xena's face changed, and she tried to fly away. She flew a few hundred meters, heading for the exit. Xena knew just how frightening the bone arrow could be, but for some reason, it had been activated by Han Senator. It wasn't just 10% either. So, if the bone arrow hit her, there'd be nothing she could do to block. She wanted to leave the thing's effective range. Seeing Xena flying away, Han Sen wasn't keen on giving chase. Soon, she was only a black dot far above. Super King Spirit Mode Evolution Complete, an announcement played inside Han Sen's head. He looked down and observed his body as if he were a god. He then summoned the gold feather bow in his hands. He knocked the bone arrow on the string, aimed up, and pulled the string back. When it was pulled as far as it could go, Han Sen's eyes froze, and his fingers released the string. A holy light flashed through the sky, breaking the darkness that had claimed it. Chapter 1760 Golden Growler evolved. Xena flew a few thousand meters away, and she didn't stop in her ascent. She lowered her head and suddenly looked very shocked. There was not even enough time for her to scream as the holy light gleamed in her frightened eyes. It had pierced right through her body. Pang! It was like a firework in the dark. The bone arrow punched through Xena's strong Viscount body, and a second later, she turned to dust. There wasn't a single fragment of bone left for retrieval. Xenogeniac Viscount hunted, Gold Feather Witch. Han Sen heard the announcement play, but he didn't hear anything about xenogeniac genes. The bone arrow was too strong, that much was dear. Her xenogeniac genes had been ruined by the wretched power, leaving nothing behind after shooting Xena. The Archangel bone arrow flew back to Han Sen and floated in front of him. It was glowing with holy light, as if it was awaiting a master's acknowledgement. Han Sen was feeling weak right now, though, and he had to exit Super King Spirit Mode. When he did, his body returned to normal. When his body returned to normal, the bone arrow stopped shining. It fell back down onto the lotus. Now it was just like a normal arrow. It lost the strength it had previously displayed. Han Sen knew he could only control the bone arrow in Super King Spirit Mode. In his normal form, he couldn't do anything to prompt an awakening. So, Han Sen picked up the arrow and walked around. There was not a single soul living across the lotus, and Ghost Eye was almost out of breath. Han Sen walked over to it and gave it a poke with his bone arrow. A fist-sized green crystal came out of the rotten eyeball. Xenogeniac Viscount hunted, xenogeniac gene found, Ghost Eye beast. Han Sen picked up the green crystal and walked towards Lone Wolf. He picked up the xenogeniac genes and tossed their bodies down into the black pit. Han Sen used the bone arrow to tear into the lotus. He managed to dig up 13 crystal lotus seeds. They were each about the height of a person, so he moved them to the sanctuary and left the hole. The lotus died pretty quickly after losing all its seeds, and it fell down into the bottomless pit. A day later, word was received that the hole had collapsed, sealing itself off completely. That surprised Han Sen, and it saved him much trouble. Mr. Tiger called Han Sen, and he was surprised to learn that he was still alive. Han Sen told him he didn't go down too deep, and that he exited long before whatever disaster had happened. He said he had no clue what might have happened down there. Mr. Tiger was confused by this, but he didn't ask anything else. So, Han Sen buried what had happened as deep as he could. He wanted to avoid the chance of someone learning what he had done and trying to kill him for his actions. Han Sen spent the next few days investigating his body. His Super King spirit was now called Super God Spirit. And aside from that, there did not seem to be any grand changes. But his body had most certainly changed quite a bit. His Super God Spirit still had its indestructible status, and beyond that, no normal power could hurt him. He really was like a god that could not be harmed. When he used his Super God Spirit, Han Sen could activate the bone arrow's power. That was most certainly not a coincidence. He did not know the extent of Super God Spirit's actual power, though. He wanted to give it a test, but after transforming, it only lasted a few seconds. And it drained him of energy after use, costing him way too much for casual activation. The Viscount Xenogeneic gene material from Ghost Eye was placed into a pot. The green crystal, just like the bone he had eaten previously, melted into a stew after an overnight boil. Han Sen thought he might be able to obtain Viscount genes, but after having a sip, all he received was an additional Baron gene. Still, after Han Sen drank the last of the Xenogeneic broth, he had received an additional 9 Baron genes. Not a single Viscount gene was obtained. The Baron genes still aided in making his body stronger, though. It especially improved his eyes, and he could see much clearer now. His vision in the dark had greatly increased. The bone from the lone wolf was something the silver fox seemed to like, and the little creature enjoyed chewing it and rubbing it. So, Han Sen gifted it to the thing. Using high-class genes will increase a lot of Baron genes, it would seem. But it doesn't look like you can skip a tier and start upping those points right away. That means that if I kill a few more Viscounts, maxing out my Baron tally shouldn't take too long, Han Sen thought to himself. Killing Baron Xenogeneics did not satisfy Han Sen's needs. Han Sen didn't know if the feathers would be disturbed by the disappearance of Xena and Lone Wolf, but after that day, many different races came to inspect the site of the hole. Many feathers did indeed come to the city. But everyone was clueless about the events that had transpired down there. And no one would ever suspect Xena could have been killed by a commoner like Han Senator. No one thought he was a suspicious fellow. The city wasn't safe, but at least Wizard could return to normal operational status. Chiao accepted a few missions and brought Han Sen along to slay a few Xenogeneics. They managed to get Wizard back on the right track. After a while, Third Master appeared again. They established a time in which Han Sen could teach the man a few techniques. Third Master did indeed offer a high payment for the services, and money was something in short supply for Han Senator. It was the perfect opportunity, really. Aside from the things that Chiao needed herself, Han Sen bought all the ingredients that they found during their escapades. He ate some, and he also gave some to Little Angel and Golden Growler. He was still wondering how he might make use of the 13 magnet fruits, though. The legend said that after a commoner ate one, their Geno armor would evolve a second time. They'd become a noble or Xenogeneic, right away. That was an overpowered effect, for sure. A commoner with Geno armor was a person with no hope. Only nobles and Xenogeneics could expect to grow. Han Sen did not know if he'd be affected by eating one, as his spell Geno armor hadn't evolved a second time. It was just a Geno armor, though, and if he knew the fruit would work, he'd eat one. After Golden Growler gobbled down a few more Xenogeneic genes, though, his body started to evolve and he started to generate his own Geno armor. So, Han Sen brought him to Kate, just in case he was sent into the big silence system once the armor was generated. Please evolve twice, Han Sen thought, looking at Golden Growler as he generated his armor. Golden Growler was not like Han Sen, and if it didn't work, Han Sen could at least feed him a magnet fruit to see what might happen. Chapter 1761 Roar. Han Sen had managed to put away some savings, and so he decided to buy a house for himself in the south. It was in a slum, and there were many hobos and creatures living there. This was what Han Sen needed. A place where it wasn't strange to have other creatures appear. Golden Growler was kept in a warehouse-like room as he generated his Geno armor. His body was full of some gold, mystic substance. It was becoming a gold set of armor that covered his entire body. Even his nails were wrapped up by this armor, leaving nothing exposed. Han Sen looked at the Geno armor that had generated successfully for Golden Growler, and wondered how the creature would even walk. This was the beginning. Han Sen had lived on planet Kate for a while now, and he was versed in the differences between a noble and a non-noble. Although there was just one evolution separating the two, the differences were staggering. Roar! Golden Growler chuffed quietly. The Geno armor on his body started to melt and twist, delighting Han Senator. The Geno armor melted and became liquid, but that meant Golden Growler was turning into a Xenogeniac. Han Sen felt nervous now. Xenogeniacs were strong, and their bodies were strong, but there were side effects to note. If Golden Growler could not hold back the urge to kill, it would become a killing machine. That would be worse than not evolving at all. His golden Geno armor became liquid, and it melted into Golden Growler's skin, fur, bones, and nails. It shocked Han Senator. The Xenogeniacs he had seen only evolved in one part of their body. Even for Han Sen, it had only been his blood. But the entirety of Golden Growler was changing, not just one aspect of him. Han Sen did not know if this was normal because he didn't know much about the evolving process of Xenogeniacs. Golden Growler seemed to suffer some sort of pain, as his claws gripped the ground, churning up the soil. His golden hair became metallic. His nails were turning into metal, too. Han Sen couldn't see what was inside Golden Growler, though, so he couldn't tell what might have been going on below the surface. Perhaps his organs were also becoming metal. Han Sen knew how painful it was to become a Xenogeniac, though. Golden Growler would have to suffer through all this on his own. Much time passed, and Golden Growler became more and more golden. He eventually looked like a golden statue. It made Han Sen wonder what would happen when he finished evolving. Could he live like an ordinary animal could? Or would he just become a metallic thing that could not even budge? Golden Growler raised his head in a silent roar. His body was shining gold. There was a golden light coming from him, like an ancient beast. It was roaring in the sky along with him. The gold light only appeared for a moment, though, and it soon faded. If Han Sen did not have good eyes, he would have thought they were playing tricks on him. This was the first time Han Sen had watched another creature become a Xenogeniac. He didn't know if any of this was normal, and he didn't know if this was what he looked like when he was evolving. After the silent roar, Golden Growler's body was normal again. Although he still had a golden glow, the flesh was meaty again. Still, it was a little different. While Golden Growler's evolution finished up, a few systems away, there was a beast in space. Its eyes were wide open, staring at planet Kate. After a while, it spoke to itself. Is this possible? Are there any more roars living in this galaxy? The blood is quite pure. Is that really a roar? After asking himself this repeatedly, the galactic beast looked very sure of his thoughts, and he seemed very happy. The beast's body was in space, and the storm in the galaxy did nothing to it. It swung its tail, and its body flashed forward. It was headed for Kate. Han Sen saw the Xenogeniac Golden Growler no longer moving, and he thought something might have happened. But Golden Growler suddenly jumped and surprised Han Senator. Han Sen saw Golden Growler's eyes were glowing gold, and there wasn't a single glint of murder in them. It made Han Sen feel a lot safer. Golden Growler jumped on Han Sen and licked his face. He looked so happy, he swung his tail. Han Sen patted Golden Growler on the head, looking delighted. He was thinking of bringing Little Angel and the others over, too, so he wouldn't be so lonely. If they could all evolve twice, he and his posse would be extremely powerful. It would be very helpful for Han Sen in the Geno universe. He brought Golden Growler back with him to Wizard. Although his presence would be difficult to explain, Han Sen would prefer to have Golden Growler near him. Golden Growler was down near Han Sen's feet, checking out Planet Kate streets. Compared to the Alliance, this planet was, for lack of a better word, vintage. But it wasn't barren, in any way. Many different civilizations and technological advancements were all meshed together. As they walked, though, Han Sen's face changed. He looked around but did not see anything. Still, something made him feel very worried and very nervous. His heart that had stopped beating, because of the solid blood, suddenly started to move again. He was disturbed. Very disturbed. It had been so long since Han Sen last felt like this, and his face turned red as he looked around. And he was thinking to himself, have the feathers noticed I killed Xena? Have the higher class feathers come to exact revenge? Before he could think, Han Sen used all his power to take Golden Growler with him back to the sanctuary. Han Sen could not sense where the danger was coming from, but he knew he couldn't fight back. So, he chose to run. But it was too late. There was a roar on the street, blasting shockwaves. It destroyed the entire block. After that, Han Sen felt as if he had been robbed of all power. He could no longer even stand. He was all soft, lying on the ground. A green beast appeared on the street. Its head was like a lion's, but with the body of a rabbit. It had green fur, with the ears of an elf. The beast approached, and as it came, the dimensions distorted around it. It did not care for Han Sen, and its eyes were locked on Golden Growler. And it looked excited. Chapter 1762 Unsolid Mountain. Golden Growler didn't go soft like Han Sen had. He moved in front of Han Sen, growling toward the green-haired beast. The golden light on his body was gleaming strongly, and he looked murderous. The green-haired beast, seeing Golden Growler behavior, looked annoyed. He coldly said, "You possess the blood of the king. The king of Unsolid Mountain. How can you associate yourself with a lesser race like this?" The green-haired beast displayed its fangs. The mouth had not looked too big at first, but now it looked wide enough to swallow an elephant. Its fangs were messy and jagged, unlike those of an ordinary animal. Han Sen was going to launch his Super God Spirit mode, but Golden Growler roared and jumped toward the green-haired beast's mouth. The green-haired beast did not want to hurt Golden Growler, though, so it did not bite. It grabbed Golden Growler by the fur of his scruff. Then, the beast turned to look at Han Sen coldly. A second later, it took off, abandoning the planet's atmosphere. It disappeared, right before Han Sen's eyes. Han Sen did not underestimate the power a creature like that possessed because he flat out could not. Golden Growler's presence was the only reason that such a powerful creature had even spared him a glance. It wouldn't even waste effort biting him. A lesser race like Han Sen would not even make a decent meal. Han Sen did not care about that, though. What made him feel most poorly about this was the fact that Golden Growler had been stolen. It was difficult to explain the mesh of feelings. Unsolid Mountain. Han Sen looked up into the sky, searing the word into his memory. Han Sen did not feel sad. Sadness was the weakest and most pointless emotion to have when you needed to rise to a challenge. Han Sen could only take comfort in the knowledge that the green-haired beast would not harm Golden Growler. Clearly, it had some connection to Golden Growler. That was the only good news he could glean. And that also meant he had time to do something about it all. He didn't have the time to wallow in sadness. Han Sen went back to Qiao's house knackered. The green-haired beast had only roared, and it made his body floppy. The gulf in power between him and the beast was far too much. Han Sen had been happy that Golden Growler had managed to evolve, but he wasn't anymore. Han Sen did not know how the green-haired beast had managed to find Golden Growler either. This was something that worried him. If Little Angel had the same issue when she evolved, there'd be nothing Han Sen could do to stop that. Han Sen hadn't entered Super God Spirit mode, and he hadn't taken Golden Growler back to the sanctuary. It was too late, and that was the reason. Not all creatures could live in the sanctuary, but Golden Growler was a xenogeniac. That meant he'd be kicked out, upon a return. If he was kicked out, he'd end up someplace in the Big Silence system. There'd be a high chance of him dying if he ended up there. So, Han Sen knew it was best not to try, that he'd only be endangering him further. Han Sen looked for information regarding Unsolid Mountain, and he discovered nothing. Aside from the name, he knew nothing. Han Sen pondered the issue for a long time. He called up Third Master and asked about Unsolid Mountain. When Third Master heard the name, his face changed. He didn't answer Han Sen's question, and instead, with a terrible look, asked, "Have you provoked a creature belonging to Unsolid Mountain?" "No. The place is just something I heard about." Han Sen knew Third Master must know something. "Yeah, well, if you did provoke them, you can't talk to me right now." Third Master was starting to look a bit better. After a while, Third Master went on to say, "Unsolid Mountain is a place I cannot tell you about. Not even my old man can tell you about it. Holy Heaven is the Feather's headquarters. Unsolid Heaven is the headquarters for creatures that are far scarier than any from Holy Heaven. That is a world for xenogeniacs. Not just any can find themselves there. For your sake, I hope you never have the misfortune to interact with any hailing from that sordid place." Han Sen nodded, and then Third Master stopped talking. This was all Han Sen was able to learn, and he had no clue of the location. Golden Growler's bloodline can be traced to Unsolid Mountain's king. So, does that mean Golden Growler is a creature created by the crystallizers, with the genes of another race? Han Sen wondered to himself. After all, Golden Growler was amazing. And he was different from all the other creatures Han Sen had known. But it did not matter now. While Han Sen knew this place existed, he could not do anything about it. "I'm too weak. I need to become stronger." Han Sen didn't think he could carry on like this, and he had to level up. Fortunately, he was different from the inhabitants of the Geno universe. If he had xenogeniac genes, he could ascend in power. He didn't have to sluggishly level up through slow practice like the average noble or xenogeniac. In the western side of Grand City, Han Sen could not get many xenogeniac materials. He had discovered only one way, thus far, to obtain the ingredients he needed. And that was traversing the xenogeniac space. About 500 miles away from town, there was a xenogeniac space with some viscounts. Han Sen wanted to push his luck and venture out there. Han Sen told Qiao he wanted to dare the xenogeniac space, and Qiao's eyes opened wide. She nibbled her lips and said, "Han Sen, I know you are strong, but any xenogeniac space is dangerous. Not even nobles think they could live out there. If there aren't any accidents, I will be there for 2 months. If you are willing, I can find another baron to work in my stead," Han Sen told Qiao. "That has nothing to do with it. You know, Viscount xenogeniacs aren't something that a normal xenogeniac can deal with. You are putting your life in serious risk," Qiao said, clearly annoyed. Han Sen drew his rhino horn dagger and gave it back to Qiao. He said, "Qiao, thank you for taking care of me. But there is something I must do." But, Qiao wished to say something, but Han Sen's actions stopped her. Han Sen pulled out a thin sheet of metal. Qiao knew that it was a xenogeniac nail from a baron Han Sen had killed only 2 days ago. Qiao watched as Han Sen's right thumb and finger pushed against the metal. It was only a slight movement, but the nail broke. The sheet of metal was cut in half. Qiao's eyes opened even wider, and she looked on in utter disbelief. A barren noble could not break a barren material with their bare hands. Chapter 1763 Xenogeneic Space. What height must a mountain reach to be considered a tall mountain? There was no answer to this question, just like no one knew how tall Unsolid Mountain was. No creature could reach the peak of Unsolid Mountain. None had ever glanced at what lay at the peak. Even the highest tier Xenogeneics of Unsolid could not reach the highest point. All they knew was that the master that lived at Unsolid Line was a real king. But two beasts resided at the peak of Unsolid Mountain. The big one looked like a rabbit, and the small one looked like a lion. And next to these two golden beasts, there was a woman. The woman was very beautiful and graciously elegant. The most special thing about her was the horn upon her head. She was like the purest of unicorns. She brushed her hand across the fur of a gold beast, wearing a difficult-to-discern smile. "How is his blood?" "How much roar blood?" the green-haired beast asked, looking at the sleeping golden creature. "Less than 5 points, the woman said calmly. "Less than 5 points. I thought it would be higher." The green-haired beast frowned, and he wasn't happy with the answer. But it could reach 10 points, the woman said. "What do you mean?" The green-haired beast was shocked to hear this. The woman stroked the beast's fur, and with a strange look, said, "I don't know where he comes from, and how he managed to gain such pure blood of the roar. But he is very talented and stronger than the usual roar. Perhaps he can grow further." "How is that possible?" "His body has blood that is stronger than the pure roar." The green-haired beast did not believe her. "He does not have blood that is stronger than the pure roar, but he has been infused with other blood. It provides him with more opportunities, so maybe he will go further than the pure themselves." When the woman spoke, her eyes trembled. "If things are really that way, that's great." The green-haired beast was very happy, and he asked, "Why did you stop me from killing the lesser life?" "You can't kill him." The woman shook her head. She looked weird. "They have a special connection. I don't know why, but if you were to kill him, it might affect this little guy's future. We cannot risk that." "But a lesser life can associate with a higher race like the roar?" The green-haired beast demanded angrily, wanting to kill Han Sr. "God knows what he has been through. According to our theory, his roar blood should be gone. It should no longer exist. His appearance now changes everything." She paused for a brief while, before resuming speech. "Anyway, keep your fingers off that lesser one. He can die by anyone else's hands, but not ours." Han Sen was currently making his way towards the Xenogeneic space. Xenogeneic spaces were never what they seemed, the space within them was twisted. It was like something that looked like a mountain from a distance. But reaching it would reveal that you were in fact traversing a big canyon. Holy Heaven and Unsolid Mountain were like this, but the degree of their distortion far exceeded that of a mere mountain. It was the entire area. But Han Sen wasn't going to a place like that today. He was only going to a mountain, situated beyond a few rocky hills that were a few hundred meters tall. But when he drew closer, the hills drew together and Xenogeneics appeared. He did not know where they came from. The Katacross would occasionally come here for a hunt, gathering together into teams. The teams weren't like Wizard, though. They had very few members, but they were all nobles. And in regards to the Xenogeneics, they did not often reveal themselves for what they truly were, unless they had protection. Han Sen put Bauer in the sanctuary because the Geno universe was too dangerous for her. Until he knew he could protect himself, he knew he should not risk bringing Bauer along. Especially after what had happened with Golden Growler. Now, he was going to be a lot more careful. Han Sen donned his Dongxian armor. It covered him completely, and his body was changed by the Dongxian powers. Not even Qiao could recognize he was Han Senator. After entering the xenogeniac space, Han Sen wanted to kill xenogeniacs. But he also didn't want the feathers to know he was not just some commoner. To prevent the feathers learning who he was, he had to hide his identity with the armor. Han Sen rode a dirt bike toward 3 rocky hills. But when Han Sen reached them, they became mountains. It was like there was no end to them. So, Han Sen got off the bike and left it at the foot of a mountain. If he was lucky, he could ride it back home. Han Sen walked across one of the mountains, and soon he felt that there was something hiding in the woods nearby. He entered battle mode and stared at where the noise was coming from. Quickly, Han Sen heard a rush of footsteps. And not long after, something walked out. When he saw the shadow for who it was, it gave him a big shock. It was a 15-year-old girl who had no cat ears. She had no tail either. She was most certainly not of the Kate. Han Sen looked at her for a while. She didn't seem like a different race, she actually looked human. But her life force told Han Sen that she couldn't be a human. Aside from Han Sen, there were no human nobles in this universe. And that was especially true of 15-year-olds. The girl did not have any Geno armor, and she looked strangely like a xenogeniac. She had white leather armor and boots for clothing, and there was a long sword by her side. She had a ponytail and looked rather pretty. Han Sen was looking at the lady when she drew her sword out. It was purple like the moon, and with a girly voice, she said, "This is a robbery. Give me your eggs." Han Sen looked at her and thought that he must have heard something incorrectly. Either that, or he was hallucinating, due to his recent lack of sleep. Chapter 1764 Trading with the Lady, Did you not hear me? Give me your eggs. When the girl saw that Han Sen wasn't responding, she waved her purple sword menacingly. You can steal other things. As long as it's not something inside me, I can give it to you. But those things represent me as a man. I cannot give them to you. I am sorry, Han Sen said with a smile. Stop talking rubbish. I want your eggs. What does this have to do with being a man? The lady looked at Han Sen with confidence. May I ask you, do you know what the eggs are? Han Sen looked at her strangely. Of course I know. The lady was not very intimidating, and she went on to say, the 2 gold balls. Give them to me, or I will harm you. My sword does not have a conscience. Han Sen spread his hands and said, I don't have any gold eggs. You must be mistaken. Really? The girl looked at Han Sr. I really don't have them. Han Sen nodded. You should have told me sooner. I have wasted so much time. The lady returned her sword and started to depart. Han Sen looked at her with interest. He hadn't expected her to just leave. He was not sure where she was from, for her to end up in such a dangerous locale. But that was none of Han Sen's business, and since she was already out there, she must have had her own way of survival. Han Sen was not sure if the girl was naive or if she was merely pretending to be. Whatever the case might have been, he thought it would be best for him to stay out of it. Han Sen turned around and readied himself to leave, but after walking a few steps, he heard the girl say, This is a robbery. Give me your eggs. Roar. Han Sen heard an angry roaring. He turned around and saw a strange bull with broken joints. It jumped towards the girl, its hoofs aligned with her head. Han Sen was frozen. He saw 2 gold eggs beneath the bull, swinging as its body moved. Dong! 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 The lady swung her purple sword toward the bull. A metal noise rang out. Han Sen's expression looked very weird. The girl was strong, and strength aside, her skills were very good compared to what he had seen in this universe. Xena was a Viscount elite, but her combat skills were much worse than what he was seeing now. That weird bull was very strong, but it wasn't very agile. The lady, however, was. The lady's strength was only a little worse than the bull's, but they fought for a while. It was difficult to discern which of them would win. Moo! Moo! The weird cow started to moo angrily. You know how strong I am now. Give me your eggs and I will spare your life, the lady said. Moo! Moo! The bull thundered, as his legs began to shine with gold. It was headed right for the lady. The lady's movement was fast, and her purple sword swung in a crescent moon. She moved it well, and it broke the bull's attack. The Geno universe has many elites. If her sword skills are this proficient, her parents must be very powerful, Han-sen thought while Han-sen was watching. He saw the forest sway with all sorts of strange mooing sounds. There were more bulls headed the lady's way, all with golden eggs swinging. The lady's sword skills were strong, but she was too weak to fight them all. She couldn't be much better than the average baron. It was okay to one-on-one the bull, but she'd have no chance of survival if she was surrounded by them on all sides. What are you standing there for? Come and help. The lady fell back, shouting at Han. Senator Han-sen was thinking, she wanted to steal my eggs and now she wants my help. She is obscene. I can help, but my services aren't free. How about you give me the sword in your hand for a reward, and I'll kill them all? Han-sen offered. The sword in the lady's hand was made from xenogenic materials. It looked to be much better than the rhino horn dagger. And Han-sen could not keep relying on the archangel bone arrow. He needed a weapon, and he needed it now. The lady was fast, so she threw the sword to Han-sen as she ran, saying, "Fine, it's yours. Come and help." Han-sen caught the sword as 4 bulls came charging towards him. Han-sen, moving like a snake, headed towards them. Dong! 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 There were 4 metallic noises, and 4 pairs of gold eggs fell to the earth. The bulls were all bleeding, and they died right there. Xenogenic Baron hunted, Xenogenic gene found, Gold Sun Bull. Han-sen heard the announcement play 4 times. Then, swinging his new sword, he picked up the 4 pairs of eggs and put them in his satchel. Hey, those eggs are mine, the girl said, running over to Han Sr., I'm the one who killed the things. It's dangerous here, so you should just leave. You won't be this lucky if you encounter trouble again. After that, Han-sen proceeded through the woods. The girl wasn't going to simply leave, though. She chased Han-sen and said, "You are a liar. I gave you the purple moon sword. You should give me those eggs, or at least half the tally. Or maybe even just 1 pair." Han-sen got annoyed, so he threw a pair of gold eggs at her. Upon receiving them, the girl looked incredibly happy. Han-sen thought she would leave after that, but after a while, she was back near him. "Didn't I give you what you wanted? Why are you still following me?" Han-sen asked with a frown. "That was a mission of mine. Now I need to get a silver goat horn. You're pretty good, so why don't we go and kill silver goats together?" The girl blinked. "What do you need them for?" Han-sen asked. The girl seemed strange on multiple levels, and these were only barren materials. They were cheaper than the components of her sword, so the fact that she wanted them so badly was weird. "I need these 2 items to become an adult. If I can't get them, I will have to wait another year. And that also means I cannot go out for a year. Can you please help me?" The girl looked at Han-sen helplessly. Chapter 1765 Big Pirate, Cheap Bastard. Selfish. No wonder he calls himself Dollar. The lady muttered to herself continuously as she walked. Han-sen had agreed to help her get a silver goat, but he had taken Purple Moon Sword's sister blade. One was short and the other was long, they were a pair. Han Sen was happy about receiving them, though. He hadn't examined them properly yet, but they at least looked far better than the rhino horn dagger. The lady was called Higher. She said she was from the sea, but aside from that, she hadn't elucidated much. Still, Han Sen wasn't too interested in asking for more information. Han Sen was only going to help her hunt one more xenogeneic, and after that, the two would split up. He didn't need to know any more about her. Higher was leading the way, but she wasn't too familiar with where they were, and after a long time of traveling, they did not see a single xenogeneic, let alone a goat. Hang on. Han Sen pulled Higher to a stop. He climbed up a small boulder nearby. Han Sen looked out from the top and saw a bunch of people fighting a xenogeneic. The xenogeneic was a six-armed bear, and its paws were black like obsidian. It was wreathed in black fire. It slammed the ground and split stones in two, then lit them on fire with those menacing flames. It was a scary sight. Barons should not possess such powers, so it had to be a viscount. Fighting the six-armed bear were several Kate and some members of another race. There were 10 nobles in their midst, and the soldiers there had come well prepared. One noble released a green light from his sword. With the help of the other nobles and soldiers, he was delivering a multitude of lacerations across the bear's body. The fight was nearing its end, and not long after, the six-armed bear was surrounded well enough for the superior noble to cut the beast's head right off. The hunting group had lost a few people. But killing a viscount was worth it for the others, due to the good rewards. Come out. The noble, St. holding his sword, looked towards the boulder. His stare was cold. Han Sen looked at Higher and then revealed himself. Higher had accidentally struck the rock, which led to their detection. We are only passing by. We mean you no harm. Han Sen stood atop the boulder, putting his hands out before all the nobles. That one noble was obviously a viscount, and his team was still moderately powerful to boot. Han Sen was only there for a xenogeneic creature. He had no need for additional drama. All he would have to do, he thought, was explain what he was doing there. The noble with a sword started to say something, but his face changed and he said to Han Sen, I didn't know you were working out here. We will leave now. After that, they all left quickly. The entire group ran off, with no interest in keeping the six-armed bear's body. Han Sen frowned and looked back at Higher. He didn't think he had a strong enough presence to make them leave like so he thought that was their response to her. Higher ran to the six-armed bear's body and sliced the paws off. She put them all in her pocket. Han Sen frowned and kept on walking. It was so strange. Every hunter that saw Higher seemed to run like a ghost. They never even wanted the prey that they had fought tirelessly for. Hunters were leaving behind xenogeneic resources left and right. Han Sen couldn't help but feel as if they were robbing them. But despite all this, Higher hadn't said a word about it. It must have been the easiest thieving one could ever find themselves doing. Who is this Higher? Han Sen frowned, not thinking the answer would be a good thing. It felt as if he had attracted more trouble. They didn't encounter any xenogeneics, but Higher was still able to reap a bounty of rewards. Aside from the Viscount's six-armed bear, she got many barren materials. Ding dong. Ding dong. As Han Sen eyed Higher with suspicion, something rang from overhead. Higher heard it, and when she did, her face changed. She pulled Han Sen by the arm and said, "Wrong way. Not this way. We should go a different way." After that, Higher dragged Han Sen away from where the bell had sounded. But not long after, they heard the ringing again. Higher pulled Han Sen in a different direction, but again, before long, they heard the ring sound. Higher wished to change direction again, but Han Sen had heard the ringing sound from so close. It was conning from just ahead of them. He saw a person emerge. It was a man riding an elephant. He had silver armor, and while his face was not especially handsome, there was a special feeling to him. He looked as if he didn't care about anything. The guy had a pair of black horns, and aside from that, he looked like a human. His skin was pale, though, and if he wasn't wearing the armor, you'd mistake him for a scholar. Since when have pirates learned how to travel abroad? The man riding the elephant approached the pair and smiled as he looked at them. We aren't going around anywhere. I am looking for a silver goat. This is none of your concern. Hire pouted her lips. It didn't seem as if she liked that man very much. Han Sen could tell. The man smiled and said, long ago, the sky pirates swore a pirate would not enter the Dan Xian system for another 1,000 years. Thus far, only 700 have passed. It begs the question whether or not pirates can truly be trusted. I am just me, and I have nothing to do with piracy. Don't speak such nonsense. Hire sounded annoyed. If you aren't a pirate, how did you receive so many good items for free? The man asked with a humorless grin. So what if I broke the promise? Are you going to kill me? Do you have the guts to do that? Hire was very angry, and she no longer spoke sense. The man laughed and said, you are a pirate of a superior race. It is difficult for you to evolve. I will let you live, but I must teach you a lesson. After that, the man went quiet. He looked at Hans Sr., if you broke the laws to come here, your guard of a lesser race will pay with his blood. Han Sen did not understand anything about the vows, but he understood that last sentence. He quickly said, I have nothing to do with her, and I'm not a pirate. If you want to punish someone, punish her. Hire loudly said, yeah, he's the man I hired. He has nothing to do with piracy. If you want something, come right for me. The man looked like he was death himself, and he said, whose life ends now? Yours or his, it's your decision. After that, the man did not seem to care if they responded. He just rode the elephant away, disappearing into the mountains with the bell ringing. Chapter 1766 Siege, what's with that guy? Could he not understand our language? Han Sen had encountered rude people before, but none that were rude to that extent. Hire looked bitter and said, he'll really do what he said. This is bad. I doubted if he wanted to kill someone, why would he leave? Han Sen said. Hire shook her head. The higher races like the Jingyue wouldn't bother to kill those of a lesser race themselves. He only needs to give the word, and others will come tripping over each other for the opportunity. It won't be long before we encounter others who will have come here to kill you in the hopes of obtaining a reward. I am a baron. It may not be a very high class, but that still makes me a noble. Don't say I'm from a lesser race. Han Sen smiled, not very concerned about their predicament. Can't break the cocoon and become a butterfly without your race being in the Geno Hall. Even if you become a duke or a king, you're still an individual. And you still hail from a lesser race, Hire said. What cocoon? And what is the Geno Hall? Han Sen asked, confused by her strange metaphors. I don't know. I've only heard about it from old pirate. I know that if a race doesn't have a lantern in a Geno Hall, they cannot leave their names there. And that means they are deemed a lesser race, Hire said quickly. But this is not the time for talk. Let's run and leave the xenogenic space behind. At least that way, you might live. Han Sen thought for a moment, but then said, you should leave. He wants to kill me, and I'm sure I'll find a way through. I can't do that. If I left, people will think we pirates are afraid of the Jingyue. I cannot bring us any embarrassment. Hire lifted her chin. Han Sen did not know what to think. He had been dragged into this by Hire, and he thought, what the hell is going on? I came here to kill xenogenics and that's it, I haven't killed any, and I need to be running for my life. My luck is bad. Next time I go hunting, I should really check my fortune or something. They hadn't walked far when they heard footsteps roll up like thunder. A group of people came down from the mountain, headed their way. Han Sen noticed it was the people they had seen earlier, the group that had slain the six-armed bear. Their leader was the Viscount with the sword. Haire's face changed. She pulled Han Sen to get him to walk faster, but soon after, a few barons and other soldiers barred their way. The Viscount caught up, and they were swiftly surrounded. "Lady of the Pirates, we have come here for him. Please step aside, for we do not want to sully your clothes with blood," the Viscount politely told Haire. "He's one of my people. Do you dare touch him?" Haire responded coldly. "My lady, please don't do this. If we don't take him back, we will all die on his behalf." The Viscount's speech was very calm, but he had already made his decision. Even if he had to offend Haire of the pirates, he still wanted to claim Han Sen's life. Pirates hadn't entered the Dan Xian system for 700 years. The Zhenyue were a high race of the Dan Xian system. Although they were not as respected as the pirates, if the pirates were looking to cause trouble with the Zhenyue, they would have to go past Holy Heaven. "If you are not afraid to die, then come. I will kill whoever dares come close." Haire shouted angrily as she brought out her dagger. "Then, I am sorry. We may not dare to hurt you, but we have to do this." The Viscount waved his hand, and a few nobles approached Haire. They all had Baron Gino weapon shields. The Viscount pulled out his sword and ran to Han's senator in an instant. Han Sen went from standing motionlessly to running like the wind. He ran to the nearby forest. It was difficult to determine how many teams wanted to kill Han Sen and claim whatever bounty had been offered. He knew he couldn't kill them all. Some of them would be Viscounts, too, so any fights that ensued would be very tough. Two barons tried to stop Han Sen, raising their weapons to block his path. And for this, Han Sen moved in a way that made it look as if he went left and right. The two barons made a terrible judgment, for one moved left while the other moved right. There was a gap in the middle. Han Sen went right past them, as both hands beamed with a purple light. And after Han Sen had passed them by, their heads sailed into the sky, trailing blood. Han Sen's eyes did not move. He had been through so much, and in battles like this, the loss of life no longer bothered him. If they wanted to give their lives to Zhenyue, they must have prepared themselves to die. Even if their lives were threatened by the Zhenyue, that was not a valid reason for killing others. There was no excuse for killing others, just so you could stay alive. "Come here, scum. Give me your life." The Viscount was very mad. His long sword was lit with a bright green light, and it slashed right behind Han's senator. Han Sen's mutant blood was boiling inside his body, and with the Dongxian armor, it was like he had the strength of a Xenogeniac and a noble all in one. He was definitely far stronger than the average baron, at least. He moved like a tiger, as a power burst out from his waist. He moved his body half a foot forward, dodging the sword light. And as he did so, he slashed with his own purple moon sword. He did so at an angle the Viscount could not see, which let it strike the man's shoulder. The sword went in 2 inches, but it felt to Han Sen as if he had just tried to stab glue. He could not stab the man again, as the sword was stuck inside his shoulder. The Viscount did not next expect himself to get hurt by a baron. He looked incredibly mad, and without caring much for the wound, he tried thrusting toward Han Sen's neck. He wanted to cut Han Sen's head off, then and there. Han Sen knew this would happen, though. So, he pulled his sword back and dodged. He continued running towards the forest. But another baron blocked Han Sen's way. The baron's lance was swinging wildly like a dragon. He didn't want to kill Han Sen, just stop him. The Viscount looked cold and murderous. He wanted to stab Han Sen in the back. Han Sen could not go backward nor forward, and he was going to get hit by the Viscount. So, Han Sen turned around and watched the Viscount. He crossed the purple moon long sword and short sword so they'd be brought up against the Viscount's sword. He paid little attention to the lance behind him. The Baron noticed his opportunity, and so he used all of his powers to strike Han Sen in the back. The tip of the lance cracked the atmosphere as it flew to plant itself in Han Sen's back. Almost at the same time this occurred, the Viscount's sword came down on Han Sen's two swords. It shined brightly, dousing the whole forest in green light. Han Sen suddenly jumped, his body assuming a weird position in the air. It was like he was lying down, aloft in the air. He pushed the Viscount's sword back with his own two swords, as a sword light came behind Han Senator Katja. The Baron's lance went below Han Sen, striking the Viscount in the chest. And at the same time, the Viscount's sword light decapitated the striking Baron. Blood was spilling everywhere, and the Viscount was enraged. He swung his sword and chased Han Sen into the forest. Chapter 1767. One arrow strikes the heart. Inside a pool of still water, Han Sen lay motionless beneath its surface. He watched everything that was happening around him. Since running into the forest, he had run non-stop for the past 4 days. He could not keep track of how many nobles he had killed, but they just kept on coming. He hadn't had a moment's rest. There were at least 5 Viscount nobles giving chase, as well. After endless fighting, the Dongxian armor had incurred many marks. But that was nothing to Han's senator. If other nobles were in his position, Viscounts included, they'd have been exhausted and dead a long time ago. Han Sen was still energized. The Dongxian armor absorbed energy from the very earth to fuel his power. He could keep fighting without a need for stopping. Han Sen wanted to use the Archangel Bone Arrow to kill his pursuers, but he would need to activate his super god spirit body to make use of it. The energy cost of taking on that form, however, far outweighed what the armor could put out. His real enemy was not a Viscount. If he could not kill the Jinhue, he would keep on being chased like this. Han Sen hadn't bothered returning to the sanctuary, though, because running away was not his style. A good offense was the best defense, and what he really needed to do was find the Jinhue. Han Sen was taking a 10-minute break, hiding in the pool. He eventually heard footsteps approach. *T. Where did that shoal go? How the hell does a baron have this much power, endurance, and skill? Growled a rough voice from close by. It was the Viscount with a sword. Han Sen had learned that his name was Hoi. Hoi was answered by another, calmer voice. He might be a baron, but he is related to the pirates. He is not like ordinary barons, so that is something I can understand. Mr. Elephant is getting impatient. If we don't kill him, we'll end up being slaughtered for failing, Hoi said quietly. Maybe not. Mr. Elephant went to Old Dragon Rock Mountain to kill that Xenogeniac. He won't be back for a bit. We still have plenty of time. The calm voice was speaking again. Han Sen heard it. He had been running through the Xenogeniac space for a while now, and he had gained some familiarity with the area. He had also captured a few barons and interrogated them for information, and so he knew about Old Dragon Rock Mountain. He had never dared venture there, though. One baron said that Old Dragon Rock Mountain had a Xenogeniac on it that was of Earl class, and that was something Han Sen wasn't exactly keen on provoking. Mr. Elephant wants to kill an Earl Xenogeniac. He has a big appetite. Han Sen was coldly laughing to himself. The higher races said they were the highest in their bracket, but they were not invincible. Han Sen had guessed Mr. Elephant was a Viscount, and he was indeed very brave to hunt an Earl Xenogeniac. Where did he go? Hoi resumed his search, angrily. Another Viscount wished to answer, but he suddenly widened his eyes as he looked into the pool to the left of Hoi. Hoi knew something had to be wrong, so he pulled his sword out and slashed blindly toward the water. Hoi saw Han Sen leap out of the pool and come for him. Go to hell. Hoi used more strength than ever, but he knew that something was wrong. His angry expression turned worried. Catcha! The sword cut Han Sen's body in half, but Hoi immediately knew that something wasn't right. It was just an illusion. Han Sen's body was still in a half-crouch, looking like a beast ready to pounce. He jumped at Hoi and grabbed his waist, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and pulled the Viscount into the water. Another Viscount came near to the pool and looked into the water. It was too dirty, and he could not see who was down there. He couldn't risk a strike. He held a bow and aimed at the water instead, unsure of where to fire. Hoi, come out so that I can shoot. Nitsai shouted at the water. Pang! A wave formed as someone rose out of the water. Nitsai aimed the bow at the form, then noticed it was Hoi. Almost at the same time, someone else emerged in silence. This person had two purple swords, both of which were different sizes. They were coming right for Nitsai. Those two swords were fully serrated, and after all the fighting thus far, they looked like fangs. Nitsai reacted quickly. He lowered the bow and prepared to fire. With so little distance between him and his target, Nitsai was confident Han Sen would not be able to dodge. Han Sen didn't try to dodge either. He just smiled at the man and revealed his white teeth. With the swords, he slashed toward the arrow that was fired. Naive. Nitsai laughed in dark amusement. His Viscount weapon was a bow, formed by a Viscount xenogeniac black scale beast. It was powerful, and a baron should not have been able to block it. Han Sen's swing landed on the arrow, though. The purple moon swords had endured much over the last 4 days, though, and they shattered into bits of broken glass. The arrow was still coming, too. It struck Han Sen in the chest. The arrow pushed Han Sen back down into the water. A bevy of blood filtered upwards, followed by bubbles. Nitsai, good job. Hoi was happy. But before he could finish, the water exploded. A body flew towards them like a weird bird. Death wish. Hoi slashed towards it. The waves and the green light were going to cut Han Sen in half. Han Sen was in the air with a gold feather bow. And he had somehow taken Nitsai's arrow to use as his own. Boing! The string made a noise as the arrow flew directly toward Hoi. Hoi was immediately frightened. He gave up on Han Sen and tried striking the arrow. Over the last few days, he had fought with Han Sen a lot. And he knew Han Sen was stronger than an average baron. Now that he had Nitsai's arrow, Hoi could definitely be damaged. But the arrow looked as if it had been imbued with magic. It disappeared from sight, and then, Hoi felt a sharp pain in his chest. Hoi looked down. Somehow, the arrow had plunged into his chest. The item twisted like a monster's fang, digging through the armor and flesh, all the way until it reached the heart. Chapter 1768 The Battle of the Arrow Blurg. Hoi opened his mouth, and blood leaked over his lips. The arrow neatly punctured his heart, bringing him down to the ground. He kept twitching, and his faint breaths would only sustain himself briefly. Death would soon claim him. Nitsai felt cold. One baron had ambushed 2 viscounts and killed one with relative ease. If Nitsai hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and the arrow used wasn't his, he wouldn't have believed something so outrageous had occurred. Is this guy from a higher race than the pirates? If he isn't, I don't see how he has managed to last so long. Nitsai's mind couldn't stop racing. Few creatures possessed genes that were perfect enough to do what Han Sen was doing. Han Sen didn't spend much time in thought, though. He pulled the arrow out of Hoi's chest, as more blood continued to gush and the man's life force waned. He brought the arrow back up to the gold feather bow, pulled the string, and took aim at Nitsai. Nitsai gritted his teeth and pulled out another arrow, so he could take aim at Han Senator. After all this, Nitsai knew there was no turning back. If he wanted to survive this, the only way to do so would be by killing Han Senator. When it came to archery, Nitsai was very confident he had to be, otherwise, his Geno weapon wouldn't have been a bow. This was practically his life. Han Sen's arrow was strong, but Nitsai didn't think he'd lose in competition against him. That was because he could use the drill head skill, as well. His power was stronger and faster because his bow was better. Nitsai was confident that if they both were able to fire, Han Sen would be the one to die. Nitsai went silent and drew his arrow. The head of the arrow possessed a halo, imbued with all the strength a Geno armament could give. It made his arrow stronger, to provide it greater piercing strength. Even Viscounts with heavy shields for a Geno armament could not block the arrow. Han Sen went silent, staring down at the fingers Nitsai was using to hold the arrow in place. Slowly, Han Sen pulled his string. The gold feather witch's beast soul bow was only Baron class, so it wouldn't be as strong as Nitsai's. That being said, it was enough for Han Senator Boing. 2 arrows launched from their perches at the same time, making it sound like only one string had been drawn and released. 2 arrows flew out with a severe drilling force. They were like vipers, cutting the air with a speed that made them disappear from sight. The most unbelievable thing about all this was that the viper-looking arrows met with each other in the air. The snake-like arrowheads collided with each other. But Nitsai's speed and power were greater. So, when the arrows came against each other, it was at a distance that was closer to Han Senator. Nitsai didn't expect this to happen, but he was delighted by it. He had been worrying about how he might dodge Han Sen's arrow, but now he no longer had to consider it. The power he had put into his arrow would be enough to break Han Sen's projectile. They were both drilling arrows, and his speed and power were stronger. The spinning arrowheads impacted like 2 drills coming against each other. The arrowheads sparked like there was lightning contained in the 2. At that moment, a victor was determined between the 2 arrows. One arrow was like a ragged cloth from a washing machine, and it was tossed aside. The other arrow, after the impact, did not slow. Instead, it sped up and cracked the sky. Nitsai was shocked. He couldn't understand why his arrow had been defeated, despite the fact Han Sen should have had less power. Han Sen's arrow didn't slow down, it sped up. That was against the laws of physics. Before he could think, the arrow was before him at a blinding speed. Nitsai had almost been unable to dodge, and he pulled out a knife from his waistbelt and tried striking the arrow midair. The arrow was brimming with power, and it went off course to avoid his block. It was as if the arrow had come alive. "You want to deal with me like this? You are too naive," Nitsai shouted. He grabbed his bow and threw it at the arrow, and then, the arrow flew away. Just as Nitsai was feeling better, he turned back to look at Han Sen, and his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle, and his face was stiff with fright. The shadow of an arrow was growing bigger in his eyes, and Han Sen had only just finished firing and was lowering the bow. "My arrow, why is it here?" Nitsai thought, right before the arrow he fired blew through his head. Pang! Nitsai looked back, and he did not understand why the arrow he had fired had shot him. Then he was dead. Han Sen came before Nitsai's body. He took the arrow back and put it away, thinking it was some good stuff. Unlike the Archangel Bone arrow, which was ridiculously difficult to make use of, these new arrows made for good weapons in the hunting of a Viscount Zenigeniac. Han Sen's arrows were not as strong as Nitsai's, but the yin-yang blast he used allowed Han Sen's attack to borrow Nitsai's power. It sped up a second time. But even so, he couldn't kill Nitsai with his attack. The man was too good with drillhead. So Han Sen made his target the fired arrow. After a swift calculation, and after he used yin-yang blast to hit the arrow, he calculated that the arrow would fall into his hands. Han Sen had grabbed the arrow and silently fired back at Nitsai. By the time Nitsai noticed this, it was too late. When it came to raw power, Han Sen was not as capable as Nitsai. But Han Sen was the master of skills and techniques. He was not weak in the Geno universe, and already he was better than viscounts like Nitsai. Han Sen looted Nitsai and Hoi's bodies, and he found some good stuff. Then, he chucked their bodies into the water before running back into the forest Indiana front of Old Dragon Rock Mountain. Mr. Elephant was riding a white elephant. He looked at the dragon-like mountain. "Sir, why are you risking this? Why are you going to provoke Old Turtle?" The white elephant addressed Mr. Elephant. "You think I'm here for Old Turtle?" Mr. Elephant said, looking deep and cold. White Elephant was shocked, and it said, "Old Turtle should be the only one on Old Dragon Rock Mountain. Are there any other Xenogeneics? Old Turtle used to follow Heavenly Pirate. I can't see why that woman from Pirate would come here and break the vows," Mr. Elephant said calmly. He looked at the mountain with passion. White Elephant looked at the mountain with passion and said, "Abandoned thief stole things from all over. He took a lot of treasure. If Old Turtle followed in his footsteps, he'd be nothing more than the crook. Still, he might earn himself quite a bit of treasure, too." Mr. Elephant smiled and nodded. "I see. If it wasn't for that woman of the pirates that came here, I wouldn't have learned about this. Still, we need to be wary of any who have had contact with Abandoned Thief." White Elephant raised his head and said, "Do not worry, sir. I will help you get the Old Turtle, no matter what comes." Mr. Elephant smiled, and coldly said, "No rush, though. Maybe we don't even need to do anything." White Elephant wished to say something more, but Mr. Elephant had him walk towards the mountains ahead. They didn't scale Old Dragon Rock Mountain. Half a day later, a pretty shadow neared Old Dragon Rock Mountain. It was going up the mountain quite sneakily. It was higher. She was heading up Old Dragon Rock Mountain. When she came before the wall, she looked around her and proceeded to knock on a rock that had appeared seamless suddenly cracked open to reveal a cave. "This is it," Higher said to herself. Her small body slipped inside and disappeared into the cave. Then, the rocks moved again. Not a crevice remained when the stone closed up the cave. Not long after, Mr. Elephant rode White Elephant up to the wall. He looked at the wall that was inconspicuously sealed. "Mister, should we enter?" White Elephant asked. "No. Just wait here," Mr. Elephant answered placidly. After Han Sen had obtained 2 Viscount arrows for himself, he was perfectly equipped. He could easily kill Viscounts now, and there was no need for him to be afraid of them. Still, Han Sen did not make his presence known. He remained hidden as he traveled to Old Dragon Rock Mountain. When Han Sen arrived, he saw Mr. Elephant and White Elephant standing before the wall. Old Dragon Rock Mountain lived up to its name. It was indeed shaped like a dragon, albeit one that was looking up to the sky. Mr. Elephant and White Elephant were up near its neck. Han Sen used Dongxian aura to hide his presence. He hid himself in a nearby wood and watched Mr. Elephant. He wondered what he was doing. There was a stone wall directly in front of him, but he couldn't detect anything weird about that. Mr. Elephant was still riding atop White Elephant. Like a robot without batteries, it stood in front of the wall without moving an inch. Han Sen didn't move, either. Mr. Elephant might have been a Viscount, but a higher class of Viscount would be nothing like Hoi. Han Sen thought White Elephant was nothing simple, either. It looked like Mr. Elephant's mount, but Han Sen had the sneaking suspicion that the creature was a scarier foe than Mr. Elephant himself. Han Sen was hidden in the woods, waiting. He knew that Mr. Elephant wouldn't stand where he was for no reason. Something must have been on the precipice of happening. After half a day, the wall made a catcha-catcha sound. And the wall that had no seams suddenly started to open. It became a cave that was a few meters tall. Before Han Sen could spy what was inside, a small shadow suddenly appeared. It was higher. Higher initially looked very happy, but when she saw Mr. Elephant, her face changed completely. Lady Higher, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Elephant looked as if he was smiling. He looked at her like she was a little treasure for the taking. Why were you waiting for me? Higher asked, her facial expression remaining carefully neutral. Mr. Elephant didn't change at all, and went on to say, I have heard pirates are horrible, evil thieves. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems all too real right now. You used that innocent lowlife to pull people's attention away from you, so you could go and look for treasure undisturbed. Most people would have been fooled, completely oblivious to the fact that you had stolen their treasure. I don't know what you're talking about. I have come here about a xenogenic. There is no treasure to claim. Higher stepped to the side, wishing to walk right past him. But the elephant raised its feet and stomped the earth. Rocks broke as a shock wave raced towards Higher. Higher jumped back, with her path now broken. Higher looked icily at Mr. Elephant. Elephant, how dare you? Do you think you can bully a pirate? Mr. Elephant smiled. Calm down. Genus only light up one lantern in the hall. They say we are of a higher race, but compared to the top races like the pirates, we are lowly. I wouldn't purposely be rude to you. It's good that you know. Higher hummed and started to step past Mr. Elephant, but Mr. Elephant continued speaking. But the leader of the pirates, the powerful abandoned thief, promised they would not enter the Dan Xian system. You wouldn't touch anything here. We really respect him, and we always take his reputation into consideration. If you would like to leave, I won't stop you. But please, leave behind the item that belongs here. Do not tarnish abandoned thief's name. I see. You should have told me this sooner. Higher looked as if she really understood everything. She pulled out a pair of gold eggs and presented them to Mr. Elephant. She said, this is what I got from here. You can have them. After that, Higher moved like a bird. She jumped atop a wall, wanting to climb across. Lady Higher, if you are going to be this stubborn, then I will have to be rude, Mr. Elephant said in a hard voice. Then, White Elephant lifted its trunk, which struck directly toward Higher like a white snake. Higher's toes stepped across the wall, and she tried to dodge, but the trunk was too fast. Before she could dodge, it snared her body, wrapped her up, and pulled her down. When Higher was captured by the White Elephant, a catch-a noise sounded from the stone wall. The rocks opened up again, and a red shadow flew out. It landed right near Higher. The red thing was an old turtle with a red shell that was the size of a grinding wheel. The turtle stood on 2 feet, and it swung the other 2 like clawed hands to grab White Elephant by the trunk. The turtle managed to unfurl the nose that had grabbed Higher and save her. The turtle and the elephant were engaged in a tug-of-war, with neither of them clearly winning. But the rocks all around were breaking, as if getting struck by hammers. White Elephant pulled back its trunk, and eventually lifted Old Turtle off the ground. It was fast, and Old Turtle's body whipped through the air. The turtle had latched on tightly though, with flames blooming from its claws. It crawled up the trunk to reach Mr. Elephant. Mr. Elephant moved, jumping off of the elephant. Then, White Elephant's trunk extinguished the fire and said, "Sir, I will deal with the turtle." Mr. Elephant did not hesitate. He simply chased after Higher, who had run off. Higher was tricky, but she was only just a baron. She was weaker than Mr. Elephant, and he managed to catch up easily. Mr. Elephant hastily approached Higher, saying, "Lady Higher, leave the item behind and I will pretend I never saw you." "Didn't I give you the eggs?" Higher asked innocently. "If you still don't understand, I will have to be rude." Mr. Elephant didn't hesitate again, and he moved to grab hold of Higher. Higher was frightened, and she stumbled back. She tried to dodge but couldn't. So, the precise moment that Mr. Elephant was about to grab her by the shoulders, Higher drew a soft sword from her waist belt. It was like water, and it rushed at Mr. Elephant's hands. Mr. Elephant seemed to recognize it, and so he jerked back his hands and said, "The pirate bone sword? It seems as if your rank amongst the pirates is higher than I thought. It's good that you acknowledge this. Now get lost." Hire spoke, with the sword raised. "Even though you are of the pirates, and a first daughter at that, you have disobeyed the abandoned thief's vow. They can't stand for you any longer." Mr. Elephant was not afraid, and he moved to grab her again. Hire used her pirate bone sword to fight him. The blade switched between being hard and soft on a whim. When it was hard, it was like steel. When it was soft, it was like a ribbon. It went well with Hire's strange sword skills, and her strange sword lights. Although Mr. Elephant was stronger, it did not seem as if he could do anything. Women are born actresses. When Han Sen had seen Hire's techniques before, he knew she hadn't been trying her best. What he was witnessing now were the best skills she possessed. But most of Han Sen's focus was on the bone sword. It was composed of a very strange material. It was thin like the spine of a cactus, all soft and weird. The sword lights it emitted were even stranger. They were things that not even Mr. Elephant dared to touch. Han Sen watched the fight with his Dongxian aura. The sword was inferior to the Archangel Bone Arrow, but superior to the Horn Arrows. It could have been an Earl or Marquis treasure. Han Sen was very good when it came to the bow and sword. If he could find a good sword to complement his bow, he'd have a great time hunting xenogeneics. Mr. Elephant was afraid of the sword and the sword light. But he was one class above her, and his techniques were good, too. He pulled out an ancient sword to fight against hers. He was careful, managing to evade every single sword light as he tried to push her towards a stone wall she could not escape from. White Elephant was still engaged in combat with Old Turtle. Their clashing powers were sundering the very mountain. White Elephant was so powerful, but Old Turtle was very swift. It was difficult to determine which would be the victor. Han Sen looked at Old Turtle's movements. If his turtle shell had not been red, Han Sen would have believed him to be one of the ninja turtles. White Elephant and Old Turtle were xenogeneics. They were both Earl class. Han Sen took one look at their fight, and he knew that he could not kill either of them. Not even the horn arrows could pierce their skin. But Han Sen still had one hope, despite it all. He fancied the idea of using the Archangel Bone Arrow to kill one of them. That would make for a fine reward. His transformation time would be limited, though. Han Sen believed he'd only be able to fire the arrow once. Even if he managed to kill one, he'd be unable to eat the body, but it'd at least benefit the others. So, Han Sen was just watching for now. He was hoping to find the right time to strike. White Elephant and Old Turtle were both strong, and it looked as if neither of the two would get tired. Many fires scorched the rocks all around them, as the elephant's trunk smashed everything in its path. The mountainside was looking terrible. But they both managed to avoid the spot where Mr. Elephant and Hire were fighting. They didn't want to hurt them. Unfortunately, Hire was doing bad on her own. Her bone sword and skills managed to block Mr. Elephant's strikes, but her endurance was not as high as a Viscount's. Under the constant pressure of the fight, she soon exhausted all her power. Her subsequent strikes weren't half as strong, and her speed fell off, as well. Han Sen could see Hire was doing poorly. If this continued and Mr. Elephant managed to steal her item, it could be difficult to find again. Seeing White Elephant and Old Turtle still locked in combat, Han Sen had a thought. So, he summoned his gold feather bow and planted a horn arrow on the string. Hire's face looked glum, and things were continuing to go poorly for her. Dong! Hire accidentally let Mr. Elephant slap her hand. The pirate bone sword fell to the ground. The pirate bone sword was rare, but he didn't dare touch it. It was a weapon that high-level pirates could wield. It wouldn't be a good idea for an outsider to touch it, Miss Hire, hand over the item. Or do you want me to do it? Mr. Elephant had pushed her into a corner, and she could no longer fight back. I have lost this time, so here. Take it. Hire pulled out an item and threw it at him. Mr. Elephant did not catch it, though. He let it fall to the ground first pang. It landed on the ground and exploded. A flash of light arose, and as everyone watched the display, Hire grabbed her pirate bone sword and tried stabbing Mr. Elephant. But Mr. Elephant fell back and dodged the attack. Unfortunately for him, his chest was still cut open, and he began to bleed. Even Mr. Elephant was afraid of the pirates. He didn't want to hurt her, but he was so angry, he shouted out like a golem. His body expanded, and his muscles tightened like steel. He punched the pirate's sword, sending Hire and the blade flying back into the mountain wall. Chapter 1771. The sword mind is bursting. The wall itself cracked when Hire slammed into it. The pirate bone sword in Hire's hands was knocked out of her grip. Mr. Elephant threw another punch towards Hire. But the girl's eyes were very round, and she said quietly, "Elephant, you really dare hurt me?" Mr. Elephant's punch was like that of an elephant's trunk, and a scary power traveled with it. But when the fist came right before Hire, he stopped. The Jinhue were strong, and people considered them a higher race. But he had to hold himself in check. A bandit thief had made them a promise, but there were limits to the protection that promise offered. If Mr. Elephant took the item from Hire, and the pirates couldn't say anything. If he hurt Hire, they wouldn't let things slide so easily. A bandit thief had gone on thieving sprees a lot, back in the day. The higher races of the Geno Hall were frightened due to the frequent robbing. Although a bandit thief was long gone, the pirates continued his legacy. Mr. Elephant did not know if his actions could be avenged, but he'd rather not find out. After all, thieves never failed to keep their promises. Everyone in the universe knew the reputation of the pirates. If Hire was important to them, it would risk the entirety of Jinhue being ruined. He didn't want to find out what might happen if he injured or killed her. No, Mr. Elephant's face was still directly in front of Hire. He started to say something further, but his face suddenly changed. He roared, lifted his arms again, and spun around. A horn arrow was racing towards his throat. Mr. Elephant threw his fist towards it, but the horn arrow suddenly disappeared. When it appeared again, the arrow was directly in front of his chest. The spinning arrow was going to pierce through his armor and drill through his flesh. Roar! Mr. Elephant moved his body, and in that moment, he teleported 1 foot away. He dodged the evil arrow. The next second, Mr. Elephant's look of victory was replaced by fear. Another, more silent arrow, was touching his belly. The spinning arrow tip managed to pierce through his armor. Mr. Elephant moved his body and tightened his muscles. He released a burst of power, but it was too late. He couldn't dodge the silent arrow. The horn arrow wasn't sharp enough to pierce all the way into his belly. It could, however, break his bones. The powerful drilling force shredded muscle and bone. After inserting itself half an inch into his stomach, it stopped swirling. It was too late to pull it out, though. By the time he had dealt with those 2 arrows, Hire was attacking from behind. And although she had dropped the pirate bone sword, she still had a white-fanged dagger, and she swung it at Mr. Elephant's back. Mr. Elephant grabbed Hire, then tossed her aside. He still didn't want to hurt her. In the corner of his eye, though, he managed to catch a glimpse of his other attacker. When he saw the person clearly, Mr. Elephant was shocked. When he saw the arrow at first, 20 names and faces crossed his mind. The face of his true aggressor, however, hadn't been on the list. The person that fired at him was the creature Hire had used as bait. He was wearing black armor, and although Mr. Elephant couldn't see his face, he remembered the armor. Mr. Elephant always remembered what he saw, and this was not a mistake. He didn't expect that Hire's bait would still be alive at this point. And on top of that, the lesser being had come to Old Dragon Rock Mountain and attacked Mr. Elephant twice. Mr. Elephant knew that anyone capable of using those arrows was not weak. And yet despite that, he knew that this being was merely a baron. It was shocking that a baron was able to hurt him. If the arrow had been any stronger, he'd have been killed. When Mr. Elephant threw Hire away, Han Sen stepped over to the wall and picked up the pirate bone sword. Han Sen had encountered several viscounts, but Mr. Elephant was far stronger than Nitsai and Hoi. He was a greater foe in every aspect, from strength, to speed, to techniques. Hire was hit hard, and she was still unable to get up. Mr. Elephant was no longer paying attention to her, though. She was a pirate, and she was very evil. But she was too weak to pose a true threat to him. For some reason, Mr. Elephant was starting to feel nervous with Han Sen there. Han Sen and Hire were both barons, but Han Sen seemed to be the more frightening of the two. Which was particularly notable considering that Hire was one of the pirates. Mr. Elephant stared at Han Sen and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be a son of the pirates." Mr. Elephant thought Han Sen was a pirate, too. Otherwise, how else could he have achieved such power? His power was not the sort of power one could expect any baron to possess. Even among barons of the higher races, it was incredibly rare to see someone of that level. Han Sen didn't say anything, though. He was here to kill, and that was that. He had no interest in talking. And it wouldn't be a bad thing if people thought he was a pirate either. If the Jinhue went after him, he'd be safer that way. Han Sen lifted the sword and ran towards Mr. Elephant. He ran lightly, moving with grace. Mr. Elephant grunted, and he used the powers of an elephant to tighten and harden his muscles. He could burst with energy like that for a while. Mr. Elephant did not think he would lose, even to someone of a higher race. Since he was a viscount, there was no way he'd lose to a baron. But when Han Sen struck, Mr. Elephant regretted his overconfidence. He had heard that an elite swordsman could gather their sword mind. They could cast blasts of air without the faintest movement of their sword. Mr. Elephant had seen this before, but only from dukes that were talented with sword skills and possessed powerful sword minds. And again, this was just a baron. But when Han Sen struck, Mr. Elephant felt as if his whole world had been taken by that sword. The scary sword mind became tangible, and he almost couldn't breathe. Mr. Elephant did not believe such a sword mind could be created by a baron. He used to know one swordsman that had become a duke, but not even his sword mind was as good as this baron's. Chapter 1772 Searching for treasure. A sword mind itself did not have power, and you couldn't kill others with it. But a sword mind represented the extent of a swordsman's skill, and it showed how much their sword skills connected with the earth. The more synergy a swordsman had with the earth, the more powerful his skills would be when they were unleashed. Someone with a strong sword mind could make even common sword skills incredibly powerful. Han Sen was not focused on the sword, but his sword mind was the best. Although it had been achieved through luck, he tried hard to practice with it, too. One strike drew blood, and the second strike lopped off an arm. The sword strike went for the soul. Under Han Sen's sword, Mr. Elephant felt as if he could not use his own powers to compete. It was as if he had been restricted, and couldn't do anything. He could not block anything completely. All he could do was watch his own blood cascade. Han Sen was not strong enough to seriously injure Mr. Elephant, but the pirate bone sword's ice-like light managed to cut open his enemy's flesh and bone with ease. Roar! White Elephant called angrily. Ignoring Old Turtle's strikes, he ran over to Mr. Elephant. He wanted to save him, since he was obviously in extreme danger. But it was already too late. No one would have expected a baron to use such a frightening sword mind or such sophisticated sword skills. Catcha! Mr. Elephant's head was sent arcing through the air. Han Sen wasn't going to stop to watch it, though. He held the pirate bone sword in one hand and picked up Higher with the other. Then, he ran. Xenogenic Viscount hunted, Xenogenic Jean found, Old Elephant Man. Han Sen ran 10 meters and saw Mr. Elephant's head hit the ground. Unfortunately, Han Sen had to leave the body behind. He did not have the time to collect the xenogenic materials. White Elephant and Old Turtle squealed. Racing into the forest, Han Sen kept on running, putting the sword next to Higher's neck. He shouted back to Old Turtle, "Old Turtle. Get that white elephant, or I'll cut her head off." "You wouldn't dare." Old Turtle shouted in the common language. Han Sen did not say a word, and he actually got ready to do the deed. "Stop. I promise." Old Turtle screamed in panic. The pirate bone sword's blade had been pressed against Higher's neck for a bit, nicking the skin to draw a few drops of blood. If Old Turtle had answered any slower, Higher would have been killed. Now, Han Sen looked like he was about to cut her neck again. Old Turtle shouted and jumped in front of the white elephant to fight it. "If I see you or the white elephant, I will cut her head off." Han Sen put away the sword and ran into the woods along with Higher. Old Turtle was a little hesitant to do as instructed, but when he tried to catch up, he could not find Han Senator. Not a trace of him could be seen. It was like the two had just vanished into the woods. The Dongxian aura was excellent when it came to hiding people. Even Earl-class xenogeniacs would not be able to track them when they were out of direct sight. Han Sen grabbed Higher and took her into a cave. Then, he lobbed her onto the ground. "Brother Dollar. You are safe. I was worried about you." Higher looked so innocent. She looked at Han Sen with sincerity in her eyes. "It is a shame you didn't choose to become an actress." Han Sen complimented her faint, then proceeded to ignore her. He just reached out his hands, searching up and down her body. Higher was someone special, that much he could tell. She must have received something from Old Turtle, too. When he had grabbed her back there, he hoped to threaten Old Turtle into helping him. And not just that, but also so he could nab whatever treasure she supposedly had. "Brother Dollar, what are you doing? I am not an adult yet." Higher was on the floor, blushing like a shy lady. Han Sen had seen many hot women in his time, so he wouldn't get turned on by her. Han Sen searched her body, trying to find the treasure. Higher was evil, but she was just a woman. When Han Sen touched her, she screamed, "Don't touch me. I am of the pirate. If you disrespect me, the others of the pirate will come after you. They will slay your entire family. Sorry, I am the only one. Come after me whenever you want," Han Sen said coldly, before continuing to rummage through her clothes. Han Sen found a toxic Fang dagger, and then continued his search. "Brother Dollar, tell me what it is that you want and I will give it to you." Higher had tried things the hard way, so she approached him from a more pitiable angle. Han Sen ignored her and kept searching. Shoal. "Pervert. I'll kill you. Slice you up like good sashimi." Higher squirmed and struggled, but Han Sen put a few coins on her. She couldn't move away. Han Sen was still searching, so she shouted. Higher had many items on her, but Han Sen could not tell which was the treasure. He took it all, anyway. Aside from her clothes, he claimed everything she possessed. After the search, Han Sen looked at her to see if there was anything missing. Higher looked like a woman that had been bullied, and she weakly said, "What are you doing? If you touch me any further, Big Pirate Uncle won't let you go. He will skin you alive." Higher looked very pitiable, and while it was very attractive, Han Sen said coldly, "Don't worry, I am not interested in a woman with no boobs." After that, Han Sen turned around and left. He abandoned her in the cave, all alone. Shoal. I won't forget about this. If you had the balls to, you'd kill me. Otherwise, Hire looked at Han Sen as she shouted. She had been humiliated and infuriated by the search. Now, she was enraged. She had one sole treasure that kept her safe, but it resided inside her body. Unfortunately, it was too high class for her, and she could not control it just yet. It only worked when she was critically wounded. She wanted to lure Han Sen into hurting her body and triggering the item, so she could blow him into bits. But Han Sen didn't do anything. All he did was rummage through her things and leave. She was so mad that she thought she was going to get a nosebleed. Han Sen had earned a lot from his venture. Aside from Hire's treasures, he also got what he earned from Hoi and Nitsai. He found a few xenogeneic ingredients, too. It was pretty great. Chapter 1773. The use of the magnet fruit. Han Sen found himself a hidden place, and with all the treasure he had amassed, he returned to the sanctuary. He planned on hiding for a little while before he returned. Then, he would have to be Han Sen again. No one would imagine that a commoner with Geno armor would have been able to kill Mr. Elephant and rob Hire. He took his treasure home and tallied up what he had found. The best thing he had gotten was definitely the pirate bone sword. He didn't know what its class was, but Han Sen could take advantage of its sharpness and sword light. It provided a greater ceiling of power for him to utilize. The second best were the 2 horn arrows, and then the toxic Fong dagger. They were weapons that had been forged from Viscount materials. There were some Baron xenogeneic materials too, and some other miscellaneous things that had been owned by Hire. Among them, he found a few jade bottles filled with pills. He wasn't sure what they were for, as there were no labels on them. There were many weird items and xenogeneic materials, and Han Sen also managed to get some golden eggs. He had quite a heap of treasure, in truth. Unfortunately, there was nothing else truly special among the various items. He thought to himself, weird. Hire must have received something from Old Turtle. I wonder what it was. Han Sen did not know what the item that Old Turtle gave to Hire might have been, so he put them all away for the time being. Seeing all the weapons and armors created by the xenogeneic materials, Han Sen felt glum. There was so much equipment he could not make use of, and he thought it was a great waste. If he sold them, people might be able to trace back their origin and find out who Han Sen was. He wasn't quite sure what to do. These items were originally xenogeneic materials. Maybe I can cook them. Han Sen cooked up a Baron-class knife, leaving it to boil overnight. It did melt, which made him extremely happy. Come here, try my new meal. It's a weapon and armor mix. Han Sen called Little Angel and the others over to share the Geno fluid he had created from the xenogeneic material. But none of them dared to eat too much. They did not want to generate Geno armor and be forced to leave the sanctuary. Han Sen, I want to go to Kate. That night, as Han Sen was resting in the garden, Stay Up Late came over and spoke to him. Why? Han Sen looked confused. I want to look for Little Flower, Stay Up Late said with seriousness. I have tried. Little Flower might not even be on planet Kate. I don't know where Old Cat might have taken him, Han Sen said. It's fine. I just don't want to sit around here, doing nothing. Little Flower was my target for observation, so I have to do something, Stay Up Late said. Okay. I will take you if you are willing to try these magnet fruits. The information I have found suggests that magnet fruits can evolve Geno armor a second time. But I am not sure. It is up to you if you want to give them a shot, Han Sen said. I will, Stay Up Late said immediately. Han Sen took Stay Up Late up to the storage unit. He unearthed a box which contained the magnet fruit. Stay Up Late picked up a magnet fruit, and without hesitation, he took a big bite. Unfortunately, the skin proved to be too hard, and he couldn't eat it. Han Sen took out the pirate bone sword and used it to cut the fruit open. When the lotus seed broke, a liquid like maple syrup flowed out. Stay Up Late quickly sucked up all the juice and swallowed it down. The fruit was rather big, but there was not much juice. There were only 2 to 3 liters. Only the transparent fruit skin was left behind. After drinking the magnet fruit juice, Stay Up Late's Geno armor appeared without being summoned. The Geno armor took in some power, and then it started to melt suddenly. There was a strange movement in the air. The sanctuary gate felt Stay Up Late's changes, and it began to open in order to throw him out. Han Sen's face changed. He put his hand on Stay Up Late and used his mutant blood power. He teleported with Stay Up Late, taking him right to planet Kate's xenogeneic space. Han Sen looked around, and fortunately, there were no other creatures around them. Stay Up Late's Geno armor was still in the process of evolving. After it became liquid, it surged together into a sphere. It kept changing in front of Stay Up Late. Becoming a noble, huh? Magnet fruit is good, no wonder it was considered a treasure. Han Sen felt relieved. Han Sen began to relax. He wanted to see what sort of Geno armament Stay Up Late would generate. The Geno armor became liquid, and it swirled in front of Stay Up Late. Eventually, it formed a shape. Watching the item generate, Han Sen felt strange. The Geno armament he generated was a teapot. When the Geno armament finished forming, it was indeed a. It was snow white. What is this weapon for? Han Sen looked at the teapot in his hand and asked. This was the first time he had ever seen something so strange. Stay Up Late laughed and said, "At least we know it can turn into an armor, but I'm not sure about anything else." Han Sen didn't ask again, so he just looked around and said, "Now you are isolated by the sanctuary. You cannot go back. Let's go see Qiao. Her wizard team needs people, after all. You can stay with her and get used to the environment." Okay, Stay Up Late agreed. Han Sen took Stay Up Late to the xenogeneic space's exit. He wasn't wearing his Dongxian armor, so others wouldn't recognize him as Dollar. It had been 4 days since he had robbed Hire, and surprisingly, there was no danger along the way. They didn't glimpse any nobles either. They left the xenogeneic space peacefully. When they just exited, however, someone appeared. They weren't traveling the same way, but their paths crossed each other. When that person saw them, his voice sounded weird. He said, "The crystallizers haven't gone extinct." Han Sen and Stay Up Late were both shocked. After the crystallizers lost the war, they went to the sanctuary. But that was billions of years ago. It was strange for someone to simply see him and immediately recognize him. They looked over in alarm, and they saw a man wearing feather clothing. His head had a white feather, and he looked rather human. He didn't look very pretty, but he had the eyes of a phoenix. Chapter 1774 Kong Fei, are you a crystallizer, too? Han Sen asked. The man did look like a crystallizer. Of course not. How could I be one of the races that were unable to even light up one lantern inside the Geno Hall? The man shook his head, as if he had been mocked by the suggestion. The man looked at them and said, "If the crystallizers are not extinct, why haven't you gone to the Crystal Palace to practice? Why are you here on Kate? Crystal Palace. Why would we need to go there to practice?" Han Sen and Stay Up Late asked in confusion. They weren't too sure what the man was talking about. The man looked at the both of them as if he was looking at a couple of orphans, and he said, "It looks like the crystallizers have survivors, yes, but you don't know their proper glory. Fret not, for it is not your fault. They wagered that their race could light up a lantern in the Geno Hall. But they didn't, and they were subsequently destroyed. It is lucky for a meager few to have survived." Stay Up Late bowed before the man and said, "What is your name? Can we talk about the tales of the crystallizers?" "My name is Kong Fei." Kong means peacock, and Fei means to fly. The man then went on to say, I wouldn't mind telling you guys, but I don't have the time. There is something pressing I must attend to. If you would like to listen, and have the time, I can tell you as I walk. We have the time, sir. Where are you going? Stay up late, asked Kong Fei. Don't call me sir, just call me Kong Fei. But I have heard Planet Kate has a mine near Mosi Mountain. There is a rare ore there. So, I want to try my luck in finding some, Kong Fei said, straightening his posture. Han Sen and Stay Up Late followed, for they both wished to listen to stories of the crystallizers. Stay Up Late was a crystallizer, but he didn't know much about his people's history. Han Sen was curious about the race, as well. Humans came from them. Brother Kong, you said we should travel to the Crystal Palace. Where and what is that? Stay Up Late asked as he walked. My car is nearby. Get in and we'll talk. Kong Fei laughed. After walking for a while, they saw a car parked on the road off the mountain. But Han Sen and Stay Up Late swiftly looked depressed. The man was actually driving a tractor, one without an interior. Kate had a very strange mix of technologies. It was difficult to find something like this anywhere else. Kong Fei started up the tractor, and he hopped onto the driver's seat. Han Sen and Stay Up Late sat on either side, clutching a handle. How awesome is my car? Kong Fei laughed as the tractor blazed dusty trails across the roads at high speed. Stay Up Late inched closer to him and asked something. He had to say it loudly, though, otherwise the engine of the tractor would overwhelm his voice. I've only heard about it, but the Crystal Palace is where the crystallizers were born. If that is true, it might be perfect for you to head there to practice. But after the crystallizers lost, many other races have laid claim to the place. Now, Crystal Palace belongs to Holy Heaven. It is controlled by a duke, and it is a difficult place to reach, Kong Fei said, after a moment of thought. Stay Up Late, hearing what he said, asked, how did we lose? Who destroyed us? What? You want revenge? Kong Fei squinted his eyes. If I was capable, of course I would, Stay Up Late said calmly. Kong Fei laughed and said, to me, it does not matter. Why? Han Sen asked Kong Fei, while he thought to himself, I have searched for so long on the internet, yet I was unable to find anything out about the crystallizers. This guy knows a lot, and he says things like this. Did this guy's race destroy the crystallizers? I have only heard about the crystallizers through others. I don't know if my claims have been fact-checked, but the truth in what I say is up to you to decide. Kong Fei smiled, and went on to say, you have heard about the glorious Geno Hall, yes? All the races light up a lantern there, so that they can leave their name. It is a glory for their entire race, and it can fortify the genes of the race. It allows them all to improve and evolve easier. To be able to leave behind a name, that is something that every race desires. But the Geno Hall only has a small pit, and there aren't many locations for you to light up a fire. It is already full, and if someone else wants to light one, they'd have to claim the flame of others for themselves. Kong Fei eyed both Stay Up Late and Han Senator. They weren't stupid, and they understood what he meant. You mean, the crystallizers tried to take a spot for themselves. But they lost without putting up a fight? Stay Up Late asked. Kong Fei nodded and said, that is what I hear, yes. But as for the full truth, you would have to ask the crystallizers themselves, or at least those of the conquering race. Brother Kong, do you know which race was responsible for our destruction? Han Sen asked. Kong Fei thought for a moment, and then said, let me think. They were called Demon something. The three of them talked as they rolled along. Kong Fei only knew bits about various things, and nothing he said seemed to mesh seamlessly. Plus, this wasn't first-hand information. He claimed everything he knew, he had heard from others. they couldn't be sure if what they were being told was the truth. Some things he said did indeed sound ridiculous and seemed like they came right out of a storybook. So, they focused on listening to what he said, alongside a bucket of salt. "Brother Kong, what is your race?" Kong Fei spoke about how great his race was, but he never told them the name. Stay Up Late felt compelled to ask. "Mine?" "Yes, no." Kong Fei laughed. Han Sen and Stay Up Late had never heard of a race like that before, but judging from his looks, it didn't seem like one of the higher tiers. The tractor was still blitzing down the road, and Han Sen and Stay Up Late were starting to think about whether they should go back. Kong Fei had no more information, so it was pointless to follow him any further. But then, the tractor came to a halt. There were lots of creatures on the road, Kate's more than others. But strangely, there were two feathers leading them. Han Sen frowned, and he didn't feel good about what he was seeing. It was strange to see feathers occupying a rather underdeveloped place. Han Sen looked at the pair, and he noticed they were both men. They looked cold like Xena had, and they stared back at the three on the tractor. Chapter 1775 White Feather Dyed Red. Do they know about Xena? Han Sen wondered to himself. He was not afraid, but Stay Up Late had only just become a baron. He could not return to the sanctuary, so it'd be dangerous if the feathers thought about going after him, too. "Which one of you is Kong Fei?" the leader of the feathers asked coldly. Han Sen felt relieved by this. The feathers hadn't come here looking for him. They wanted Kong Fei. "I am Kong Fei. Why have you come looking for me?" "If you want me to pay you back, I have no money to do so. Killing me will be a futile endeavor." Kong Fei opened his hands in a helpless gesture. "Was it you who killed a feather on Rock Mountain in xenogenic space?" the feather asked Kong Fei in an ominous tone. "I don't remember if I did." Kong Fei shook his head. The feather grunted coldly and said, "It is fine if you do not wish to admit it, but we'll still happily make you pay with your blood here and now." After that, the feather flapped his wings and flew towards Kong Fei. He performed a strike. The sword light was like a rainbow, soaring through the air towards Kong Fei. Kong Fei evaded the sword light, as Han Sen and Stay Up Late also dodged to the sides. Unfortunately, the tractor was cut in half. The feather went straight for Kong Fei, as the other feather led the Kate to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. "We have nothing to do with this. We don't even know him, and we were just hitching a ride with the guy," Han Sen shouted. "Then you picked the wrong vehicle to ride in." The feather grunted and swung his sword at Han Sen without any hesitation. Han Sen felt dismayed by this action. Those that were considered higher races never seemed to like diplomacy and reasoning. But fortunately for Han Sen and Stay Up Late, the feather was merely a baron. The group of Kate were mostly commoners, with two barons in their midst. Stay Up Late's Geno armament became a set of armor. He went for the feather baron while Han Sen went to deal with the Kate. Although Stay Up Late had only just become a baron, his fighting experience was still there, and it led to him being a more formidable fighter than the feather that challenged him. He was better than the feather, but the feather seemed to be at an advantage. Han Sen ran as the Kate tried to surround him. He didn't want to kill them, but he did not enjoy running. Han Sen did not know what was going on, and he didn't want to kill anyone without even knowing why. The last thing he wanted was to make more enemies. That would not be a very wise thing to do. What the feathers wanted was Kong Fei. The feather fighting Kong Fei was no weaker than Xena had been, but he wasn't able to damage Kong Fei in the least. Kong Fei moved swiftly, and the feather was unable to even brush his clothing. Good techniques. Han Sen was shocked. He watched Kong Fei's energy stream. He had initially assumed him to be a baron at the most. Witnessing his talent in battle, Han Sen knew this was a character that wasn't as simple as he first appeared. While his skills weren't very complicated, they were very deep. Han Sen wouldn't dare say he was better than Kong Fei was. When Han Sen looked at Kong Fei, he noticed that the man wasn't even focusing on the feather either. It was like while Han Sen was watching him, he was watching Stay Up Late, and Senator Kong Fei noticed Han Sen was looking at him, so he beamed a smile. It looked rather nice, and it shocked Han Senator. After the smile, Kong Fei pulled a feather from his clothing and drew an invisible sigil in the air. The feather he used did not touch anyone, and it simply waved through the air. But somehow, it now looked bloody. The blood on the white feather was very obvious to see. It came running down the feather itself. Where it actually came from, Han Sen had no idea. Blurg. A second later, Han Sen knew exactly where the blood was coming from. The two feathers and the kite stopped chasing them. They all put their hands on their necks, screaming in agony. But the blood still poured through the gaps in their fingers. Eventually, they all crumpled to the ground twitching. Their ability to breathe was snatched from them shortly after. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were scared. They could not figure out how Kong Fei had managed to kill them all with his feather. Kong Fei held on to the feather. He swished it back and forth, and the blood all vanished. He put the clean feather back into his clothing. He smiled to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. Do you still want to go to Mosi Mountain? I guess now we have to. Han Sen had a wry smile. It was not a coincidence that the feathers had blocked them there, of all places. But if the feathers found out Han Sen and Stay Up Late had accompanied Kong Fei in the slaughter, splitting up wouldn't make a difference. They'd still be chased down. Then let's go. Kong Fei walked forward 2 steps and then thought of something. He came back and knelt. He started looting the dead bodies, while saying, "Since you guys are dead, you won't need your things. Let me use them on your behalf." Before Han Sen and Stay Up Late could react, Kong Fei had rummaged through all the dead bodies. He had taken everything he could find, almost going so far as to look inside the underwear of the corpses. Han Sen and Stay Up Late knew that Kong Fei's road would be a perilous one, and that wasn't the last they'd see of the feathers. But they did not know why Kong Fei was happy to accept their company and bring them with him. Han Sen didn't have to be too afraid, as he could always slip into the sanctuary. But Stay Up Late could not do that, and Han Sen would have to find a way to protect him. "Brother Han, I saw your moveset. It is quite good. Where'd you learn your style?" On the road, Kong Fei asked Han Sen this with much interest. "I didn't learn it from anyone. I learned it all myself," Han Sen said. Kong Fei was shocked to hear this, and he smiled. "That's great." After that, Kong Fei did not ask any more questions. He simply lowered his head and continued walking. After a few miles, they heard aircraft in the sky above them. A very advanced aircraft hovered high above. Seeing the model, they could tell it did not belong to the Kate. The Kate did not have the ability to create advanced aircraft. They could only create helicopters. This must have come from another planet. The aircraft slowly approached, and before Han Sen and Stay Up Late could see what they wanted, Kong Fei pulled out his feather and drew something invisible across the sky again. Pang! The aircraft in the sky was cut in half, and it fell down in 2 balls of fire. They landed on 2 different fields, forming 2 large craters. Kong Fei acted like nothing happened, and he put the feather back into his clothing. Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked at each other. It looked as if Kong Fei was even stronger than they thought. No. Not just stronger. 1776 Angel feather clothes. Ever since the aircraft was cut down, the road had stayed quiet. No others made an appearance. "Brother Kong, you are so powerful. Of course you might be fearless, but we are merely ordinary men. If the feathers try to take us out, then I fear things might turn out poorly." Han Sen spoke to Kong Fei as they walked. Kong Fei squinted his eyes and looked at Han Sr., do you want me to take responsibility for you? It is not about you being irresponsible. We are not girls, after all. Han Sen smiled, and then went on to say, we just want you to point out a trail we can follow. Kong Fei laughed and said, I tread any trail my feet take me upon. I don't follow any in particular. So, if you would like me to point out a specific road for you to embark upon, I fear that will be difficult. There was nothing more Han Sen could say, so he just chose to follow after Kong Fei. He simply didn't understand what purpose Kong Fei had in bringing them both along. It would be exceedingly easy for Kong Fei to kill the pair if they displeased him. With such a difference in their power levels, Han Sen was curious why Kong Fei wanted them to tag along. Han Sen had even wondered if Kong Fei was one of the crystallizers. He very much looked like them. Mosi was 1,000 miles away from Western Grand City. Kong Fei didn't want to take the train there. In the beginning, they had at least been able to ride a supercharged tractor, but now it was all down to the use of their legs. The journey was excruciatingly slow. Kong Fei was not in a rush either. It was like he had gone out for a casual stroll, keen to relax. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were worried about the feathers that had seemed intent on attacking. The quieter things were, for the time being, the stronger the next assault would be. That was what they reasoned. Even though Kong Fei was not afraid of anything that might occur, they would be. The three of them walked for half a month, and nothing happened. It looked as if the feathers had forgotten about the three of them. Kong Fei was pointing towards the fields and explaining things as if he was a professional tour guide. He recited tales to them, such as the ones featuring the Lady Mountain and General Temple. The way he spoke such fables made them sound tangible and real. Kong Fei was a man who could tell stories, and tell stories well. The legends he spoke about were stunning. Fascinating. Even if Han Sen and Stay Up Late knew the end of a tale he had begun speaking about, they'd still listen eagerly, just to hear him tell it. On the 17th day, as they neared a stone bridge that crossed a river, Kong Fei stepped onto the bridge and spoke to them. By crossing this bridge, we will have reached Mosi Mountain. If you are not here to collect ore, then there is no need for you to follow. We can part ways here. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were in shock. They had walked together for 17 days, as if it was a journey they had all embarked upon together. They hadn't walked far, and Han Sen swore they had only walked 400 miles. They should have still been far away from Mosi Mountain. But when Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked forward to where the mountain should have been, they were shocked. On the other side of the stone bridge was a sign that said Mosi Mountain's Old Treehead Village. They were both surprised by this, as they both acknowledged the fact that they hadn't walked that far. Somehow, they had walked 1,000 miles without realizing they had, and they had now arrived. Kong Fei must have done something. It was a scary thing for Han Sen to now notice that he had walked 1,000 miles, but hadn't realized he was doing so. Thanks for walking with me for the past 17 days. It was a fateful encounter, and I would like to give these to you both. Consider it as a reward for accompanying me here. Kong Fei pulled out 2 feathers from his clothing. He flicked them forward, and they landed neatly in Han Sen and Stay Up Late's hands. 1 for each. Han Sen noticed, after the catch, that the feather was incredibly soft. They were no bigger than his hands. They were proper feathers, that was for sure. They definitely weren't xenogeneic material. Do you know what these feathers are? Kong Fei blinked. Han Sen wished to say he didn't know, as many creatures had feathers. He couldn't tell them apart, but his face suddenly changed. He asked Kong Fei, "This cannot be the feather of a feather." Kong Fei laughed and said, "The wings of a feather have feathers. There are 2 feathers between the wings that are softest, and they are called angel feathers. They cherish them dearly. My clothes are crafted from angel feathers." Han Sen almost coughed up a bucket of blood. The feather clothing had at least 1,000 such feathers. If what he had spoken was true, then how many feathers had he killed to craft the garment? Now that Kong Fei had given them 2 angel feathers, was he looking to add gasoline to their dead bodies? The feathers had no reason to want to kill Han Sen and stay up late, but now that the pair were holding 2 angel feathers, the feathers might very well want to. Kong Fei knew what Han Sen was thinking, and so he said, "Don't worry. If the feathers see them, they won't kill you. Brother Kong, we are actually interested in digging ore. Would you like it if we accompany you further?" Han Sen did not believe the feathers were that nice. Kong Fei looked at Han Sen as if he were smiling. "You really want to come? It is not a difficult way to go now, but there is an unfriendly guard watching." "What guard?" Stay Up Late asked. "Duke Brilliant." Kong Fei looked up towards the mountain, speaking with little sounds of concern. Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked at each other. After being chased by feathers, and now having a possible contest with a duke, it looked like big fights would always be part of the package when it came to following Kong Fei. If they left now, Han Sen did not believe the feathers would let them both be. "There is nothing to be afraid of, so we will go wherever you go." Han Sen thought staying with Kong Fei would be safer. Kong Fei seemed to be smiling slightly, and he said, "Come with me, then, if that is your desire. You can leave whenever you wish to. I will not stop you." After that, they walked across the stone bridge and proceeded onwards to Mosi Mountain. Han Sen and Stay Up Late quickly followed. They had come that far, so they felt compelled to see what might happen next. Kong Fei didn't look entirely legit. He had brought them to danger more than once, and he provided them with 2 deadly feathers. If Han Sen did not know that Kong Fei could kill them with ease, Han Sen would have thought Kong Fei hated them and wanted them dead. After getting close to the mountain, they saw a feather standing before the entrance. It was too far for Han Sen to feel the being's energy flow, but the elegant armor and crazy clothing made the fellow look special. "I am flattered that Duke Brilliant has personally come to welcome us here." Kong Fei looked at the feather as he spoke, but he didn't actually look flattered. "Where did your feather clothes come from?" Duke Brilliant stared at Kong Fei's apparel, looking as cold as ice. Chapter 1777 The burial site of 3,000 feathers. Long ago, 3,000 prisoners were forced to mine ore across Mosi Mountain. They were unable to leave until death claimed them. Kong Fei did not answer Duke Brilliant. All he did was say something that made no sense, given the current context. But after Duke Brilliant heard what he was told, his face paled and he shouted, "Who are you?" Kong Fei still did not answer. He kept going, saying, "Those 3,000 prisoners were slaves, kept here forever. They would each die in the same bindings they were birthed into. After their deaths, the feathers between their wings were plucked. There were 3,000 of them, and they provided the basis of this garment. Impossible. We already killed all the traitors a long time ago. Who are you?" Duke Brilliant's eyes cut like blades. He looked as if he was ready to tear Kong Fei apart and slice up all his organs. But Kong Fei just smiled and took off his feather clothing. His upper body was naked, but 2 strange scars were visible on his back. They looked as if they could have been the slots where wings might have once existed, but they had been ripped off. Duke Brilliant saw the scars on Kong Fei's back, and when he did, his face changed. His eyes flared with the fire of murder, and he yelled, "I cannot believe there are traitors that yet remain. It is lucky you were able to live this long. How dare you appear here, having killed feathers? You must die." After that, Duke Brilliant waited for no further reply. His body shone with the color gold, as his wings spread out like suns of their own. Their light shone across the area, and everything the light touched was turned into gold. The rivers became solid and the rocks became clumps of pure gold. The entire vicinity became its own world of gold. Duke Brilliant was most certainly the god of this world. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were in shock. They knew that everything happening was very bad, and such scary powers would be difficult to fend off. And if they themselves were turned into gold, they'd be killed immediately. But before the gold light doused them, the white feathers Kong Fei had given them started glowing with a bright white light. The light was like a bubble that shielded their bodies from harm. The gold light was unable to penetrate the holy light. Kong Fei stood on the ground and put on his feather clothes again. He ignored the gold light, and with much disdain, told their enemy, "Of the 3,000, only I am left. But the 3,000 feathers are still here, and I will seek vengeance for each of them." A traitor speaks of justice. Duke Brilliant grunted. His wings flapped like gold suns, firing shockwaves through the atmosphere. Each time the wings flapped, Duke Brilliant became stronger. His body wasn't so big, but it did seem as if it was becoming larger. He was taking on the appearance of a statue, as he stood there upon the mountain. Han Sen and Kong Fei were like ants before him. It was quite scary. In the homes of the powerful feather families, there were 7 kings and a number of dukes watching the video relay of a satellite imaging system. They were watching what was happening on Mosi Mountain. When they saw the scars on Kong Fei's back, they were all shocked. King Sky King, the ruler, frowned and said, "There were 3,000 feathers stuck in the mines of Mosi Mountain for their entire lifetime. They were all turned into dust, or so it was believed. How could one of them have survived? My king, they did become dust." We could not have been incorrect, and the king in those days confirmed this. There were no survivors. Unless, Song King stopped speaking there, and did not continue. Unless what? King Sky King asked coldly. Unless one of them had a baby inside the gold mine without us knowing. That child might not have been counted amongst the 3,000. But if it were in places such as the Eclipse gold mine, they could not have lived there. How could the prisoners have bred successfully? And if they did, the baby could not escape the eye of the watcher. It could not have survived and lived. It just makes no sense. Song King shook his head. This person appearing now is pointless. Just go ahead and kill him, and get this done. Holy Column King did not move his eyebrows as he spoke, he just said things lackadaisically. All the other kings agreed, and they proceeded to watch the video. Duke Brilliant was like a Buddha as he tried repeatedly to strike Kong Fei with his palm. The golden palms covered the entire sky, like a golden palace was falling. The shadows they cast were abyssal, shrouding the landscape in darkness. Kong Fei's eyes did not move. He just pulled out a white feather and drew across the sky. A small white light rose into the air. It cut the giant hand. A lesion appeared across it and grew bigger until it was revealed that the hand had been sliced in half. Gold blood started to cascade. Arg! The scream was incredibly loud, but the hand did not stop descending. A small white line traced up the hand, down the arm, and across the body that the arm connected to. Duke Brilliant's gold body was cut open, splitting in two. The earth was shaking as the blood rained from the sky with the force of a river. Mountains and rivers were further dyed with the gold blood. Only the white feathers looked new and undrenched, without a speck of blood on them. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were surprised. For him to have killed a duke so easily, Kong Fei had to have been a king. The many kings and nobles were in shock. Song King himself looked dim and said, "I cannot believe that hybrid managed to become a king. Leader, please grant me permission to fight the hybrid." One king stepped forward, looking murderous. "Killing a hybrid like this will require thunder. I will fight alongside you." Holy Column King stood up, asking King Sky King for permission to depart before he replied. Kong Fei waved his white feather again. Mosi Mountain, which was 1,000 meters high, was sundered in two by the same feather. Below the 1,000-meter-high mountain were thousands of nameless graves. If the mountain had not been broken, no one would ever have known. And yet, so many lives were buried there. Kong Fei walked in front of the nameless graves, and just when Han Sen thought he was going to pray for them, Kong Fei grabbed his clothes and shook them. The clothes exploded in the air. The feathers scattered all across the graves. The feathers flew onto the graves and exploded. They revealed the bones that lay hidden beneath. The bones were rotten, and many had been reduced to nothing but dust. 2 feathers landed on each grave. 3,000 years of hope-sapped waiting. 3,000 years of sadness and injustice. 3,000 years of humiliation. I am going to win it all back. You guys will not need to wait for me any longer. You don't need to stay in this world any longer. Chapter 1778. The fight to extinguish the light. As his solid voice echoed, Kong Fei's body started to unleash power. The water wave did not come from his body, but it was as if the whole world was answering his summons. The earth was quiet, and the stars in the sky were shining. Even though it was daytime, the stars were everywhere. It was as if he was breathing in the galaxy, brimming with power. Kong Fei's back was against the graves. He looked to the sky. Between the stars, there was a temple. It was floating, up in the atmosphere. Amidst the endless numbers of planets and systems, they all saw this temple in the sky. They were all shocked. A Geno Hall has appeared. Who has what it takes to summon it? Who is the challenger? Wondered everyone who saw it. Even the higher races of the galaxy were shocked, seeing this. It had been 1,000 years since a Geno Hall last appeared, and there it was, showing up again. It felt like a great danger was descending once more. This was especially true for the races that had not been able to light a fire. No way. All the Feather Kings were in shock, and they stood up in response. They looked at Kong Fei, and the ancient temple that now appeared. They had a bad feeling. Kong Fei started flying up towards the ancient temple. As the ancient temple appeared, a voice came along with it. Many strange shadows surrounded the temple, but whenever Han Sen looked at the shadows more closely, they vanished. Kong Fei was in front of the door to the place. He pointed his finger at it, and a drop of blood flew forward to it. Every creature was attracted to the sight of his blood. And their eyes watched as it floated forward to touch the gate. Boom! The mysterious, ancient temple was opened by that blood. That meant the gates approved of the genes possessed by the one who wished to enter. Now, he could go forward and attempt to claim a spot. But the blood still hovered right in front of the door. It was unable to enter fully, due to there being no space left inside. All the fires in the temple quivered crazily. They released a power that was a grand threat. A warning. Everyone turned to look at the naked man, hovering in the air. They were waiting for something. Kong Fei's face looked as if he was mocking something. He slowly said, "Feather." Boom! The ancient temple's lanterns became dimmer, but only one started to blaze brighter. The scary flames burst out like a volcano, all from a single lantern. It was hanging in the Geno Hall. The lantern also displayed gold lettering, which read, "Feather." Those of all the other races felt greatly relieved. They even found it rather funny. Only the Feather Kings and their nobles felt their faces turn green. They moved so fast that space itself crackled as they sought to reach the naked man. Interesting. A feather wants to replace a feather. Interesting. Amidst the pirates, a man looked to the sky. He looked evil. In a dark hall, a few beasts looked at the man near the Geno Hall with the feather lantern. An attractive lady in the middle of them said, "I cannot believe there are still interesting people like that around." At the zenith of Unsolid Mountain, a beast that was in the sky looked towards the lantern, quietly saying, "One of these days, the roar will be in the Geno Hall. We will be at its highest spot." Han Sen, standing in front of Mosi Mountain, could feel the brilliance of that power. He had a lot of thoughts running through his mind. The Feather Kings soon entered the space, and the nobles were like a swarm, surrounding the naked man. They were so loud, they could have roused the entire universe out of a slumber. Kong Fei had no more white feathers, as the original 3,000 feathers had been returned to their owners. The 2 feathers that belonged to Kong Fei himself were in Han Sen and Stay Up Late's hands. The feathers' light had brightened up. All the feathers were heading for the air, because of the light. If the heavens ever fell, all the angels would fall to the earth and frighten all the other races. No one had extinguished a light in 1,000 years, but 1 billion years ago, fights like this were common events. This was an average fight between 2 different races. The competitors would use all they could muster to defeat their opponent, to take their place and light up a fire in the Geno Hall. This was ordinary. But Kong Fei was fighting a race all alone. What was most unbelievable about this, though, was that he was a feather without wings. 7 kings, the leader included, had come for him. The sword lights cracked the river of time, breaking it. A scary presence was swallowing the galaxy. All this power came from the sky, and Kong Fei did not take a look. He only stared at the lantern, with the word feather on it. 7 feather kings, with the other feathers, landed on Kong Fei. But Kong Fei kept dodging, as a weird light beamed through his muscles, skin, and hair. All that power came for him, but it didn't even brush his hair. It was all just like wind, rustling around him. Blurg. But the Feather King and the other nobles suddenly started to cough up blood. Many of the feathers were falling, and it was difficult to tell how many of the feathers had been killed. Their faces all looked pale, with plumes of feathers descending. God body. He became a god. Holy Column King screamed as he coughed up blood. He wasn't just a god for the feathers, this was for every race. Everyone was shocked, seeing this. Many people screamed just like Holy Column King did. They yelled, God body. Kong Fei, are you really not going to stop this? King Sky King wiped away his blood, looking at the man as he spoke. Death is the only thing that will stop me. Or your death, perhaps, Kong Fei said coldly. He then raised his right hand and swung it at the lantern. King Sky King angrily shouted, protect our lantern. Millions of feathers, and King Sky King himself, roared in unison. The entire feather race was racing for the fire. The lantern was shining brightly, with power gathering up. It became a gold angel statue, clutching a great sword. And it was swinging towards Kong Fei's hand. Chapter 1779. One person, one race. The angel figure that the gold flame had created gathered up a power that was indestructible. It looked as if it would only take one hit to destroy an entire galaxy. It could destroy the future. Many powerful races were thinking that the feathers were practically almighty. If the race wasn't strong, then the lantern wouldn't unleash a power that was as brilliant as that. It represented the strength of that race. If it was strong, it'd go bright. It was weak, it'd go dim. Creating a sword that could destroy the universe proved how strong the feathers were. Kong Fei faced the lantern, but his own face didn't change. He looked at the word feather on the lantern, and reached out with his arm to strike it. His arm was glowing. It was very bright. He didn't fall back, despite facing a race composed of 1 billion beings. His confidence was unwavering. Han Sen's blood ran fast when he witnessed all this. He wished he could fight with that man in the air, and let the blood flow. But Han Sen knew his place, and he knew his power wasn't high enough to fight alongside him. Any noble there would be killed in one hit. Han Sen held back his passion, and he watched as Kong Fei stood alone. He intently stared as Kong Fei faced an angel of the race that hounded him. The next second, the angel's sword lit up the planets in the sky. Everyone lost their vision, and all that could be seen was the color gold. The gold light lasted a few seconds, and when it faded, everyone could see what remained in the sky again. The gold angel was a kilometer tall, and she stood right in front of the door to the Geno Hall. Her back was still connected with the lantern. Kong Fei flew in front of her, with his right arm covered in blood. It had been severely cut, and you could even see the bone beyond the ravaged flesh. Did we lose? Stay Up Late's eyes were full of shock, and he said those 3 words. But in the next second, the angel's body shattered into nothing more than fragments of gold light. They all scattered and fell into the galaxy. The word feather on the lantern cracked and disintegrated as its light was extinguished. Darkness took its place. Blurg. All the feathers around coughed up blood, like a rain shower. Their bodies looked as if they had all been electrified. It looked like they had lost a big chunk of their energy. Countless feathers started to fall. Kings had their ranks reduced to being just dukes, as dukes became marquis, marquis became earls, and so on. This applied to every feather. The youngest of the feathers could not be any lower. Their base was damaged, though, and their talents were reduced. They were injured, and if they wished to evolve again, it would take forever. Kong Fei, just kill me. King Sky King shouted, with blood seeping out of him. Snuffing out the light was worse than killing him, he thought. The lantern of the feathers made them a higher race. They had held that loft for 1 billion years. Now that they had become a lesser race, this was 1,000 times worse than simply killing them outright. Kong Fei smiled and said, 3,000 ghost feathers suffered for 3,000 years. Cry for 3,000. Hate for 3,000 years. That is a pain that is worse than death. They had hope because they still had me. But you guys are all different. You have no hope. And you will fade without it. After that, Kong Fei's blood landed atop the lantern. A white fire appeared, lighting up the place. Kong Fei, you are a feather, too. We are sorry for what has happened. But you just murdered a bunch of feathers, and even kings. This loss is far graver than the 3,000. This should end. I beg you to place the word feather on the lantern again. You can be my king, and I will adhere to your every command. Holy Column King kept on pausing to spit out blood. He shouted at Kong Fei, but there wasn't an ounce of intimidation left. He was a mere beggar now. If you can write down feather, we will do whatever it is you want. A few feather kings, King Sky King included, begged before Kong Fei. Kong Fei's blood was not pure, but he did have feather blood. Writing down feather would make them a higher race once again. The moment I ripped off my wings was the moment I discarded my belonging to the feathers. Kong Fei sounded normal, but his aura of hatred was scary. One race, my race, will one day be called No. It will start with me, and it will end with me. No other race will be granted the title of belonging to No. Kong Fei's voice was so loud. Even the stars trembled in response to his frightening vow. The Geno lantern, with its white fire, soon displayed the word No. Blurg. King Sky King continued to cough up blood. Kong Fei's word cut all chance of possibly sharing the lantern. The feathers could not be regarded as a higher race anymore. Rain. A heavy rain. All the planets started to rain, and the lightning danced among them like dragons. It looked like they were crying for a higher race having fallen, but celebrating the birth of a new higher race. Han Sen was standing in the rain, looking up at the Geno Hall. The moment when the No lantern flew into the temple's hall, Han Sen's heart felt strange. It looked to him as if there were eyes on the inside, staring down at him. The Geno Hall was watching the entire world. The black armor that had no movement suddenly brimmed with a phantom strength. It made Han Sen feel as if he was frozen. All he could do was stand in the rain. What's going on? Han Sen was in shock. When the lantern entered the hall, the Geno Hall's doors shut. When it vanished to wherever it had come from, Han Sen felt a weird power enter his sea of soul. It went straight into his black armor. Han Sen's body returned to being normal again. His black armor had no movement, and it was as if it was dead. Han Sen looked to where the Geno Hall had disappeared, and his face looked confused. When the Geno Hall doors shut, that feeling slowly started to disappear. And the black crystal armor's power only seemed to cover him during the time when it was open. This could not have been a coincidence. What is the black crystal armor? Is it like this because of me? What was that feeling of being watched? Is something living inside the Geno Hall? Han Sen now had an endless list of questions, none of which he could currently figure out. The spirit hall left, and weird things no longer occurred on other planets. You could only see an empty sky returning now. The broken feathers, and Kong Fei himself, were gone from sight. Han Sen was standing in the rain thinking. Then, a naked man suddenly approached him. It was Kong Fei, who had become a no, all alone. Chapter 1781 White Feather and 3,000 Stars. Kong Fei stood in front of Mosi Mountain, which had been sundered in two. He was standing in the rain, letting it drench his body. He stood there in solemn silence, without speaking a word. A while later, Kong Fei sighed and said, "You guys have wanted to leave for all eternity. Even in death, you still wish to be free. I guess a burial is not what you're interested in." After that, he waved his hand. Inside the mountain, 3,000 graves unleashed a bright white light. Like a spring, bones burst out of the earth, headed for the skies. The bones melted in the air, becoming dust as they surged up through the atmosphere. They went up into space, disappearing amongst the stars. Quick and clean. That will save so much trouble. The only good thing about you guys was the fact you never caused trouble. Kong Fei looked up at the stars and smiled. But then, a glistening tear fell from his face. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were standing a few paces away from him, speechless. A while later, Kong Fei smiled and spoke to Han Sr., "Do you guys understand yet why I wanted you to accompany me?" Han Sen and Stay Up Late shook their heads. They didn't know. After all, why would Kong Fei choose them to come along for something so important? Han Sen had initially thought that Kong Fei wanted to trick them, but he had realized by now that things weren't that simple. Kong Fei walked over to them and patted their shoulders. He said, "I was found by a crystallizer, and that is how I escaped the fate of my people. I escaped the mine that none of the others could make it out from. I was helped by a crystallizer, and now, you two appeared as a reminder. It's fate. It had to be. A crystallizer helped you escape." Who was he? Han Sen and Stay Up Late were shocked. They couldn't believe that someone who had conquered a lantern would have a connection to the crystallizers. "I don't know. He did not tell me, and I never saw him again. I do know that he was carrying a 9-life cat pendant." Kong Fei was looking down at the feathers he had given to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. "Take those as souvenirs. For as long as I live, they may prove useful. And those of higher races will definitely notice them. They're a gift, and they're yours now. You are free to do with them as you please." After that, Kong Fei left. He didn't walk away briskly, but he did disappear after a few meager steps. Just as Han Sen was going to call for him to come back, he was gone. 9-life cat pendant. Who might that crystallizer be? Han Sen wondered, as a number of thoughts now raced around his mind. This universe is big. It was a good idea to come here. Stay Up Late suddenly sighed. He had always been quiet and reserved, but now he was brimming with a vibrant passion. Han Sen was not as sensitive as he was, though. For all intents and purposes, he was a realist. But even though there were many elites, that wouldn't quell his desire to train and improve. He wanted to see the world and everything in it. Let's go. We need to get out of here. Han Sen pulled Stay Up Late back. Kong Fei had left with no warning. He didn't offer them a way back, and to add to that, they were 1,000 miles away from Western Grand City. When Kong Fei was there, it was an easy trip. Without him, it most certainly wouldn't be. Han Sen called out for Kong Fei, so he could lead them back. God only knew what might happen to them if they traveled by themselves. When the pair reached the bridge they had crossed earlier, they saw someone standing there. The person was holding an umbrella. But due to the item's presence, and the heavy rainfall, they couldn't make out who it was. But that person had a life force as powerful and bountiful as an entire galaxy. It was unfathomably large. Han Sen and Stay Up Late stopped to look at him. And when they did, the person turned to look at them. A while later, the person asked, "Are you guys willing to sell the white feathers you possess?" "No." Stay Up Late shook his head. Han Sen just smiled. "What's your price?" "The feather is priceless, but a trade always demands a price for negotiations." 3,000 deposits of star ore for one feather, the person slowly said. "Too low." Han Sen shook his head. 300 life planets for one feather, the person said. Han Sen shook his head again. The enigmatic figure did not speak to him again. Instead, he turned to talk with Stay Up Late. "If you enter my tribe, I can help you reinforce the white feather. After that, you can enjoy the treatment only my kind can provide." Stay Up Late shook his head, to which the person responded, "Do you have any idea what you'll be missing out on? Even if you do have a god feather, it's useless if no one refines it for you." "I appreciate your intent, but I do not wish to join any tribe," Stay Up Late said. The man grunted. And when Han Sen turned to look at him, he had disappeared. It looked as if he had never been there at all. They kept walking and crossed the bridge. Not long after, a beast appeared near the river. It was so big, it looked like a mountain from a distance away. "Are you selling that white feather?" the beast asked, looking right at Han Sen. Its voice was so loud, it almost destroyed Han Sen's eardrums. "It all depends on the price fronted," Han Sen smiled. The beast grunted and said, "The feather's lost. I will take on all of Holy Heaven, in exchange for that feather." "No." Han Sen was very tempted, but he had to shake his head. Holy Heaven was a high-ranking xenogenic space. Many treasures must reside there. There had to be countless xenogenic materials. Even the feathers held that place incredibly dear. Through that, you could see how important it was. Even though the feathers had fallen, they had not been wiped out. Taking down Holy Heaven was still something no ordinary race could accomplish. The beast said he could swap Holy Heaven's existence for the feather, which was a massive prospect. But Han Sen was worried the beast might not have been serious. Still, if the beast wished to steal the white feather, Han Sen and Stay Up Late probably couldn't fight back. The beast looked at Han Sen as if he knew that Han Sen did not want to accept the trade, and instead spoke to Stay Up Late. "Those of the beast area are willing to teach you. If you are willing to join us, I can teach you how to refine it. If you can become a king, I can give you 12 god seats." Chapter 1781. Meeting Old Cat again. Stay Up Late shook his head and bowed before the beast, apologizing. "I appreciate the offer, but no thank you." The beast, hearing Stay Up Late reject the offer, stopped talking. He moved his body and flew up into space. He disappeared into the cosmos. Stay Up Late and Han Sen continued their travel, meeting many more powerful creatures as they went. They all wanted to buy the feathers or at least have the pair join their tribes. Each and every single offer was rejected by the duo, however. Han Sen felt depressed. All the elites sought to buy the white feather he possessed, but none invited him into their tribe. It seemed all such offers were exclusively reserved for Stay Up Late. As they walked, they met 5 different race elites. After that, no more interrupted their journey. It was not as if no one else was interested in the white feathers, it was just that those 5 represented the biggest factions and had drummed up the biggest offerings. There was no point in any other races making an offer, as whatever they could muster would not be enough to rival the big 5. The rain still hadn't stopped. After walking half a day, they found an abandoned house they could seek refuge and shelter in. But as soon as they entered, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. A beast that was red, that looked like both a fox and a cat, was lying across a crummy table. It was staring right at the two as they entered. "Great! It's you, old cat, you *shoal. How dare you show yourself to me again? I'm going to skin you alive." Han Sen was immediately enraged, and he threw a punch towards Old Cat's face. As the fist traveled, he yelled, "Where's Little Flower?" Old Cat teleported to the rafters in the ceiling, smiled, and said, "Little Flower is being looked after very well. Do not worry. Don't worry my *SS. Bring me Little Flower." Han Sen jumped up and tried chasing after Old Cat. Old Cat was too quick, though, and he disappeared once again. When he appeared, he leaped atop the table again. Slowly, he went on to say, "I took him away for his own benefit. It's good for him. You can't even look after yourself, so how do you think you could take care of Little Flower? How can you expect him to grow naturally? That is my family's business. Not yours." Han Sen kept on chasing after Old Cat as he spoke. Old Cat's body kept flashing, as Han Sen's fist kept failing to touch him. Haha. I felt sorry to see someone so special and great have their potential buried. Now, he is living well. Perhaps it'll only take another 8 years before he becomes a king. There's every chance he could become a god. He could become a deity like Kong Fei did. You are a father, you should support what's best for him. You shouldn't limit his potential and hold him back. Old Cat was obviously trying to convince Han Sr., "I will take care of my own son. You better give him back, or I'll skin you alive right here." Han Sen angrily said. "Little Flower cannot come back just yet. But I can show you this." Old Cat threw an item at Han. Senator Han Sen had a look, and noticed it was a communicator. There was a video feed already linked, and on it, he could see Little Flower. "Auntie May, I really can't eat anymore. Can you help me eat this fruit?" Han Sen put off his idea of killing Old Cat and held the communicator close. He stared at Little Flower intently. That was mainly because he knew his abilities were actually worse than Old Cat's. Killing the cat would be impossible with his current strength. Thus, the continued chase was pointless. The video was obviously a series of snippets, with many sequences that had been trimmed and stuffed together to give Han Sen a picture of what day-to-day life was like for his son. Little Flower was definitely eating a lot each day, and a beautiful woman and 3 monsters took their time to train with the boy diligently. Han Sen could tell they were teaching Little Flower some skills, and that Little Flower was improving quickly. Each day, his abilities grew. How does that look? If you kept Little Flower close to you, he wouldn't benefit from any of this. He wouldn't get the training and strength he needs. You should be thanking me. Old Cat spoke with a cocky tone. To hell with thanking you. I am warning you, right now. Give me Little Flower, otherwise, I'm not done with you. Han Sen, still looking at the video, threw a punch towards Old Cat. Han Sen really hated what Old Cat had done, and he could only catch a glimpse of his son through the video. He wanted his son next to him, and nowhere else. Why can't you just be nice? Old Cat looked depressed. Could you stop swinging for a minute? I have come here to discuss serious business. Old Cat kept dodging as he said, Little Flower wants to learn sword skills. He needs a short sword, and that feather can craft one that is perfect for him. F***CKU. Han Sen didn't wait until Old Cat finished talking before trying to punch him again. Han Sen knew the asterisk's holes wouldn't just give him the video out of kindness. All Old Cat wanted was calm Fei's feather. Stay up late said, Old Cat, if you take me to see Little Flower, I will give you the feather. When he said that, Old Cat and Han Sen were both shocked. The 5 elites had offered so many deals, and yet Stay Up Late hadn't spared a second thought of accepting any. Now, to see Little Flower, he was willing to give up the priceless feather. It was an extremely touching moment. Old Cat shouted, see? This is what you call a real man. And who are you? A father, supposedly. After that, Old Cat walked up to Stay Up Late and smiled. It's not that I do not wish to take you, but ordinary people. When they go there, they cannot survive. I wouldn't have brought Little Flower if I didn't know he was special. So, how about you just give me the feather, and I will pass it along to Little Flower. Unless I get to properly see Little Flower, I won't spare it another thought, Stay Up Late said calmly. Old Cat felt depressed. How do I make you guys believe what I'm doing is for the good of Little Flower? If anyone could go, I'd have taken you both there already. I can't see Little Flower, so nothing changes. Han Sen stopped. He stopped chasing Old Cat because he was unable to catch him. Old Cat sighed and said, it's fine if you choose not to give me the feathers. I'll find another way, but I'll tell you right now that you are both so weak. Carrying those feathers is like carrying ticking time bombs. If you don't give them to me, I suggest you get rid of them. I don't believe anyone will come and steal them. Han Sen lifted his lips. They are afraid of Calm Fei, so of course they haven't tried to steal the feathers yet. But some creatures will be more reckless than the beings you have encountered so far, Old Cat said. He looked up at Stay Up Late and said, I say Beast Area is a great choice. You'd be fine there, and you can keep the deified feather. And, you can find a home with that faction. And about you, Old Cat stared at Han Sen with a look of remorse. Chapter 1782 Uncertain Future. Old Cat went silent for a bit, then went on to say, humans are a branch off the crystallizer tree. Because human blood is not pure, and the sanctuaries forced them to grow up fast, their genes aren't very stable. The future is very uncertain for them, lacking the stability of pure blood. Old Cat paused and said, the few elders that you met on the road made Stay Up Late offers of tribe membership because they wanted a king. It wouldn't happen overnight, of course. It would take a lot of work. And they would also have to help you refine the deified feather. Even to a big faction like Beast Area, it would be asking a lot of them. So, it's fairly easy to see why they would choose Stay Up Late. They'd favor a guaranteed success, as there is a lot more risk choosing you due to your instability. That sums up why they didn't dare to invest in you. If humans are that bad, then give me back Little Flower, Han Sen said. Old Cat laughed and said, that's different. You are the first generation, and we aren't certain how far your development can go. Little Flower is different because he's a second gen. He's rich with potential and his genes are stable. He was born like this. Some of that might have been because of you, but you are first gen, and if you want his results, you'll have to work for them yourself. Han Sen was too lazy to talk much more, so all he did was look coldly at Old Cat. But don't worry. If you do well enough, you can still become rich. Old Cat rolled his eyes and went on to say, but if you want a big faction like Beast Area to spend on you, that's asking the impossible. Big factions like that tend to avoid risks and liabilities. It's not too different from those investors of yours, back in the Alliance. They will sometimes invest with high risks, but they invest little and expect high returns. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Investing in you is asking too much of them. No one can ask them to make bets and risks on something so uncertain. I heard you the first time. There's no need to repeat yourself. Han Sen rolled his eyes. Old Cat laughed and said, so, I do have a suggestion to make. You can go to the Wuxia treasury with the feather. Wuxia treasury. Han Sen frowned, not sure what that place might be. He had never heard of it before. Old Cat explained, it's like Holy Heaven or the Beast Area's Xenogenic space. The race that claimed that place, however, is called Thousand Treasures. It is a powerful race, and it has a very high rank in the Geno Hall. They love to collect treasures, and they are famous businessmen and collectors. They are very honorable about it all, too. If you take the feather to the Wuxia treasury, you can sell it for whatever you want. There's no chance of losing out there. But I do suggest that you don't sell it for money. Use it to find membership within Wuxia treasury, Old Cat said. And what would I be joining there for? Han Sen felt bad. People were begging stay up late to join, and Han Sen would have to give up his feather for membership to one. Han Sen didn't want to join the ranks of another race, though. Even if he didn't want to get in with them through material trades. Old Cat quickly said, keep in mind that joining them doesn't mean you become one of their race. It doesn't mean you'll completely give up your deified feather either. Thousand Treasures adore treasure. They have a special rule. If one from another race has an item that they really want, and if the person wishes to, they can go to the Wuxia treasury and become a member. It doesn't mean you become one of the Thousand Treasures. If you want an example from the Alliance, think of it as a clubhouse. You can have some protection and authority, and you get to keep the feather. There's no need to worry about others potentially taking it away. You'd be safe with them. Thousand Treasures is that generous. They protect me and the feather for nothing. Han Sen asked Old Cat skeptically. Of course, there's no free lunch. When you store your feather there, you become a member. When you take it out of their storage, you lose membership privileges. The treasure you store there will be watched by the Thousand Treasures. But don't worry, they are solid and reliable. You can reclaim your stuff whenever. And they wouldn't conduct research on anything of yours without explicit permission, Old Cat said. Seeing Han Sen remain silent, he continued and said, the feathers were just beaten by a lower race. Their power has been lessened. A planet like Planet Kate, that was previously enslaved by the feathers, might find itself in a bit of a mess. So, I advise that you leave and attend to what you need to do. There is a way to contact the Beast Area and the Wuxia Treasury. And if you do contact them, they are bound to come and pick you up. Think about it, kid. The Beast Area is good. It is better to join them and level up through them than to do everything by yourself, Old Cat said to stay up late. After that, Old Cat disappeared. Han Sen called out to him, but he was already gone. Han Sen was very excited to take the video back to the sanctuary, and when he went back, he showed Little Flower to Ji Yanran and his mother. They felt much safer, learning Little Flower was somewhat safe. There was no need for them to worry. But they only felt a little bit better. They wouldn't feel completely safe until Little Flower was back with them. After Han Sen returned to the abandoned room, he spoke to stay up late about what they should do next. Although Old Cat often had dubious intentions, in this case, he was right. Planet Kate would descend into chaos, and it was best that they form a game plan. After a while, Stay Up Late told Han Sen, I want to go to the Wuxia treasury. Han Sen thought that it was a good idea, as it at least comforted him to know that no one would fight for the treasure there. The treasure could only be accessed by the person who put it in. That sounded pretty great. Han Sen wasn't planning on going there, though. The offer sounded good, coming from Old Cat's mouth, but perhaps a little bit of chaos would be good for him. He was planning on staying on Planet Kate. Han Sen was surprised Stay Up Late had decided not to join up with Beast Area. But Stay Up Late didn't say why he had made the decision he had, and Han Sen wasn't going to ask. Next, they used the number old cat gave them to call the Wuxia treasury. After the call, someone flew an aircraft over to pick up Stay Up Late. Because Han Sen and Stay Up Late each possessed a deified feather, everyone knew. Thousand Treasures knew, too. All they did was look at the feather on the return to the Wuxia treasury. Before leaving, Stay Up Late told Han Sen he would resume his search for Little Flower. If he learned anything new, he'd give Han Sen a shout. Han Sen was touched that Stay Up Late was that nice to Little Flower. But it was something that Stay Up Late considered to be his duty. He thought he had failed before, and that finding Little Flower now should be his ultimate goal. 1783. Picking up the treasure after Stay Up Late was gone, Han Sen went back to Grand City by his lonesome. He walked for half a day, and then he saw many ships soaring through the atmosphere. He also heard many explosions. Planet Kate really is in a mess. I hope Xiao, Lan Se, and Mr. Tiger are okay, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen quickened his pace until he reached a smaller city. He wanted to find a public transport service to take him back quickly. But unfortunately, that city was also in chaos. There had been a fight at the train station, resulting in its destruction. And aside from that, there were no other means of public transport active. So, Han Sen sought to leave town. He was stopped by a group of creatures before he could, though. "Friend, let us walk together." The leader smiled at Han Sr. "Why would I follow you lot?" Han Sen looked at them and noticed that looked almost like the centaurs of ancient myth. Their upper bodies were human, but their lower bodies were those of bulls instead of horses. Do not misunderstand our intent. We are not hostile, and we merely wish to establish friendships. If you would like, you can visit our place for a while. We don't want to hurt you while we attack Planet Kate. The leading centaur laughed. Thanks. But I can take care of myself, so don't worry about me. Han Sen walked around them with the obvious intent of leaving. They may have said that they wanted to keep him safe, but who knew how their intent might turn later on. Han Sen did not think Kong Fei's name would make him invulnerable. The centaurs had to be after the feather, he wagered. Please come with us, and do not make things difficult. The leading centaur waved a command, and a dozen centaurs swooped forward to halt Han Sen's departure. Two centaurs were directly in front of Han's senator. They tried to grab him. So we're playing hardball, huh? Han Sen thought so. Han Sen moved his legs like the wind and evaded them both. He shot away through the residential district, leaving billows of dust behind him. Don't let him escape. The leading centaur shouted, as the rest of the centaurs gave chase. Han Sen was not afraid of a stampede, and he was able to use his Dongxian movements to effectively bob and weave through the streets. The centaurs kept on chasing for quite a while, but they eventually lost sight of him. Han Sen emerged from a ruined building. He put on his Dongxian armor. The armor made his presence seem much different than it did in his simple spell armor. He was planning to escape the city from its other end. But before he could, he saw an old airship docking there. Many Kate and others were queuing there. Brother, are you a noble of the Kate? When Han Sen walked past the ship, a Kate approached and asked him politely. Kind of. What is it? Han Sen said. You know the feathers are no longer protecting the planet, right? It has led to Planet Kate descending into chaos. We are being invaded. We are from 7 Mirrors, and we are looking to recruit members. We are in dire search of brothers like you. If you join us, you will receive great treatment. You will not have to suffer in the midst of war, the Kate said, as if his offer was something sublime. After a while, Han Sen understood what was going on. 7 Mirrors was a higher race, like the feathers. There weren't many of them, though, and they already had a planet to manage. So, they were happy to welcome outsiders to join them. After the feathers fell, 7 Mirror sent members to begin recruiting from the planet owned by Holy Heaven. Hearing of the conditions and the treatment he would receive, and the way they seemed to do things, Han Sen was tempted to join. The reason Han Sen was tempted, though, was because after recruiting here, they'd venture to another city to try their luck. Grand City would be on their list of destinations. Han Sen thought having a free ride wouldn't be too bad. It'd be better than walking there, at least I'll have a look and check it out. I won't guarantee I'll join, though, Han Sen said to the recruiter. Sure. You should take a look first, but I assure you, you won't regret this. The Kate sounded very passionate about all this. He led Han Sen on board the airship, going on to say, but there is a test you must undergo. It's a rule of ours. And don't worry about it too much, as the results don't mean much. The Kate brought Han Sen to the ship. He didn't have to take the test with the other Kate, and he was taken to a special lobby for it. In the lobby, there were a few other Kates, and others of a different race he had no chance of identifying. They looked like barons. Lao Zhuoma, not bad. You found a baron in this dump. A Kate baron lifted his lips. A few other barons turned to look at Han Senator. They couldn't discern much about him, due to him being clad in armor. The Kate that brought Han Sen there, Lao Zhuoma, laughed and responded, good people can find themselves blessed by God anywhere. Everyone looked at him in disdain when he said that, but no one actually said anything else. Lao Zhuoma brought Han Sen to an empty room. There was a Geno tree on the table. Lao Zhuoma pointed at it, and said, it's just a progress test. It doesn't matter what the results are, you'll still earn the treatment we promised. If your results are excellent, we will offer you even more, though. We wouldn't want to bury the geniuses. Han Sen did not say anything, and he simply pricked his finger and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the three. He did not know how much power he had. Ordinary barons were around 100. When Han Sen's blood dropped onto the tree, it started to grow. The white bone flowers started to bloom. When Lao Zhuoma saw the bone flowers, his eyes almost dropped out of their sockets. How can there be so many? Lao Zhuoma was frozen for a while. He was counting them like mad. Han Sen looked over there too, quickly totaling the flowers. There were 434 flowers on the tree. It was a scary number, since normal barons had only around 100. It was more than quadruple. Viscount nobles could only reach 1,000, and some of them only had around 700. Han Sen's fitness was half that of a Viscount. Lao Zhuoma could not believe what he was seeing, and he kept on trying to count. He was standing beside a monster. It was astonishing to think a baron could have such high fitness. We have found a treasure. Lao Zhuoma, thinking this, started to tremble and shake. 1784 killing, say, brother friend. Are you from a higher race? Lao Zhuoma was going to call Han Sen brother, but it wasn't appropriate. So, he called him friend. Lao Zhuoma thought Han Sen was from a higher race, because normal barons should never reach that sort of level. It didn't matter how much they practiced, they just couldn't. On the form, didn't I tell you I was human? Han Sen acted like he didn't understand what he was being asked. Yes, you did. Lao Zhuoma felt disheartened, as he had never heard of a human before. And he knew there was no higher race called that. Lao Zhuoma still felt depressed, and without saying much, he told Han Sen, you will have to wait a few days on this airship. But going to 7 Mirrors won't take long, once we depart. That's okay. I greatly enjoy traveling, Han Sen said. Lao Zhuoma gave Han Sen a room to live in, but without anything to do, Han Sen found himself going up on deck. Many refugees wished to board the airship and go to 7 Mirrors. Going to an underdeveloped planet was better than remaining in a war zone, or so they felt. But 7 Mirrors wasn't willing to take just anybody. The nobles were always favored, which made it difficult for commoners to be accepted. 7 Mirrors was not a charity, and they were only going to take those who could prove themselves useful. The old, sick, or injured weren't allowed on board. What race do you belong to? You don't look like you're from Planet Kate, a Baron Kate asked. He had come forward to check Han Sen out. Human, Han Sen answered. I have never heard of them, so I can only assume they are even smaller than the Kate. The Baron wasn't insulting Han Sen, he was mocking himself, more than anything. Han Sen looked at him and asked, What can I do for you? I am Mike. The Baron introduced himself, and then said, So, we've been recruited by 7 mirrors and we're headed to an underdeveloped planet for work. If you want, why don't we go to the same place and partner up? I still haven't decided if I want to go yet. Han Sen did not reply. Mike shook his head. When the fighting starts, it's not only the common folk that will be in grave danger. The barons will be, too. Land reclamation is hard, but it is still better than war. So, why the hesitation? We'll see. Han Sen didn't much care for what he was being told. Han Sen had spoken to Qiao, and he was able to confirm that war had not yet reached Grand City. Qiao and Lan Se were thinking of ways they could escape and where they could go, but they had so far been unable to reach a decision. Han Sen told them about 7 mirrors recruiting, and they told him they might consider it. They'd talk about it in greater depth once they were all together again. The third master had evacuated from Planet Kate with Mr. Tiger, and they extended an invite for Han Sen to join them at another headquarters of the Black Gold Group. It was an offer Han Sen quickly rejected, though. Mike wished to say something more to Han Sen, but something occurred down below. They both looked down and saw a legion of centaurs in front of the airship. They surrounded the people who were waiting for a chance to conduct the test in the hopes of boarding the airship. Lao Zhuoma quickly went down to meet the centaurs, though. He smiled and said, Taurus, please do not misunderstand. We are from 7 mirrors, and we are friends, not enemies. After that, Lao Zhuoma pointed at the 7 mirrors emblem on the ship. The leading centaur recognized it. In fact, it was the reason that the centaurs had taken action. The centaur, seeing the 7 mirrors symbol, looked at Lao Zhuoma and coldly said, We don't care about 7 mirrors. Kill all these Kate. The centaur warriors lifted their spears to kill the Kate that had been lining up. Lao Zhuoma looked horrified at the wrath of the centaurs. He had joined 7 mirrors, yes, but he was Kate. It hurt to see his own people get slaughtered. Can you show mercy? 7 mirrors will be accepting these Kate. We were going to take them to help develop an empty planet. Please. Lao Zhuoma gritted his teeth. Although many people would fail the test, Lao Zhuoma was a Kate himself. He couldn't just watch them die. Mike looked just as angry, too. He said. The low lives of Taurus happily licked the boots of the feathers when they were in control, but now that they have fallen, these scumbags have aligned themselves with the enemies of the feathers. This is King Horrible. Which race did they sign up with? Han Sen asked curiously. I think they are called demons. They looked similar to the Kate, but they have horns on their heads, Mike said. Han Sen wished to say something, but the leader of the centaurs shouted, What a load of crap. Only the people currently on board the ship count as 7 mirrors. Just kill the rest of them. After that, he commanded his warriors to attack the people. Stop! Lao Zhuoma shouted. The leader centaur coldly laughed and said, What? Would you like to fight us, as a representative of 7 mirrors? No. We are merely recruiting. Please be nice and let us take these people. 7 mirrors has bought their services, Lao Zhuoma said politely. 7 mirrors was not weak, but they weren't the sorts to engage in conflict. This time, when they came to Planet Kate, the supervisor had informed them not to come into contact with any demons. Okay. Let's make this simple, from now on, if they are on the airship they are yours. If they cannot get on board, then I am sorry. After the centaur leader said that, he gestured with his hands for his soldiers to rush forward. Lao Shuama didn't fight, he just shouted at the people, saying, "Get on the ship. Hurry. Animal." Mike shouted down from atop the ship. "Why are they killing them? Don't they need people to develop Planet Kate, too?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Mike coldly said, "Taurus is a race that takes pleasure in killing. They have a grudge with the Kate, due to the Kate beating them once before. Now they've got a clear chance, they aren't so willing to let us leave." There was some crying heard from the crowds, as people tried to rush forward and get aboard the barge. The entryway was narrow, though, and if many more people boarded, it would overload the airship. The centaur warriors thundered into the crowds, butchering merrily. The Kate were all just commoners, and so they had no chance of killing the centaur warriors. They were not trained for anything of the sort. In moments, a dozen of the Kate had been killed. Lao Shuama called for everyone to hurry, but there was not enough room for everyone to get on. 1785 Killing centaurs. The leader of the centaurs looked murderous. He was gleefully watching his men commit happily to the slaughter, as the droves of people began screaming and crying. This wasn't war, this was a massacre. Ordinary Kate had Geno armor, but they could not fight, they could not resist the onslaught. A centaur warrior struck a woman down with his spear. She grabbed it with one hand while pushing her daughter away with a blood-curdling scream. "Run to the ship." The centaur warrior tried to pull his spear back out of the woman's body, but her grip was firm. She held tightly to the spear that was deep in her blood-dyed chest. A little 4-year-old girl came running over to her mother in tears. She hadn't run to the ship as she had been instructed to. Even if she had listened, though, she'd have been unable to penetrate the crowd. Another of the centaur warriors smiled cruelly. He swung his spear down towards the crying little girl. "No!" The woman's voice broke. Pang! A horn arrow appeared, punching through the centaur warrior's head, then pinning the beast to the asphalt. Han Sen held his gold feather bow as he leaped off the ship. He ran in front of the fallen warrior and pulled the arrow out of its head. Han Sen had seen a lot of life and death, and his mind didn't care. But sometimes, his body didn't listen. The other centaur warrior screamed. He pulled his spear out of the woman and tried cutting Han Sen down. But all Han Sen had to do was move slightly and step past the warrior. He moved his bow and brought its string up to the beast's neck. Then, the severed head fell off and bounced across the ground. D*MNU. The centaur leader shouted furiously. His muscles flared up as he suddenly chucked his giant spear. It crossed a few dozen meters, coming right at Han. Senator Han Sen didn't even seem to look at the spear as he stepped around it. He pulled his gold feather bow and fired 2 horn arrows. Each arrow neatly punctured the head of a centaur. The closest warriors ran towards Han Sen, but he was able to swing around with his bow and use the string to decapitate several of the beasts. The heads barreled through the sky with bloody trails. 1 step, 1 kill. He pulled his horn arrows from the corpses and immediately fired them at another 2 centaurs. "How dare you kill my Taurus warriors? I'm going to skin you alive." The centaur leader roared and jumped towards Han Senator. As this occurred, a few other warriors blew on horns to gather more reinforcements. It was really loud, echoing through the sky. Han Sen had been quickly killing the enemy. He had 1 bow and 2 arrows, but that didn't stop him from being a complete killing machine. Everywhere he went, the warriors lost their heads. "That dollar is a nice person, but he sure is reckless. The Taurus HQ is fairly near. He must have a death wish." The barons on the ship came on deck and talked as they watched the action below. Mike's face kept changing. He wanted to go down and save the crowd, but he knew his own limits and realized that he likely couldn't help. It would be easy to get off the ship, but nigh impossible to get back on. If he killed one of the Taurus warriors, those of 7 mirrors would not let them back. With the situation unfolding the way it was, choosing to engage the Taurus really was akin to having a death wish. As Han Sen was killing like mad, Lao Zhuoma looked at him with a conflicted expression. He felt both touched and ashamed. He was a Kate, but he had been unable to protect his own people. With Han Sen there, the warriors did not run to the crowd. They all tried to kill Han Senator. As Han Sen fought, he kept moving further and further from the ship. He knew it was pointless to kill the warriors, but he just wanted to buy some time for the Kate to get on the ship. The centaur leader was finally in front of Han Senator. The beast swung his spear, and it was most certainly stronger than what the other warriors could do. The leader was a baron. But Han Sen's face did not change. For some reason, his movements allowed him to dodge the attack. When he walked past the leader, the string took off the leader's head just like it had with the other warriors. The barons and Lao Zhuoma on the ship all sighed. The Taurus were very good at killing, and their barons were much greater than Kate barons. Watching Han Sen cut off the leader's head was quite scary. "This guy is so strong. He said that he's a human. What is that race? Is it a higher race?" a baron asked in shock. "It is a shame. If he was allowed to live, he might have been able to do a whole lot more. But he is too reckless." Another baron shook his head. As this occurred, a flurry of footsteps was rushing Han Sen's way. A centaur warrior was coming, but it was twice as big as the average centaur. It was also clad in metal armor. The 4 legs could cross 12 meters in one step. It was different from the spear-wielding warriors, and it was holding a 2-meter-long greatsword. Despite that, it carried the sword lightly, like it wasn't heavy at all. But seeing the texture of the blade, it was obvious that the sword was made from heavy steel. There was no way it was actually light. "Oh no. This is a Taurus greatsword-wielding Viscount. It is a really high rank amongst the Viscounts. He is so strong, and he can wield the element of fire to incinerate foes," explained a baron on deck. "I hope he can hold out a bit longer. Since he is going to die anyway, holding out another few minutes will allow a few more Kate to get on." Another of the barons sighed. Han Sen saw the greatsword centaur coming, but he still remained oh so calm. It wasn't as if he hadn't killed a Viscount before. He had already killed 3 of them, after all. He kept moving forward, trying to lure the warriors away from the ship. When the greatsword-wielding centaur got close, Han Sen sped up a little more. The creature was only 100 meters away. "Die!" The greatsword-wielding centaur's feet were like thunder. It jumped a few dozen meters with the greatsword swinging towards Han Sen's head. The steel suddenly blazed with red fire, radiating enough power to sunder a building. Chapter 1786. Angry Steel Army. In a town in the north, the Taurus Viscount, whose name was Angry Steel, was looking at the image in front of him. He was watching the 7 Mirrors airship. Next to Angry Steel, there was a man. He had purple eyes and hair, horns, and white clothes. He, too, was watching the video stream. If Han Sen had seen that white-clothed man, he'd have been very shocked. And that was because the man looked like a Shura from the Alliance. Angry Steel looked glum. He was standing next to a master of the demon bloodline, and Angry Steel had been wanting to show off the Angry Steel Army's power. He wanted to impress the demon, and perhaps be considered for placement as one of the higher races. But before he could show the man anything, this unfortunate event had transpired. Killing the Kate people was not the mistake. The biggest mistake was for so many warriors, Baron leader included, to be ruthlessly murdered by another Baron. It all happened so swiftly, it was embarrassing. "Mr. Viscount, Taurus warriors do seem to be a little special, as you have been keen to express." Many of them surrounded a Baron, and all of them were haplessly murdered. "They don't look strong, I'll tell you that much." Next to the demon master, there was a woman with 2 horns. But her horns were golden, and they were different from the master's horns. Angry Steel Viscount lowered his head to the master and said, "I am sorry, Mr. G. It was me merely being useless." Mr. G shook his head and said, "That person is a baron, but he is good. This isn't entirely your fault. Order your 10 captains to go there and keep him busy." Angry Steel Viscount quickly said, "My best captain, Greatsword Viscount, is already there. He can kill the person with ease." Mr. G looked at the video but did not speak. The Lady Demon sneered and said, "Why are you talking so much crap? Are you really that stupid? We need 10 of your captains to go, not just this single one." Angry Steel Viscount felt a little enraged by her chastisement, but he refrained from showing it. He nodded and said, "Yes, I will order all 10 captains to go at once." Angry Steel Viscount thought Greatsword Viscount was enough to deal with the Mystic Baron, but he still gave the order to send everyone out there. Greatsword Viscount was already there, and he was running at Han Senator. Angry Steel Viscount thought to himself, "If Mr. G says I have to do this, then I have to do this. I definitely don't want to upset him. But Greatsword Viscount can definitely kill that person. He doesn't need anyone else. It'll just be for show." Angry Steel Viscount watched the video feed confidently as Greatsword Viscount rushed straight at Han Senator. Its powerful body had considerable momentum, and it was very shocking to witness. It was like the very planet was shaking. And in regards to his performance, Angry Steel Viscount was satisfied. Greatsword Viscount was not the strongest leader amongst Angry Steel Army, but he was most certainly the most intimidating one. Otherwise, Angry Steel wouldn't have selected him to become the top-ranked captain. Greatsword Viscount jumped a distance of a few dozen meters. A large flame enwreathed the great sword he wielded. His strength and speed were perfect, and the sight of it was beautiful. "This is it. Kill that baron. Let Mr. G know that Angry Steel Army is strong," Angry Steel Viscount thought to himself. Mr. G was looking at Greatsword Viscount, when he suddenly smiled. Lao Zhuoma looked pale. He was worried for Han Sen and the Kate that had not yet boarded the ship. The door was too narrow. There was a limit to how many people could get on board, all at the same time. Only half of the group had successfully made it inside the ship. The other half were still out in the open. There were mostly old people, women, and children outside now. Only a few young men were valiant enough to help them get in. If Han Sen was killed, the army would return to finish them all off, and the deaths would be many. Lao Zhuoma looked on strangely. Why Han Sen was fighting Greatsword Viscount was a mystery to him, and if he had decided to just evade the foe, he'd surely survive longer. He could have even run off. But Han Sen was heading towards Greatsword Viscount directly, with no thought of escaping. When the onlookers saw the greatsword swinging down, they knew the blow would be something not even a steel airship could withstand. Han Sen did not move. His left hand held onto the gold feather bow as his right hand clutched the horn arrows. He pulled the string back as far as it could go, and he took aim at Greatsword Viscount. The bow was a weapon that exceeded expectations at range, but Greatsword Viscount was within melee distance of Han Senator. The burning steel greatsword was going to come against the bow, and Han Sen had yet to fire. "Die!" Greatsword Viscount roared, as the muscles in his body tightened. He unleashed a scary power that looked like it would crush Han Sen and the ship. As this occurred, Han Sen unleashed the arrow. The whoosh of its travel sounded as the arrow rushed forward like a toxic cobra strike. It seemed too late to fire now, though. Greatsword Viscount's greatsword was going to come into contact with the horn arrow, then probably carry on through to hit Han Senator. Greatsword Viscount wore a horrible smile, and he kept roaring. He gripped the sword tightly as he pushed more of his rage into the weapon. He was 3 inches away from the arrow. But the horn arrow disappeared right before Greatsword Viscount. Nothing collided with the steel greatsword. Han Sen turned and went right past him like a butterfly. He ended up at the foe's side. Greatsword Viscount wished to strike again, but it was then that the creature noticed the vanishing arrow had reappeared. Before he could react, the horn arrow raced through his mouth as he was shouting. The arrow was spinning incredibly quickly. It came up through his throat, bulldozing its way into his brain. It came out again, spraying brain matter and juice all about. Han Sen kept on going past Greatsword Viscount, not even concerned enough to look at the beast. He reclaimed the arrow and moved forward. Greatsword Viscount's team was still in the area. Greatsword Viscount's body fell backward, creating a dozen-meter-long trail. The corpse twitched, as brain juice leaked and poured out everywhere. He was going to die. Han Sen had no reaction, like this was an everyday activity for him. But Lao Zhuoma and Mike were in shock, and even Angry Steel Viscount was floored. None of them could believe their eyes. For a Viscount Taurus to go out like that was crazy, especially when its enemy was simply a baron. The team of Taurus warriors had been fighting in a bloodthirsty rage, but after watching Greatsword Viscount be murdered, they were in massive shock. They no longer looked intimidating. In fact, they looked rather scared. Chapter 1787 One sword to fight alone. All teams need to reach the battlefield in 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Angry Steel Viscount shouted down the communicator. His face had turned green. He didn't think Greatsword Viscount would be killed quite so easily. That baron was pretty scary, and Angry Steel felt so angry, knowing his men were proving to be so useless against the attacker. Usually, this would be fine. But now Mr. G was watching as the Angry Steel army got massacred by a mere baron and watching as that same baron destroyed a strike team. It made Angry Steel want to dig a hole to hide in. Mr. G watched the video feed of Han Sen for a little while longer, then he turned around and left. Mr. G, please give me another chance. Angry Steel army will kill that baron, Angry Steel said hastily. Keep him busy. Mr. G walked out of the camp. He was looking in the direction of the battlefield. The maid followed behind Mr. G, and as she walked, she said, "Sir, he is just a baron. You don't need to challenge the man yourself. If you want to see him alive, just tell Angry Steel Viscount to go and grab him." Mr. G laughed and did not say anything. He kept his eyes to the battlefield as he walked. After he was gone, Angry Steel was incredibly furious. He was shouting into the communicator, saying, "I give you 5 minutes. Kill that baron before Mr. G gets there. Otherwise, you will all suffer military punishment." After shouting, Angry Steel exited the camp and chased after Mr. G. Angry Steel Army's 9 captains did not dare to move slowly. They all led their teams to the battlefield. Taurus were supposedly good at fighting and killing. Their vitality was above average, and their fighting skills were really good. They were in a rush to get there now, but the formation of the teams was not a mess. With 9 captains, they were all going to strike at once. Han Sen had already killed 1 strike team, and it didn't even seem to have slowed him down. Because there were too many of the centaurs, all racing to kill the innocents so quickly, he couldn't chase them away. He had no choice but to kill them. Amidst the killing, however, Han Sen discovered something interesting. His Dongxian armor could absorb power. Han Sen already knew that it gave him energy to fight non-stop, but now he was feeling something more in the energy flowing out of the armor. If the armor usually had 1 water tap providing energy, then he could now feel many more open faucets. Han Sen's life was stronger, and his power had increased. This increase happened after he dealt with the strike team. Does this mean the Dongxian armor absorbs the power of the earth? Just like my coin Geno Core could when I used collecting taxes. The more creatures there are around me, the more power I receive. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen soon received an answer to this. When the 9 teams arrived, Han Sen felt his Dongxian armor give a vastly greater surge of energy. This went beyond merely recovering the energy that he had lost. So it's true. Han Sen was quite happy about this discovery, but he didn't know if it was a result of his Dongxian Sutra or his Dollar Geno Core. This was not something Han Sen could ponder now, however. He had no time, due to 9 Taurus Viscounts headed his way. They all looked pretty past. Han Sen was merely a baron, and even with the Dongxian armor's buff, he'd still wouldn't be quite as strong as a Viscount. If he missed a single strike, things would turn out very poorly for him. Lao Zhuoma had watched Han Sen kill Greatsword Viscount. He had been stunned when that happened, but now, there was a whole army of centaurs coming. Han Sen was like a small rowboat amidst a sea of tumultuous waves. It didn't seem like things would end well for him. "Get on the ship, quick!" Lao Zhuoma shouted distractedly at the Kate still trying to board the ship. Mike had seen Han Sen fighting from the upper deck, and he watched with a complicated expression. Buzz! Before the centaur army reached Han Sen, they all lifted their spears and threw them at him like javelins. There were so many of them, they looked like a cloud in the sky. Han Sen looked up at the spears that were falling like rain. As he did, the gold feather bow disappeared. His right hand touched his waist, and when he did, something white appeared. A white sword light blazed out from his hand. Under the black rain of spears, it looked like a sun that was swelling to life. Han Sen ran into the ring of spears he had cut down, and wherever he went, countless spears were broken. None of the spears could cut through his net of sword strikes. Amazing sword skills. Everyone who witnessed it was flabbergasted, whether they were friend or foe. But the Taurus were not going to retreat, and the 9 captains were still leading their teams towards Han Senator. They surrounded him by keeping their formations tightly knit. The sword air travels 30,000 miles, and one sword can puncture 9 layers of the sky. I thought that any man who can do such marvelous things must be a sword master. But he is just a baron. I was certain that he possessed a higher rank. Talk about shocking. From a broken building not far away, Mr. G was watching the sword light performance with admiration. Very good. I have followed you and have borne witness to many higher races, but none have used such excellent sword techniques as this baron here. Even the maid gave Han Sen a compliment. Angry Steel continued to look terrible. All 10 of his teams had arrived, and all they had to do was kill one baron. But they were being destroyed. The sword air cut through his army like a sickle through field grass. What made him angriest, though, was that the man didn't have as much power as any of the captains. And yet, despite that, the baron was invincible. Angry Steel's soldiers had been unable to do anything to him. It was fortunate the person was only a baron, so he couldn't use more sword lights. He could only kill one warrior at a time. If this hadn't been the case, thousands would have died in mere moments. Chapter 1788. Killing a Xenogeniac amidst 1,000 soldiers roar. One of the Viscounts amidst the 9 captains roared. His armor cracked, and his muscles inflated. His skin looked like steel, and his eyes became red. He was turning Xenogeniac. Han Sen was not surprised by this, though. In fact, he was quite happy about it. Han Sen used his Dongxian movements to avoid fighting all 9 of them at the same time. But that did not mean he couldn't kill them. It just enabled him to scope out the right time to strike. In the Xenogeniac universe, killing Xenogeniacs was widely approved. It was the only way he could nab beast souls, too. The Greatsword Viscount was just a noble when he was killed. Because of this, the sanctuaries did not get involved and he wasn't able to receive any decent loot. The Xenogeniac Great Axe Viscount went mad. He shouted, right as his steel-like body took off running towards Han Senator. His hands clutched a great axe. Han Sen's body moved like some sort of weird bird. When he dodged the great axe, his own sword struck the Xenogeniac Viscount's neck. The pirate bone sword was very sharp, and not even a viscount's body could withstand its edge. If the pirate bone sword found its target on the enemy, the Xenogeniac Viscount would be beheaded. But the Xenogeniac Great Axe Viscount was blisteringly fast. When the Great Axe was only halfway through its swing, its operator was able to pull it back swiftly. Then, it came at Han Sen again, but at a speed that was even faster than his own sword. In the air, Han Sen's body had no protection. He was exposed. He borrowed the strength of the air, though, and moved 3 feet to the side to dodge the raging axe. The other Viscounts pulled out their spears and threw them. They came at Han Sen from every single angle. And even though Han Sen was moving like a bird, it was difficult to dodge. He was not a real bird, after all. The Dongxian armor's energy kept on surging. He wasn't a bird, but his body seemed light as a feather. He was like a phoenix soaring through the sky. He evaded the spears as the pirate bone sword was swung towards the Xenogeniac's neck again. The Xenogeniac Viscount used his great axe to block. It had been forged from Xenogeniac Viscount materials, too. But even so, it was broken in a single hit. Luckily for the Taurus, the Xenogeniac Viscount was very fast. He roared and fell back a few meters to avoid the deadly strike. A few other Viscounts approached, with all the other weapons being cogs in a machine that was coming for Han. Senator Han Sen moved with incredible precision. Despite being locked in an impossibly small space, he was able to break through the effort to surround him. He was still coming for the Xenogeniac Viscount. Everyone could see that this was what he wished to do, however. Amidst the effort of surrounding him, he wanted to kill the Xenogeniac Taurus Viscount above all. He is so brave. He is so strong. He is so awesome. Mr. G complimented Han Sen 3 times. Even Lao Zhuoma and Mike knew what Han Sen wanted to do, and it was a strangely obvious move to make. Am I crazy or is he crazy? Does he really want to push and kill the Xenogeniac Viscount while he is still surrounded? Is this guy really a baron? Mike was very surprised. If he isn't a baron, it makes sense why the Taurus are being killed so simply. A baron gave a wry smile. Before Han Sen got off the ship, no one could suspect things might turn out this way. No one believed a baron could truly go up against an army as accomplished as this one. And this was something not even a baron from the higher classes could achieve. In fact, amidst the highest lanterns in the Geno Hall, there were barons. But none of those would be as dexterous as Han. Senator Han Sen wouldn't say he was the strongest, but if he fought solo, he was the absolute best. The combination of the Dongxian aura's buff, the Dongxian movements, and his phoenix techniques was something none of Han Sen's opponents would be able to overcome. Assuming no one extra strong appeared, Han Sen would be undefeated for sure. The scary thing was, he had infinite power. He wouldn't be fatigued. Stop him! Angry Steel shouted. He had never experienced such a dire state of affairs before. A baron was challenging the whole of his army, and the baron was going to kill another of his best captains. If the attempt was successful, it would be mortifying. Aside from the Xenogeniac Viscount, the 8 other captains knew that if Han Sen captured the Xenogeniac's corpse, the Angry Steel army might still be considered a joke even if they killed him. They all tried to stop Han Senator, but as they moved to attack, they saw that the situation had changed. They were no longer surrounding Han Senator, it was more like Han Sen was chasing their leader. After all the fighting that had transpired, they could not stop the sword lights. They knew it was only a matter of time before Han Sen put an end to the Xenogeniac Viscount, but when Han Sen moved, he was never where they expected him to be. Their swords could not hit Han Sen, and many of the swords were broken by Han Sen's pirate bone sword. They watched as Han Sen quickly approached the Xenogeniac Viscount, but no one could stop him. Roar! The Xenogeniac Viscount shouted. The muscles across his body were huge. In one hand he held a broken handle, and in the other he held the broken head of the axe. He was now running towards Han Senator. There were 2 viscounts on the right and left, and there were 2 viscounts behind Han Senator, but Han Sen looked so calm, and all he did was move quickly. He jumped up, and with a sword light, he spied an opportunity. He came out from the ring surrounding him, twisted his body, and slipped past the Xenogeniac Viscount. Then, he drew his sword. It was so fast it was like lightning. A sword mind appeared that was difficult to understand. It was right in front of the Xenogeniac Viscount. It was too late, though. The Xenogeniac Viscount shouted and threw his weapons away. As his blood vessels almost burst, he used both hands in an attempt to stop the pirate bone sword that was quickly approaching. Han Sen was not as strong as the Xenogeniac Viscount, and when his sword was grabbed, he couldn't push it onwards. Angry Steel and the Taurus warriors were all filled with happiness for a change. But the next second, their mood and color changed. The straight blade of the sword that the Xenogeniac Viscount had grabbed suddenly curved like a crescent moon. It created a weird angle, piercing into the Viscount's head. 1789. The meeting of one palm. The whole battleground was deadly silent. The hand that had grabbed the pirate bone sword was depleted of its strength. Blood seeped out the back of the Viscount's head, and he crumpled to the floor. Xenogeniac Viscount hunted, Xenogeniac gene found. Xenogeniac beast soul obtained, steel centaur. Han Sen was so happy about this. He had obtained another beast soul, but he was still in the middle of a fight. He couldn't take a time out to examine it just yet. Where did this guy come from? Mike and the other barons were frozen. They couldn't believe any of this. A baron was surrounded by the angry steel army. He had not been killed, and he had managed to kill a Xenogeniac Viscount. It beggared belief. After the Xenogeniac Viscount was killed, the morale of the angry steel army began to wane. The assassination was serious stuff. Seeing it really dealt a blow to their resolve. Angry Steel's face turned red. He was bursting with a scary flame. He bowed to Mr. G and said, "Mr. G, I am going to kill that baron myself." After that, Angry Steel Earl flew towards Han Senator. Although it was embarrassing for an earl to be forced to kill a baron, now was not the time to be concerned with that. If he couldn't kill Han Sen now, it would be a tremendous loss for the Angry Steel army. He'd lose most of his reputation, for sure. "Everyone fall back," Mr. G said quietly. Angry Steel froze. He turned around and asked him, "What did you say? Are you stupid? Or are your ears clogged?" "He just told you all to leave," the maid lifted her lips to say. But, Angry Steel still wished to speak. "This is your 3rd time questioning the judgment of the master's command. The Taurus are bold." The maid looked at Angry Steel Earl coldly. A cold sweat broke out on Angry Steel Earl's forehead. He quickly bowed and said, "Please do not be mad. I am wrong. I will tell them to retreat immediately." After that, he commanded his entire army to fall back. The Centaur warriors were all shocked, but they didn't want to fight anymore, anyway. They were all happy to listen to the command and swiftly abandon the battle. "You get lost, too." The maid looked at Angry Steel Earl with disdain. If he wasn't useful, she would have killed him already for questioning Mr. G 3 times. Angry Steel did not say a word in response, and his face was expressionless. He didn't look at Mr. G, and simply returned to the camp with his army. Han Sen was shocked to see the army suddenly fall back. When the Kate that were boarding the ship saw the army retreat, they began to cheer. Lao Zhuoma and the barons, seeing what happened on the battlefield, looked nervous. They saw a shadow. Mr. G walked slowly onto the battlefield, along with the maid. Han Sen, seeing Mr. G and the maid, looked shocked. They looked like Shura. Mr. G walked in front of Han Sen and bowed before him, saying, "I am of Demon. My name is Luo Ji. May I ask what yours is?" When Lao Zhuoma and Mike saw Mr. G, their faces grew pale. They did not know who Mr. G was in particular, but they knew what the people of Demon looked like. Demon was one of the higher races, unlike the Taurus. Demon? Han Sen looked at Mr. G, and then said, I'm human. The name's Dollar. Dollar. That's a good name. Luo Ji smiled, but he didn't care if it was a real or fake name. He continued on by saying, Dollar, you know that the Taurus are a subordinate race of ours? Yeah, Han Sen answered. It's good that you know that. I'm not going to bully you, though. If you aren't damaged by my palm, I will let you go. I promise you that no one will subsequently try to bring you harm, Mr. G coldly said. What if I don't accept? Han Sen asked. Han Sen knew that if Mr. G wanted him dead, the man wouldn't have spoken to him as much as he already had. He was here for something, and he wasn't planning on killing him. If you do not accept, you will have to help me deal with something. And after that, you will be free to go, Mr. G said. That sounds fair, but you aren't a baron. Han Sen lifted his lips. Mr. G laughed and said, I am a viscount, but when I use my palm, I will gauge it to a level that rivals yours. If you find out I use more power than I should, consider it my defeat. Okay, that'll settle it, Han Sen agreed. Han Sen had just fought several viscounts, but the demon Luo Ji was not like the centaurs. He wasn't at the same level. Luo Ji did give Han Sen a sense of danger, though. Han Sen didn't want to be reckless, walking into this. But with what was being offered, it didn't make much sense to reject. If their levels were going to be balanced, Han Sen didn't think he'd have trouble dodging the palm. Luo Ji smiled and raised his right hand. His fingers were really long, and his skin was really pale. It looked like the hand of a young executioner. But when he lifted his hand fully, Han Sen's face changed. As his right hand was raised, it gathered up a weird power. It made no sound or sense, and normal people definitely wouldn't be able to feel it. But Han Sen was very familiar with this power. Many people had this power in his family, and he recognized it. The falsified Sky Sutra. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at Luo Ji's hand in shock. Without a shadow of a doubt, the man was using falsified sky powers. Or the Shura version of those powers. He knew he wasn't wrong. When Mr. Ji heard Han Sen's voice, he laughed and said, This power hails from the annals of my race. It is Sky Demon Sutra. If you can block it, I will never bother you again. Han Sen wasn't familiar with the Sky Demon Sutra, but he knew it must be the same thing as falsified sky power. And Han Sen also knew why Luo Ji was so confident in his ability to hurt him. Falsified sky powers never missed, and no ordinary combatant could ever block them. After Mr. Ji said that, he put his hand in front of him. He swung it like an orchestrator with a baton. It looked rhythmic, and it didn't even look as if there was much power in it. Not many people could block falsified sky powers. If that man used Viscount power against Han Sen, he didn't think he could beat it, but Mr. Ji was using power that equated to Han Sen's level. It was the hubris of arrogance. 1790 human dollar. Han Sen lifted his own palm as he faced off against Mr. Ji. The maid behind Mr. Ji smiled and looked on with disdain. She thought to herself, this person is arrogant. He thinks he is so great just for killing a few centaurs. He's actually using his own palm against the master, Pa. How dare he think he can compete with the Sky Demon Sutra? As she thought this, both palms collided. And because the power was equalized, they were both sent reeling back. Han Sen knew this would happen, but Mr. Ji wasn't prepared. It looked as if he couldn't believe it. The maid's eyes and mouth opened wide, and she screamed. How is that possible? Do you still mean what you said? Han Sen calmly asked Mr. Ji. That calm was only on the surface, though. After that strike, he knew he had just gone up against falsified sky powers. Does Demon have a connection to the Shura? Is Demon a race formed by the Shura in the Geno universe? Or are the Shura a part of Demon perhaps? Han Sen mulled potential answers for these questions, over and over. It was difficult to say. Mr. G wore a conflicted expression, and he said, I spoke the truth. You can leave, and no trouble will pursue you when you depart. After that, Mr. G said, and if you are willing to, we can make a trade. If you succeed, not only will trouble not follow you today, but you will never have trouble on planet Kate ever again. Furthermore, you will be granted a fine reward. What sort of trade? Han Sen asked, looking at Mr. G. The implications were clear. Mr. G wouldn't touch Han Sen for one day, but unless Han Sen got on that airship, he couldn't run very far. Demon would control the entirety of planet Kate soon. If Han Sen didn't want to get killed, he'd have to make this trade. Han Sen was not afraid of being chased, but he wanted to at least hear what the terms might be. Han Sen was also interested in learning why those of Demon were able to make use of falsified sky powers, and why they looked so similar to the Shura. This is not a place for talking, so let us discuss this somewhere else. Mr. G waved for Han Sen to follow him. And without hesitation, Han Sen accompanied him and they both left together. After they left, all the Kate felt as if they had escaped death. Someone had recorded the fight and uploaded it to the internet. It created quite the fuss across many different races. It depicted a baron turning the streets into a killing field. Han Sen's movement and sword skills garnered a lot of attention, in particular. They all wished to guess who he might have been. Many people knew about the pirate bone sword he had wielded. So, many guessed that he belonged to Pirate. But Pirate lacked people with techniques and talent as impressive as what the video showed. While the sword skills known by Pirate were strong, they were not as strong as Han Sen's. The form Han Sen had filled in on the ship was revealed. It identified his race as human, and his name as Dollar. No one had heard of humans before, so no one knew where Dollar might actually be from. But many creatures remembered that human and Dollar combo from that day onwards. It's that asterisk shoal. On a pirate ship, a beautiful young lady was watching the video. She gritted her teeth. It was Higher. After she had been robbed, she set out in search of Han Sen, but all traces of the man had vanished. She believed it would be extremely difficult to find him, and the last thing she wanted to hear was that a baron had made such bloody use of her pirate bone sword and killed a xenogenic viscount amidst it all. Higher watched the video and recognized both Han Sen and the sword. She was so mad, she really wanted to kill him. Higher, this Dollar stole your sword. A man was also watching the video, and he looked greatly surprised. Yes, Uncle Rog. You need to teach him a proper lesson and get the sword back, Higher said to the man in a voice that she thought would sound cute. Although Higher hated Han Sen's guts, his display of power had impressed her. It would be difficult to find another fighter that could equal him, especially among the barons. She knew if she was to exact revenge, she couldn't do it alone. Rog sucked on a lollipop contemplatively. As he watched the video, he said, "Powerful guy. I'm afraid someone of the same tier would not be able to kill him. He is just a baron. If you want to kill him, it shouldn't be difficult for you." Higher clutched his arms tight. Rog blinked and said, "My little Higher wants help, eh? But you do know that if one of us pirates seeks vengeance, we must do it by ourselves. Unless you die or something, of course. If I help you, Grandpa Pirate will kill me." Rog. Uncle. It is only the two of us. If we don't tell him, he won't know. Please help me. Higher started to swing his arms. Fine. Fine. Stop shaking me, Rog said. So, you agree? Hire sounded excited. I can't actually do this myself, of course. You'll have to get the sword yourself, otherwise, Grandpa Pirate will kill me. Uncle Rog sucked his lollipop with a smile, and then he said, I can most certainly help you level up to be a Viscount, though. He is strong, but if you are a Viscount, killing him won't be difficult. She looked upset at first, but after hearing his offer, she seemed much happier. She said, it would be good to kill that asterisk shoal myself. How can I level up to be a Viscount in a short amount of time? This is the Geno material I was able to retrieve from a marquis whale. It is from the Lightning Sea. I made battle pills from it. The next time you practice, consume one. I believe that within 10 days, you can become a Viscount. Rog gave Hire a bottle of the stuff. Hire accepted the bottle and bared her teeth, saying, "Dollar, I am going to take your life." 1791 Demon Grave, Demon Grave. Han Sen frowned and looked at Mr. G. Mr. G nodded and said, yes, Demon Grave. It was an ordinary xenogenic space, but a battle once transpired there. Something went awry. Anyone who enters there now has their powers suppressed to the level of an ordinary bumpkin in Geno armor. Even a king would be like a commoner there, and the same applies to any weaponry that enters. There's a place like that. What happened there? Han Sen asked. You have seen how powerful that Kong Fei is, yes. The one of no, Mr. G inquired. Han Sen had a front row seat for that particular show. He nodded and said, yes, I have. Demon Grave is the result of two elites like Kong Fei having a brawl, Mr. G said. It is useless to try and resist the suppression of that zone. Your strength won't mean squat there. You will be a commoner when you enter. The strongest people that opt to reside there are ones like you. It is true skill that sets them apart. When you are there, you might find yourself able to kill a king. Why am I going to that place with you? Han Sen frowned. A place like that did indeed seem to be good for him, but Han Sen didn't think he was invincible enough to march in blindly. The Geno universe, in one way or another, had the falsified Sky Sutra. Demon was not the strongest race, though, and that meant there were powers out there that were even greater than it. Han Sen did not think Mr. G would be invincible if he went to this place. Furthermore, his power would be greatly suppressed. Death would find him easier there, so that wasn't good. The legends say two god elites fought for a treasure in xenogenic space, and that was how the place became Demon Grave. I am unsure which of them might have managed to take this treasure, but after their battle, there were many xenogenic plants. The fruit they bear is very mystic, and I will need just one of them. I am hoping you will be able to go with me to retrieve it. If you aid me in this venture, you will be highly rewarded, Mr. G said seriously. If these fruits can provide such a big benefit, and they are still there for the taking, this place must be quite dangerous, Han Sen said. Mr. G did not want to hide these facts. He picked up some notes and then laid out everything he had gathered. Demon Grave has a lot of xenogenic plants, but there are no xenogenic creatures there. Don't worry. But inside the place, there is an indigenous race. They are the lesser sort of race that can only wear Geno armor. None of them can become nobles. Growing up there, however, allows them to munch on as much of the xenogenic fruit as they want. They cannot become proper barons, but their raw strength is higher than the average soldiers. They are roughly the equal of an average baron. Mr. G went on to say, if they are outside that place, it matters little how strong they are. They are, for all intents and purposes, rubbish. Inside Demon Grave, however, even a king might lose to them. They are our biggest enemy to fear. Han Sen surveyed the information in front of him, and he found that most of the papers were drawings that had been done by hand. There weren't any actual videos or surveillance photos. You cannot use tools in there. This is all we have, so take a look, Mr. G explained. Han Sen kept on looking at the pictures that had been drawn, though, and he admired the artistic qualities. The bodies of this race looked human-like, but they possessed butterfly wings. Their hair grew upwards like fire, and their bodies were like those of a human. They wore silver Geno armor, and they looked really nice. The documents said they were called Chaos. They were not nobles, and nor were they xenogeneics. But their power could definitely be compared to that of a baron. They were nothing when they were out in the world, but they were scary inside their territory. Chaos ate the xenogeneic fruit. While many others had ventured there, hoping to collect some, even dukes, they were mostly killed. But when Han Sen read the effects of those fruits, he was tempted. Han Sen had 86 Baron Geno points, and that was because he consistently ate the materials and weapons he found. He hadn't cooked the horn arrows or the pirate bone sword. He did eat the toxic Fang dagger, though. And after everything he'd consumed, he was still a while away from 100. He killed Great Axe Viscount, but there were no materials for him to retrieve. He couldn't get the dozen Baron Geno points he needed. After seeing the description of the xenogeneic fruit, Han Sen thought that maybe he'd be able to increase his own genes. If he could, he'd become a Viscount. But still, it depended on the fruit itself. And fruit aside, there was already a fairly good motive that could prompt him to go on this venture. If he was able to get a few of the fruits, he could at least swap them for materials, too. Aside from the one I need, you can keep any others you collect. If I get the fruit I want, I will give you a Viscount armor that was forged from xenogeneic material. The defense of the gear is as good as it gets. When Mr. G said this, Han Sen was unbelievably tempted to join him. Not only was it the prospect of Viscount armor, but being able to keep collected fruit was wondrous, too. Han Sen really wanted to go. Mr. G, seeing Han Sen not saying a word, still looked hesitant. So, he took out his phone and showed Han Sen a visual of the armor. The armor was blue and made of scales. It looked like a fish scale armor set. Mr. G smiled and said, "This Viscount armor is called Aquascale armor. It is made from the scales of Viscount Aquascale snakes. Each snake only has one scale, so it took 265 to make this set. If you think I'm worth all this, then sure. I will come with you." Han Sen smiled and agreed to the trip. He looked calm and composed, but inwardly, he was drooling over the potential rewards. 265 Viscount materials was incredible. Seeing the armor, Han Sen didn't want to wear it. He wanted to eat it. That set of armor could take him from Baron to Viscount, and from Viscount to Earl. That was not an armor set. That was a recovery soup. Chapter 1792 Demon Grave. Mr. G told Han Sen that the Aquascale snakes were a powerful race, but of the lesser variety. They were strong enough to challenge the higher races that were in the Geno Hall. They had tried once, but fell short of being able to claim a lantern. The high race had killed almost all of them in return for the boldness. The Aquascale armor was made from the xenogeneic snakes that had died in the battle. It eventually came into Demon's possession, and then Mr. G's personal ownership. This trip to Demon Grave was important, and it had been very difficult to find someone of Han Sen's caliber to help. Therefore, the price was of no object. After accepting Mr. G's invitation, Han Sen noticed not just anyone could travel to Demon Grave. When Demon Grave was created, a few of the higher races established a rule. They could send people in whenever the entrance opened up, but only within certain limitations. Demon was a part of the ensemble that had made this rule. They could send a group of 4 inside, but 2 of the party had to be demons. Since 2 members of the party had already been chosen, Mr. G only had 1 space remaining. He was originally planning on bringing his maid, but after seeing Han Sen, he changed his mind. He'd prefer to bring Han Sen instead of her. Mr. G wasn't stupid, though. He had insurance to make sure that Han Sen tried his hardest. The maid was an Earl elite, and there'd be other demons on standby outside. Things wouldn't turn out very well for Han Sen if Mr. G didn't return alive. Demon Grave's entrance was near Planet Kate. But because it was not yet open, Mr. G had been waiting around, observing how the Taurus attacked. He could not believe that he had stumbled across someone like Han Sen here, of all places. 2 days later, Mr. G took Han Sen with him to leave Planet Kate's surface. They didn't go far, though. The entrance to Demon Grave was on a natural satellite that orbited Planet Kate. Because of the fight, the energy of Demon Grave was erratic and volatile. Sometimes, Demon Grave would suppress elites so strongly that they would die before they could even set foot on the ground. So, the only option was to enter during a fluctuation of the atmospheric energy. They would enter when the energy was weak, and leave before it became strong again. Han Sen followed Mr. G to a base that the elites had built. There were no other higher races there. The guards in the base said that one demon had already taken a person into Demon Grave. Mr. G took Han Sen out of the base, headed for a barren planet. Mr. G told Han Sen he had arrived late on purpose, and so they wouldn't be entering with the others. The natural satellite was the size of the moon, so it wasn't big. It was very empty, too. It was covered in yellow sand and cactus-like plants. When he stepped out of the base, he noticed that the sands stretched out to endless horizons. Rather than being on a tiny moon, it just felt like he was in a random desert somewhere. Han Sen knew he had entered Demon Grave, however. This was the result of the xenogenic space's dimensional twisting. Mr. G, as he kept on walking, told Han Sen, "We have entered Demon Grave now, and there is something I must tell you." "Go ahead." Han Sen was not surprised by this. Before he had agreed to come, he knew some sort of information had been kept from him. The fruit that we're after this time is special, even for Demon's Grave. But it also means we have to go in deep. It is in the land heavily ruled by chaos. So, we need to ensure we are prepared, Mr. G said. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything in response. Even though Mr. G had not told him this before, it was something he already expected. He was offering a lot to Han Sen, so there had to be something unusually dangerous involved. That meant Mr. G wouldn't have been very confident in the venture either, if he was to go alone. He really wanted Han Sen to go with him. Inside Demon Grave, our lives are tethered. If you die, I die. If you live, I live. So, if there is anything I need to know, it is best you tell me now. Don't hold back something that will bite us in the *SS later, Mr. G said. Han Sen smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is a trade. You're paying for the service, so we each have an obligation. You? Money. Me? Effort. We humans have standards." Hearing him say that, Mr. G did not respond. With Han Sen in tow, he continued moving forward. Not long after, Han Sen felt a little sick. He was feeling weak. After a few dozen more miles, he was feeling extra tired. Demon Grave suppresses outsiders a lot. We are weakened a considerable amount. Be careful. If you see the chaos, hide. It is best to try to avoid fighting them. Mr. G was not faring any better either. He was sweating, and he was visibly struggling against the suppression. After a dozen miles more, the desert turned a little green. They were approaching an oasis, and it spurred them to walk a little faster. "It looks like we're on the right path. The map said we'd encounter an oasis. There's a chance we can get some xenogenic fruit here without trouble." Mr. G looked excited. But they were still very cautious as they walked forward. They didn't want to stumble into the chaos. As for the other powerful races that had entered Demon Grave, Mr. G said not to worry. He had chosen a very dangerous path that would lead them to the Chaos Camp. Normal people wouldn't go there. They didn't sense anything living in the oasis as they approached. When they entered, they found many grape-like fruits, which were reddish-purple in color. They were so heavy, they bent the vines they grew upon. And there were a lot of them. Are these the xenogeneic fruits? Han Sen looked at them with surprise. They're not. They're just ordinary fruit. We'll have to look deeper. The xenogeneic fruit we seek will look like crystals, Mr. G said. Han Sen followed the grapevines, and a little later, he found a grape that looked very special. Just like Mr. G had said, it looked crystalline, like a piece of jade. Just as Han Sen reached out to pick it up, he felt danger coming his way. He quickly fell back and looked at the vine. 1793 Isha. When Mr. G saw Han Sen jump back, he immediately put himself in battle mode. He looked toward the grapevine ahead of them. Mr. G, you are good. Even your mere servant is so sensitive. A voice sounded from the grapevine, before someone walked out. Han Sen observed the body approaching and noted it was a woman wearing a battle suit. The mask she wore obscured her face, however. On her head, she had white bunny ears. Han Sen and Mr. G were facing her, so they couldn't see if she also had a tail. Hanging on her back, though, was a saw-like knife. It was a little savage, especially when compared with her body shape. Mr. G looked at the woman and said coldly, "What is one of the rebate doing here?" The woman, still sounding casual, said, "Whatever you're doing here, I want to do, too. That means we're enemies." Mr. G gave Han Sen a signal before approaching the woman slowly. His hand hovered above the sword attached to his waist. Han Sen understood the signal and moved to flank the woman. He walked toward her from the other side. The woman remained where she stood, as if she hadn't seen the pair coming toward her. She merely said, 3 miles to the north of the oasis, there is a group of chaos. If I shout, or the sounds of your weapons ring, they will be drawn here. Are you sure you want to do this now? I don't stand for bluffing. Mr. G laughed. If there were no chaos, why would I be here? Go ahead, if you don't believe me. We can all die together. The woman didn't buckle easily to the implied threat, and she held her ground resolutely. That made Mr. G hesitate a bit, too. He stopped approaching her and gestured for Han Sen to keep an eye on her. Han Sen nodded. Mr. G started sneaking in a northerly direction until he was out of sight. You don't belong to Demon, the woman remarked. She didn't sound hostile when she spoke. You're right, I am human, Han Sen answered. How did you know I was here? The woman asked Han Senator. She appeared to have been confused. The woman was definitely not an ordinary rebate. If Mr. G knew her true identity, he'd have been shocked. And he wouldn't have believed he was seeing her here, of all places. Han Sen didn't say anything more, and he simply continued to look at the woman. The woman picked a grape and reclined back against a giant vine. She skinned the grape and placed it in her mouth. As she ate it, she said, "What is Mr. G giving you?" "Whatever it is, I can double the offer. If you help me later, of course." Han Sen was shocked that the woman so boldly wanted him to betray Mr. G. She had made the offer so casually, as if it was entirely normal. Seeing Han Sen not give her an answer, the woman went on to say, "I'm afraid I am uncertain what Mr. G is hoping to accomplish. He's told you that he wants a xenogeneic fruit, am I right? If you believe that, you are dreadfully wrong. I can tell you right here, for free, that this xenogeneic fruit he has told you about is not the only thing that he wants. This place is extremely dangerous, so I suggest you think about this, lest you go and get yourself killed." "This is none of my business," Han Sen said calmly. Even if the woman hadn't said anything like this, he still had his own suspicions. "You are an interesting fellow. My name is Isha. What's yours?" The woman looked at Han Sen with genuine interest. "Dollar," Han Sen answered. The woman's expression said that she had never heard of humans nor a person named Dollar. The video of Han Sen laying waste to the centaurs hadn't been circulating for very long. Perhaps she hadn't gotten around to seeing it yet. The woman seemed to think of something else, too. But she then appeared to quickly shelve the idea. The grapevines began to rustle, and a little later, Mr. G came marching out towards them. Mr. G looked grim. It seemed as if Isha had not been lying, and he had seen the chaos. How long have you been here? And how long have the chaos been in this area? Mr. G asked the woman. Is that how you ask people for information? This is the grace and etiquette of the demons on full display. Isha asked sarcastically. Mr. G looked at Isha. He had seen the rebate before, but he didn't know a ton about them. What is your name, lady? Mr. G asked politely, not seeming angered by her questions. Isha answered. Mr. G receded into thought for a moment, and he tried to imagine where he might have heard that name before. Mr. G smiled and went on to say, Lady Isha, if we have come here for the same purpose and waltzed into the same predicament, why don't we cooperate? How? Isha asked emotionlessly. We deal with the chaos, of course. And once that is done, we can go our separate ways. Finding the reward will be up to our individual effort again. What do you think? Mr. G smiled with his suggestion. Okay. How would you propose we deal with the chaos? Do you think the three of us can take down 4? Isha asked. Mr. G shook his head. They might come at us in a group, in which case their numbers advantage will be difficult to deal with. So, what is the plan? Isha said. I have heard the rebate excel in both speed and agility. You are the best of the higher races, in those fields. If you can lure the chaos into the oasis, Han Sen and I will strike. If we can take down 2, the other 2 can beta Ken out easily. Mr. G looked sincere. Mr. G, that is such a great plan. Minor suggestion, how about you lure them out, instead? Isha said drily. Mr. G responded quietly, we don't have the movement capabilities of the rebate. And if we detected you when you were attempting to go unnoticed, the chaos definitely will. It is best that Han Sen and I perform the sneak attack. Isha frowned in thought. Then, surprisingly, she said, okay, I will lure out the chaos. But I want half of the spoils. The other half goes to you too. Sure. Mr. G smiled. After the 3 of them settled on the plan, Han Sen and Mr. G went into hiding. Isha was going to attract the chaos. After Isha left, Mr. G told Han Sen, when Isha lures them here, don't do anything. We will slide out of the oasis without being noticed.